Hello, this is the Wario Relay. We did one 5 years ago in 2020, also on Speed Gaming, and now we're back with some different runners and some different games. Uh, if you want to see a list of games, that should be in the schedule. We're starting off with Wario Land 1, and we have our two runners, Breadpan and Cranky Kong. They're ready to go. Um, Anything you want to say, Dip?
I believe it's 11 games, as you said, that we're going
Yes,
to be
that's
doing
right.
here. Should be about a 9-hour at minimum relay. So we're going to be here all day for y'all, showing y'all what the Wario community is all about, what we found out about the games. So we got some legends in here. We have some newer runners in here. So I just hope you all enjoy everything.
Yeah, exactly. We've got about 3 minutes until we're starting, so we're just gonna chill until then. But as soon as these runners see a countdown, they're gonna go into this pipe, and we're gonna do Wario Land 1 no major skips, which basically disallows a glitch that allows you to skip levels on the overworld. So you're gonna be doing the, I believe, 20 intended levels that lets you beat the game. But everything else that you can do within levels is allowed, so there's going to be some major skips that you can do, and we're not going to get to those major skips until more like halfway through the game, depending, because most of them show up like in second to last world.
Right, and also, somebody will be commentating every single game that we have here. Both me and Soap will start off commentating, of course, Wario Land 1. And then we'll have to switch out because we're both playing in a game ourselves eventually in this relay. But me and Soap will be here, or me or Soap will be here most of the time throughout this entire relay to help commentate and help kind of give context to what's going on if somebody doesn't understand. Just here to guide y'all along the way. A quick list of games I suppose we should give real quick before the relay actually starts in case people are not fully aware of the list. We have Wario Land 1, Super Mario Land. We have Virtual Boy Wario Land. We will be doing 100% for that. We have Wario's Woods, a puzzle game. We have Wario Land 2 main story. We will have Wario Master of Disguise, Wario Land 3 and 4. We'll also be playing WarioWare Touched, Wario Land Shake It, WarioWare Gold, and we're finishing off with Wario World. So that is our total game plan for right now.
I'm gonna wait to count down until Breadpan is on the file pipe. Alright, there we go. Got a hard reset from Breadpan. There's gonna be some latency from the streaming setup, but it's fine. It's safer this way.
A little bit of latency, but it's just fine. Everything will be timed properly in just a second.
Alright, so in the first level of this game, you're going to be starting out as the normal Wario, which is, you have this dash ability that they're probably not going to use very much, but otherwise it's mostly just jumping. And if you're holding up while you're jumping, you actually move faster forward, so you're going to want to be doing a bunch of high jumps as much as possible.
Right.
And um, you'll see Cranky Kong there. He's throwing a coin during this cutscene because the game doesn't disable your input if you're throwing an enemy, so throwing a coin just saves a couple of seconds on that cutscene because you can start moving. Basically, there's like 2 timers that are going, and you kind of fool the game into letting one of them expire early by doing that. Not sure if Breadpen went for it or not. He had his coin out but didn't throw it, and that's fine. Maybe he wasn't sure on the timing. But now that we're in the second level, we have access to the Jet Hat, which is pretty broken. It's by far the fastest way to move in the game, because you can just press B to do this dash that goes through midair, and it's supposed to expire after a certain amount of time, but you can just double tap B or just cancel and repress, and it will last forever as long as you chain it properly.
As a casual gamer, it makes the game almost... It's almost like not even a problem to navigate the game if you know how to use Jet Hat, and you know when to dodge. If you're playing it very, very safe, you should probably never even get hit if you have Jet Hat, because he'll just
Yeah, as
send
long
you
as
to
you know where
anywhere you
enemies
want.
are and are just like aware of the level layout, then it makes it run very easy.
Yeah. Jet Hat is definitely about, probably being generous saying this, it's about 50% of the tech throughout the entire run is just Jet Hat. If you lose Jet Hat, you got to know where backup Jet Hats are, and because if you're slow, Jet Hat makes you fast as well, because I believe his walking speed, if you walk for any reason, is faster with Jet Hat.
Yes, that's correct.
So just always having a Jet Hat, even if you are uncomfortable with flying, is a faster advantage, even with that.
It also makes your base jump height higher, which is interesting, because that also means that pressing up while jumping doesn't do anything for how high you jump when you have Jet Hat, but that's kind of just a niche thing that you're not really going to encounter.
Since you're going to be
Cranky
holding
Kong
up
is coming
anyway.
up on Rice Beach 4, which has this auto-scroller section at the start with this Thwomp-like enemy called the Pouncer. You have to break through these blocks quickly, and we're gonna hopefully... Well, I don't know if Cranky's gonna go for Pouncer Skip or not. Yeah, I guess not. That's fair. It's very risky, and it saves at 30 seconds or something, but if you die, then you lose a lot more time than that. But basically, you can jet dash under those spikes and do a bunch of crazy tech with like luring some birds to go down at you, and you bounce off one of them and then go above the level.
Yeah,
It's
but
probably gonna go for the
here,
second half of it here.
because
Yep,
the
there it
wall right
is.
there, as you saw, you can kind of go over that wall so long as you get enough height with one of the enemies. It's much safer than it looks because of how high Wario actually jumps and bounces off of things.
Yeah, if you do like hit the wall, then you can just kind of control yourself in recoil, and you can just land back on the block, and you can either go for it with the second bat that's in that area, or you can just wait at that point, because the pouncer is going to be a little bit closer.
Red Pan also hit it, so very good. Both players playing very consistently right now. Because I know
Yeah, and you can
Breadpan
see,
practiced quite a lot here recently and lowered their time a significant amount. So the fact that they're both technically on pace with each other, I think Breadpan started roughly about 10 seconds after. It's pretty good.
oh, Breadpen got a 10th coin, but forgot to let go of it. One of the things that I guess I haven't mentioned yet is that you need money to beat the levels, most of the levels, because they have this door at the end. But you want to have a multiple of 10 coins, otherwise the game does this countdown after the level if you have any coins left over. And if it even starts that countdown, you just lose 2 seconds, and then you lose 2 frames for every coin that you have after that point. There's certain levels like that one where you don't actually need any money because usually like there's no progress that you can make backwards, so you wouldn't be able to get enough coins to beat the level anyway if you did get to that point. But in that case, that means you want to leave with 0 coins.
Yeah. A little thing you can do to help out with that is if you do get to the end of the level with, like, say, 20 coins, and you open the door, it would ordinarily take Wario a little bit longer to pick up the second coin and throw it all the way away. So what you can do is put the coin in the slot, and then for your other 10 coins, hold it in your hand and go in the door. Wario will drop the coin as he goes in the door to save you a little bit of extra time there.
Yeah, if the coin is in your hand when you're leaving, the game just doesn't let you keep it, which for us is a good thing. This level that Cranky Kong was in... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was about to mention the exact same thing. The level there, you're about to see Breadpan do it. You pretty much don't see any of the level at all because you're flying above every single bit of it, except for a point that you got to land on to where you can jump to get more height to get more coins. Like here where Breadpan is at. And you grab exactly 10 out of these, just like that. It's perfectly enough for you to land right over here and go in, and you're at the end of the level. But it's like, what, 20 seconds long, that level, it seems like?
Yeah, it's pretty short. Cranky Kong there is doing a tech, I don't know if there's really a name for it. Maybe fly swimming, I've heard before, but basically, if you kind of get Wario's hitbox to jump out of the water for like a split second, and then you press B, then you'll be able to use your aerial jet dashing speed instead of the water jet dashing speed, which is way slower. Because Wario starts doing like the jumping out of water animation. Breadpan losing jet there, but it's fine because there's one right over here.
That's
yeah,
why
that
it's
like
important to know your
water
backup.
splashing animation, it happens really early, but usually the game will notice and then put you back in the water state. But if you press B, then you kind of bypass that.
Another thing you'll be seeing in this game, for levels where you have to climb up, like, just single rooms, kind of like what Cranky Kong is in now. I don't think you'll see it in this room. You saw it before. You can hit against the wall, and Wario will bounce upward and back a little bit, depending on which way he's facing. This can allow Wario to bounce up onto ledges that he is barely out of his reach. So you can use that to skip some platforming in some of these levels that are still upcoming as well as that one that Breadpan is currently going into.
Yeah, if you time it correctly, then you'll get an extra tile of height. So you'll see it in this room right here from Breadpan.
Another casual thing I guess I'll mention, we do have themed teams for this entire relay. We have Team Nose, which, as you see in the top corner over there, and then we also have Team Mustache. I believe this is a reference to WarioWare. Is it Gold or is it Get It Together? Where this
It's
team
Get It Together.
Yeah, Get It Together.
I don't know which part of the game it's from because I haven't played that game in a while, but it was suggested to me by someone who was actually speedrun Get It Together.
Yeah, so right now you have the time. Go ahead and pick your favorite team. Do you prefer Wario's nose or do you prefer his mustache? Because depending on what you choose, that's what you're sticking with. Ooh, Breadpan unfortunately losing his second jetpack and
Oh, he
dying.
dies. Okay. There is a jet hat in this level. Oh, he does a hard reset. If you reset, then the game saves whenever you enter a level, and it saves which power-up you have, so it's a little forgiving in that respect.
Yeah, so it's pretty easy for you to just come back in with Jet Hat if you don't want to worry about where a backup is.
There is a backup right there in that block, which Breadpan just hit, but that's fine.
Yeah,
Maybe he
one
just
of
wasn't
those
sure of it.
probably side. You're like, oh man.
Oh, Cranky Kong jet dash too high and hits the spikes there when he undashes. He's gonna have to go for a backup later. This level's pretty long, so I think it does make sense to just finish it off.
If I'm right, there should be a Jet Hat. I might be incorrect. There might be a Jet Hat in this next level about halfway through, I think.
I don't remember which level is next, but I'm hoping so.
It's been a little bit since I've unfortunately played Super Mario Land 3, but... Oh yeah, I think there's one. Oh,
Okay,
he's going
no,
back
this makes
here.
sense. Yeah, because it's right here. I think the next level doesn't actually have one. It's a pretty short level even, so I would assume not. Red Pen is in this long level too. He might be able to make up a little bit of time by not getting hit.
This being a little bit of an older game, some of the hitboxes are obviously going to be a little bit jank compared to like newer polished titles, like say Wario Land 4 or something like that, but it's still it still is roughly forgiving enough for you to just... I apologize. I completely lost my train of thought. It's 9 in the morning.
No worries. The thing that happened to Cranky Kong is if you jet dash through spikes, you actually survive. And we're not sure if this is intentional programming by the devs or like some sort of oversight or a glitch or what, so it's not allowed in glitch lists, but obviously it can happen by accident there. But as soon as you unjet dash, then you'll be in your normal, like, standing or moving state, and the game will make you take damage at that point.
It's a little strange. I believe that does not apply for when Wario hits an enemy, so it is a little weird how spikes themselves don't affect Wario.
Yeah,
A
it's like
little
very
specific,
specifically spikes.
but Cranky Kong coming up on World 2's boss, Mount Teapot's boss, and this boss is kind of a pushover if you do it right. You just kind of dash into him and throw him off the ledge. And if I'm correct, you just drop off the ledge and die, and it ends the coin rain animation early.
Yeah. I
But you
forgot
don't
this is
lose
no
your
major
power up.
skips. In glitch lists, that's also not allowed because we're, again, not sure if it's intended or not. But in no major skips, you can do anything as long as you're not skipping a level, so you save like 10 seconds or something by skipping the fanfare there.
I don't think the same thing can be done in... You obviously can't do that in Rice Beach, and you can't do that in Stone Cavern. I don't think.
Technically you can if the bridge is destroyed, but you're losing time anyway if the boss has had enough time to destroy the bridge.
Yeah.
You can do that if you have the bowl power-up and you can ground pound, but you're also losing time if you have the bowl power-up, so again, basically you're not going to see it in like a contending run.
Yeah. You will see it in the SST Cup, and you'll see Bread Pan do it once again here, of course. But the
All you
only
need
other
to
levels
look
I'm
out
going to be
for is
doing...
just, has the coin rain started yet? Which, if you're in midair, it actually won't start and coins won't spawn, so you have to wait a little bit, or you have to be jet dashing. But this is a solid wall in this specific arena, so it's better to just be safe and stand and walk off. If you do it early, then you'll just die to the lava like you would expect, so you have to be careful.
And speaking of lava, Stove Cavern is, in my opinion, probably the hardest world out of all of them to do. Unless there's a trick I'm just absolutely forgetting that makes all this easy. But in this level, fireballs start to become a factor whenever you go over lava in the later levels of Stove Cavern.
Stove Canyon.
And yeah, whoops. But
Close enough.
there's... With the lava here, it can really just ruin your jet if you don't know exactly where to dash. So this is one of those spots in the game where it's very likely for you to lose your jet hat if you're not perfectly spaced, just like Cranky Kong is, because those
That was
fireballs are really close.
a flawless, whatever that skip is called. I don't think there's really a name for that skip, it's just the skip in that level, course 22.
People would call it playing the game. But I don't remember exactly if this is one of those levels that applies, but I think this is another example where Cranky Kong is in a level where you can't really go back, so the door should be open at the end. He's not collecting any coins, so I believe that might be the case.
You do get coins in this level, so I think you can go back. I mean, like, you can if you just do large jumps. Yeah, he's getting some there, and then he'll get some more at the end here.
Expertly done. I must be remembering the first level of this area, which has a lava wall that approaches you at a rapid speed, which isn't
Yeah, that's
that rapid
correct.
when you're speedrunning. But Cranky Kong coming up on the last level of Stove Canyon already. The boss here, its game plan is simple as well. Its name is Fun Fun, if I'm correct. And
Oh my god. Bread Pan misses the skip there. He actually got it, but then... I guess he... I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think he would have gotten it if he had pressed B and not held up.
Unfortunate. But
if you do get hit there but still land on the ladder, there is actually a backup jet, but unfortunately there was no chance of him getting back on that ladder.
Yeah. But anyway, here's Fun Fun. Your idea is to hit him with this nose booger that he shoots at you, and then try to jet dash over to it for where you throw it to catch the same boulder again. So that way you can just re-hit him 3 times in a row with the same boulder. I don't know if it's RNG.
Scaring us again, but this time he actually gets through.
I don't know if it's RNG for Fun, how many times he does his tongue attack that he's doing right there to destroy the blocks. Cranky Kong is getting a little bit unlucky with it. He gets destroyed one of those, and he actually gained some time back from otherwise if a boulder wouldn't have been destroyed.
Yeah,
it's kind of got lucky with that.
Still gonna lose time there. He actually got perfect RNG technically because Fun did his like rock attack very early, but he just fumbled one of the hits, and that's okay. You just have to wait for another rock to be thrown. Now he is in SST Cup, and that's some of these levels are actually quite easy. Like this one, you kind of just go through everything. There's not a bunch of lava at the bottom to worry about.
Yeah, it's a sharp contrast, or like an easier contrast compared to what you just had to go through, for sure. remember when I was running this game for glitchless, I thought the SST Cup was probably the easiest level, but it most definitely was because of how hard Stove Canyon was at the time, just coming out of it.
Yeah. I will say the boss is kind of tricky if you're trying to do it fast. I'm not sure exactly how these runners are going to approach it because there are some different strats that you can do.
The ideal way that I think you're supposed to do in the SST Cup is you're supposed to... It's a little hard to explain with words, so I guess I'll wait to explain the first part in great detail till when we get there, but you're supposed to wedge yourself between a hitbox of the enemy and then the wall, so that way you hit them as a bird comes out, and then you're supposed to grab the bird and then repeat the fun process, I believe, is the
Yes,
fast
that's right. Cranky Kong there, in that previous level, what he did was he killed one of those, I guess butterfly enemies or whatever they are. And killing one of those gives you 10 coins because they are actually difficult to kill. You have to like crouch jump on them so that they don't fly away. That gives you 10 coins, and instead of using that 10 coins for the gold ore, what you actually do is use it as a sprite that clogs up the like sprite memory, and then that means that the gold ore fails to spawn, and you just go right into the door that's behind it, which just saves a few seconds from not having to wait for it to do its rising up animation.
I don't know if we are exactly synced up a little bit. I think Breadpan still is like, as far as actual time of when they started, probably about 20 seconds behind. But as far as actual time behind, I think Breadpan is, I'd say, a few levels. So, what, 2 minutes? Do you think?
Something like that.
Still not
Yeah,
bad.
Cranky is going for the wrap here, so this is what I was talking about with skips that don't start until later in the game. Basically, he's abusing the fact that when you're crouched, the camera doesn't move, and just doing a bunch of recoils against the wall to actually outspeed the camera and go behind it, and that allows you to enter doors that are still within the same room that you're in, but when the camera thinks that you're in a different room, and it uses the camera's position to determine where you're supposed to go, so you can use that door and just go to a different portion of the level, which isn't always beneficial, but the community has found places where that does save time. A lot of these come from the TAS, which is pretty old at this point. I think it's like 12 years or maybe more than that.
In Parsley Woods, it is probably the most prominent. We'll get to that when we get to that, because there's an auto-scroller there. I believe you can skip literally the whole thing.
Yeah, there's in fact two auto-scrollers where they both use wraps. One of them uses that recoil wrap, the other one actually doesn't. It just uses the fact that there's a hole in the wall. Redpan's going for a slightly older variant of the same gold ore despawn. Instead of using a coin from the butterflies, you just grab one of those spear gooms.
And here's this boss that Cranky Kong is fighting. I've been told the name a couple times, I keep forgetting it. But yeah,
It's a
there's the
Bobo.
strategy there. Bobo, there's the strategy there where you wedge yourself between the wall and the beak to launch up to the head as the birds spawn, grab the bird, and then do a double toss. Where you toss, you re-grab, and then you toss again to kill Bobo the
Yeah,
fastest
this
way.
one works slightly differently because you can actually use the wind to your advantage to just, like, basically be carried over to where the bird is falling. And that actually makes it a little bit easier if you get the rest of the setup correct. There's another strategy that you can do where you... crouching makes the wind not happen and also means that Bobo doesn't move, so you can use that to, like, crouch jump into him, and that makes the first hit land earlier, but then it becomes even more RNG reliant because you're more vulnerable to the birds at that point. So yeah, Cricky Kong is coming up on Parsley Woods right now. Red Pan opts to go for just beating this level normally. The wrap doesn't save that much time. I think it's like a single-digit number of seconds. This level that Cranky Kong is in, basically you just fly over the entire thing. Because you do not need coins, it's a switch at the end instead of a gold ore. So you just have to dash above and then go down when it's time to go into the door. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. I'm going into the gambling. I don't think you can go below 1 coins when you're gambling, but even if you did, I don't think that would be faster than just doing the 2-second countdown.
Sad. It definitely wasn't intentional. But, I believe this is the auto-scroller level that I mentioned that Cranky Kong is currently going into. Believe it's the first room that he does it in. Or actually the only one that he could do it in where it'd be useful. It's gonna use a bunch of these walls and stuff to once again send him out of the camera zone and then move a specific way to make sure that he can just find the correct area for the door that would send him to the end of the auto-scroller level.
It's nicely executed. You can get that doing a different amount of wall recoils, and he did it in a minimum possible. There's one extra wall that you can use as a backup in case you didn't get enough recoil. He has to go for it here, and he still gets it, so that's good. If you fail the second part but you get the first part, then you at least skip one of the auto-scroller rooms, but obviously you want to skip both of them. But yeah,
Really done.
Yep, he gets that, and he just saves like 4 minutes or something. This level is super long. This level also has a skip kind of at the halfway point. After this next, like, interior tree room, there's just a point where you can go into the wall and there's not a solid wall there. And it actually leads you to where the treasure room is stored in, like, the level data. You go through that door and it takes you to the place that you would expect to be after leaving the treasure. And that's at the end of the level. There's another variant of this which requires like wrapping the screen a couple times and takes you more directly to the exit instead of taking you into that treasure room where you have to go down the ladder, but I can see why he wouldn't go for that. I think he does know it, but it is riskier. Now we have another level with just a hole in the wall. You have to wrap the screen a couple times so that you can actually go far enough in the level. So he's still in the same like opening room there, with like the little raised platform and there's a door at the end. But he's just wrapping the screen a bunch of times so that the camera goes into where the exit is. And then he uses the door at the end of the first room as an exit door instead. And he enters the door off screen there, but you can see that he did leave using the gold door. Now we're coming up on the boss level. This boss is called Zenisuke.
Anisuke is a ghost that I believe gets hit by the coins. No, not coins, by the ghosts that spawn from coins, my mistake. I believe there's a safe way to just stand, like there's a safe location you can stand where you should make sure you don't get hit by him by any cost. I don't know what the fastest way to beat this enemy is. Potentially the same thing.
Yeah, you just stand on the left and you never get hit, and then you do the same thing that you do with Fun Fun and with Bobo, where you just use the same enemy repeatedly, and he gets it perfectly.
Expertly done.
Red Pen goes for the wrap there, gets the first half of it.
Very good. Also, for anyone's concern, it is normal for the ghost to be disappearing on screen.
Yeah, he flashes at 30
playing.
FPS, so if your stream is at 30 FPS, then you have a 50% chance to see him, basically.
Yeah, so it's a little weird to look at, because sometimes it feels like you're not able to see him, but he is there.
Red Pen is struggling a bit with the second half here. Because you can't actually see the like tiles that you're interacting with, it can be a little bit tricky. And every time that he like fails to go to the correct point, the camera does catch up a little bit. This still looks fine, and he still gets it. He's a little bit tricky there.
And then Cranky Kong is going ahead and entering the last level. Oh, sorry, last world. It's Syrup's Castle, I believe.
There was a gold ore despawn that you can do in that level, the first level of Syrup Castle, but it doesn't save that much time, so he opts not to go for it, I guess. In my previous PB, the one that I had for like 4 years or something, I actually went for it, but I didn't do it right, and then I lost like 20 seconds to losing Jet Hat.
It's unfortunate. There's a little trick here you can do with these these blocks that Cranky Kong is breaking. If you uncrouch and jump at the same time, I believe you can break the blocks in one hit instead of two. If you have Bull Wario, this isn't a problem, but as we've established, Jet Hat is the way to go. Jet Hat reigns supreme.
That's right.
Cranky Kong getting some extra height with the birds in that ladder room with all the flying.
Not sure where Birdpan is. I think he somehow wrapped the screen unintentionally, so he's in the treasure room right now, but if he goes through that door, he's just gonna go back into the previous room. I would have just done that, actually. I would have just gone into the door, but I think he wasn't aware of the situation. Maybe that hasn't happened to him before.
It's easy to get flustered in these games when glitches like that do happen and you just don't know where you are or what you're doing, so sometimes it's better
I mean, if you fail a wrap, you can be just like anywhere. Cranky Kong is going for the task wrap here. He actually gets it after a little bit of initial floundering. It's a very difficult one because you have to time all your dashes correctly. If you don't do it right, you risk falling in lava. Although I do think it's easier than the like regular wrap in this room because it's just a rhythm that you have to follow, whereas with the other one, like there's a bunch of platforms that you have to sneak around and like ceilings that you have to get past in order to recoil. We're gonna see what Breadpan does in that room when he gets there. In this room that Cranky Kong is coming up on, he's gonna want to dash on like a 2 or 3 pixel window, and your hitbox will not touch the spear gooms, but you'll still be able to go like underneath that ceiling.
It's the same idea as the spikes in the early levels, for sure.
Yeah, it's exact same tile behavior, so you just jet dash through them, and as long as you don't undash while you're inside the spikes, then you'll be safe. Breadpan does get the course 34 wrap properly, which is very nice.
We're coming up on the end here for Cranky Kong's run, so I'm going to go prepare for my run. I will be back to commentate after Virtual Boy Wario Land, after my run of Virtual Boy Wario Land. So I will be right back. So
Yep.
take care of
Good
things,
luck
man.
out there. So yeah, this is the last level. The first part of it is just like flying above the level mostly. Or I guess flying in the middle of the level. Basically just flying through it. You don't want to interact with these springs at all because they break you out of your jet dash, and if you're not prepared for that, then you might do movement that you don't expect and fall out of the level. And Crinkly Kong is going to go for a wrap here by using recoils off these, like that Guardian door and the Knight. And he gets in just fine. You can softlock yourself if you do the movement slightly wrong, because there's another sprite in the second part of that room, where if you do a jump into it funny, then it'll just recoil indefinitely. But yeah, this boss here takes 6 hits, but you can very easily just do all 6 of them in a row by abusing the stun lock. The genie only moves for 1 frame before he gets hit or something like that, so you have plenty of time to just get these sequential hits, and time is when you get 300 coins, which is just in a couple seconds. Alright, and now Dip has started Virtual Boy Wario Land. Meanwhile, Breadpan is on the first level of the last world. In Virtual Boy Wario Land, 100%, the goal is just to get all of these treasures, like that one that you see Dip getting right now. And that is just like an additional goal for the any percent goal, which is just to go through the game and beat all the levels and beat the final boss. 100% adds a couple minutes to any percent. I don't know, Breadpan taking damage. Thankfully that's pretty early in the level, so it makes sense to reset there. Dip also taking a hit, trying to go for that swag strat. Taking a hit isn't too bad early on, but there will be a point where you don't want to take damage at all in Virtual Boy. It's pretty similar to the first game where there's one power-up that you want to have basically the entire time. Technically, 100% makes it a little different because there is times where you need a different power-up in order to get the treasure, but those are it only accounts for a couple. So you can see already we have Bull Wario, which moves very fast. For this treasure, we have to get Dragon, but then we're going to get Bull back right after. And Bull Wario in this game actually makes you move quite fast. But starting a little bit later, we're going to have Eagle Wario, which is sort of similar to Jet Hat in the first game. It basically just lets you dash in midair. You can't actually chain it indefinitely, but you can kind of make movement that makes it so that you're using it all the time. And it does allow for a lot of skips and cheese. We're going to see Breadpan doing the course 38 rep here. It looks like he's going to go for the old variant. Okay, this looks like it might work. Oh, just barely not. Yeah, this rep is very punishing if you don't get it, because then you have to go all the way back to the like rightmost part where you start setting it up. That should work. No, just barely not. And again, every time you kind of like stutter like that and move forward a little bit, the camera does catch up, so you can't do that too much. Dip is coming up on the first boss of Virtual Boy Wario Land. First you have this Guardian which jumps out at you, and you want to be very close to it when it does its attack so that it doesn't take very much time to go back to its starting position. And it also means that you'll be right on top of that spring when if you're ready to go in. I feel like if I am taking this long to do the wrap, I might just want to do the level the normal way. There's a few more rooms. It is kind of a long level, but at least it's probably more consistent than this. But I definitely don't blame Breadpan for taking a little bit of time on this. It's very punishing. Okay, now he gets it, and the rest of it is pretty easy because all these enemies are dead. There's no more lava or anything to worry about. You just have to wrap the screen. And he'll be in the gold ore in just a second, and then we still have 2 more levels. I guess I can mention that in Virtual Boy Wario Land, obviously it's on the Virtual Boy. These runners aren't playing on that because can't really stream using that. But the game does like to use the whole like 3D plane thing a lot, so there's going to be a foreground and a background. All the bosses will interact with the background in some way, more directly than others. Um, and also, there's a lot of levels where you'll be going into the background to make progress. Dip is going into the side room here to pick up Eagle Wario, and hopefully keep it throughout the level. He almost got hit there, but made it through. Oh, he does get hit. Thankfully there's another Eagle in this next room that he can get. He's going to take the bottom route here. Bottom route is safer. It does save some in-game time. That's unfortunate from Breadpan. I'm dashing a little bit too low. This level here that Breadpan is on is supposed to be chill, but if you do make a mistake, it is punishing just like any other level, and it is kind of long as well. And there are no backup jet hats here. You'll see some movement here from Dip. Once you have the Eagle Hat, you can do dashes in midair, and you can actually jump out of the dash in midair, which gives you a lot of height and means you can stay in dash state as long as possible, just depending on what kind of movement is convenient. He's going to get the King Dragon power up here, which is what you get when you combine Eagle and Dragon. And that gives you this fire attack, which goes through walls. It allows you to float like Eagle Wario, which has this kind of slow floating, but unfortunately you can't dash, so it's a very slow power-up. So he's going to want to take damage as soon as possible because it does supersede every other power-up. And then there's an eagle right here that you can get, and we're back in business. We only needed King Dragon in order to get that switch at the bottom there. There's a second switch, and when those two switches are depressed, then you're able to get to the treasure room. Ooh, he takes a hit from these. There is a backup later in this level. Hopefully he remembers it. Unlike in Wario Land 1, this game doesn't save your power-up state when you enter a level. So you'll just start as normal Wario if you soft reset or hard reset or whatever. Red Band trying to be a bit cautious in this lava room. And then he should be home free now. Because all that we have left is the final room. And then we have the final level and the final boss. He also gets the inverted colors visual bug there. If the lightning in the overworld happens exactly when you transition back to that screen, then it just stays like that until the lightning is done. Dip does not get the backup jet. There is another one at the beginning of this level, but you need Bull Wario in order to get to it, so he's probably going to get the next one, which is also in this room. He just has to navigate these tornadoes, and then the next question mark block is going to have a jet in it, or an eagle. And now we're back in business. We can just skip over all these munchers, we can skip over the muncher sand. Red Pan executes the Night Rat beautifully, and we'll see if he gets into the gold door, or I guess the boss door. Yep, and there he is. And he should be pretty ready to go for the boss. I see there's already a baton pass here. I assume there's just some stream delay. It's looking like we're having a bit of an issue here with our runners. If the other runner takes 5 minutes to not show up, then I think we're just going to let the run play out for the estimate duration, which is 25 minutes. So far, we're just going to have Dip on the screen here. Was on the second boss, the Sandfish. This boss is basically as uninspiring as the first boss, just the same attack pattern 3 times. obviously you can still get hit if you make a mistake, but as long as you do the same thing every time, then you'll be fine. And don't like try to jump too early or too late or anything. Now Dip is going to be coming up on the next set of levels. These levels tend to be a bit more punishing. The watermelon one is kind of chill, although there are some strategies that you can go for, which will make it a little bit more difficult. Looks like Dip is not going to go for the fast watermelon cycles. There's a tech you can do where you despawn and respawn the background elements while the watermelon is still spawned that you're throwing. And that means you don't have to wait for these things to, like, wrap back around so you can hit them. But if you don't know the timing for it, then it makes sense to just do this instead. So that was just... the first one is to make progress in the level, the second one is to get the key. And this third one is not actually required in 80%, but you do have to do it in 100%. Basically, you have to get the watermelons in these 2 cups, which means you need 2 watermelons. It takes a hit there from this Guardian here. It's kind of punishing because you actually need King Dragon in order to get to the treasure. Yeah, this is Virtual Boy Wario Land. Because Dip got hit, he had King Dragon, so he had to just walk normally over to this room, unfortunately. This clock room here is on a 30-second global cycle based on the in-game timer, and you get the key every 30 seconds, basically. So unless like you're super ultra prepared, you're not going to be able to make it in time if you have King Dragon. The next backup is going to be in the next level, at least that I know of. I think there is one in this level, but it's kind of out of the way. I don't know if it's worth going for. Okay, he's getting Bull Wario, that's a reasonable choice. You still go as fast as Eagle Wario, you just don't have all of the mid-air cheese that you can do. Ooh. Takes a hit, but it's okay because that wasn't Eagle Wario. He's gonna get that in the next room. As long as he doesn't die here, which is very possible. This is a very punishing level, very difficult. He's gonna want to grab this garlic over here to become normal Wario. And with that, you'll be able to dash into this block that's on the ground here, and this is where you get your backup. And then the treasure is right back here. All you have to do is just get paddled into the background and then break those blocks. Oh, went for the risky strat there. You can do like a crouch jump over that enemy and you just barely miss it, but if your timing is off, then you're just going to get hit by the front or the top. So he managed to have Eagle for just a couple rooms, unfortunately. You don't really need it coming up. Oh, he's going into this pipe here. I didn't even know this pipe was here. I guess this must be a backup that I was not aware of. Okay, that's very good to know about, I guess. I assume there's an invisible block here or something. Oh no, you just wait for the fan. He had me scared there with that enemy that he jumped through. But he left with Eagle, so that's what's important. You don't need it for the next level because the next level is just a boss, but you really do want it for the final level. Something I didn't mention before is that the later Guardians, after the first Guardian, they all have attacks, and they try to match Wario's vertical position for his head, so if you crouch, then it actually saves a slight amount of time because they're not trying to rise up a little bit and do their attack, they just do it from the ground. Dip is going to go for the Tank and Operator 1 cycle here. Misses one of the 1 cycles. Ooh, just barely misses the second one as well. I think it is slightly easier in the foreground, if it does get to that point. It's okay, the boss is not that difficult to fight. You just save like 8 or 10 seconds from getting a 1 cycle, because you don't have to wait for the boss's attack counter to start again. In this next level coming up for Dip, he's going to get the treasure at the beginning of the level, which it's either very hidden or not very hidden at all, depending on, I guess, how easily you can notice the slight difference in details. But you can see like the elevator tile has a door behind it, so you can just break it and go in. And that's the last treasure. I wasn't looking during the elevator cutscene, but presumably he should have all of them. There's not that many, there's 10 treasures for the 10 regular levels that are not bosses. And he does keep Eagle into this room. There's still plenty of things that can hit him though, all these rotating spikes. But he gets it, he gets the key early, which normally you would have to go through the entire level and go down that pipe above the key, and then basically go through the level a second time. Now he has to go through these pipe rooms. The rest of the level is still quite difficult, especially those smaller rooms that have pipes in them, because you have to break 2 blocks. You can get like corner boosts that allow you to break the second block and go into the pipe at the same time, but it's very difficult. And you have all these enemies to deal with, and the guy that's shooting spikes at you. Then we have this room, which has the same spikes as the first room of the game. And then more of the same shooting spikes stuff. This level's theme is just spikes, basically. It's final level, so it's like the keep or whatever. These levels don't have official names or anything, it's just the numbers. Yeah, Dip gets through course 12 with everything he's, or sorry, course 13 with everything he's got, and he manages to keep Eagle all throughout it. There are 2 backups that are reasonable. More risky. So for Dip, time is going to be when he gets, I believe, 5 hits on this boss. There is cheese strat, so you should be able to just get sequential hits whenever the boss comes back into frame. You'll see how he sets this up. The first hit is free, and then after that you just do a setup so that you always reach the center at the same time and can jump. You'll see him just walk normally without running. You should just have a couple more hits. And I believe that's time for Dip. As Dip is getting through the second half or so of Virtual Boy, we now have Wario's Woods. Wario's Woods is a puzzle game where you play as Toad. Wario is actually the villain in this game. And you have all these enemies of various types. Uh, so each enemy is a different color, and there's bombs that fall from the sky, and you want to use these bombs to clear the enemies. One of the kind of interesting things about versus Com is that um, you're actually playing against a computer player. And sometimes you'll want to actually make the computer lose instead of allowing yourself to win. And you just do that by making their ceiling fall low enough that they cannot move anymore. If you get 5 in a row with a bomb clear, then you get this diamond, 5 or more in a row. And the diamond just clears everything of that color once you destroy the diamond itself. There's a meter in the top center when that meter reaches full, then the fairy at the top of the screen will turn into a Pidgey or a Pidgeot. And it'll start dropping enemies as well as bombs, and that can severely slow you down. So you want to avoid that as much as possible. Getting combos will reset the meter at the top.
Hello, how's it going? Seems like Mustache is ahead.
Yeah, that's true. What's up, Pigeon?
Doing good. I watched a couple rounds, so I wanted to join a little for this. Yeah, for most of the versus round, you will want to get like at least for combos of 4 to get like the farm to go down at least one lane, and 5 combos to get the gem and get the cancellation going on much quicker for all the enemies, and get rid of the color very quickly too, so that the opponent doesn't have enough time to spawn back in some more enemies again.
Yeah, if the opponent gets a chain or hits like 5 in a row or like anything that would allow their meter to go down, it also will do something to you. It'll either send you an egg, depending on what kind of attack it is, and it can also make the ceiling go down.
Yeah,
Depending on your
the egg,
playstyle. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for the egg, you actually need to interact with it at least once in order for it to break.
Yeah, if you don't interact with the egg, then it will just turn into a bunch of enemies all at once. It's not the worst thing because you can then use all those enemies to make a diamond, but it still can lose you quite a bit of time just from having more enemies to clear. You also ideally want to get rid of a color entirely, like you want to get rid of the bombs and you want to get rid of all the enemies, just so that you don't get a bunch of bombs that you don't need, which would just waste time from spawns, or if you do enter like the Pidgeot mode, then you don't get more enemies that you then need to clear out.
So one thing that can affect the speed of the stage as well is when at the end the remaining row of the AI actually has multiple empty spots, and you cannot even interact with anything. So you have to wait for like 3-4 more spawn, or actually being able on your own side to make either an extra for enemy chain to be able to get the crush in, or have to solve on your side.
Yeah.
Almost had the case there in the previous stage, but thankfully Biffin, I think, was able to clear the stage through before having to wait for like 3 more spawns to go in. Especially because at those times, the AI will not react at all, it will just wait. I don't think it will even push enemies, even if it's like able to create a combo, but it could be a possibility as well. But again, it's a very slow reaction. The AI will be mostly waiting for a time, so it's like, I think it's like 5 seconds before for each spawn that has to be waited for, something like this.
Yeah, there's gonna be times where it's like you're very close to finishing off the opponent, but you're also close to finishing off the stage. Like here, the ceiling got pretty low, but it made more sense to just finish off like that instead of trying to force a combo or force 5 in a row. Nice multi-diagonal right there. That's what sends the egg, and I guess the opponent is just too dumb to interact with it. Doesn't really do that much though, it just sends out more enemies. The ceiling is far more important.
The most difference between hard and expert in this is that the AI will have less rows and less colors to interact with. I think up to 4, whereas on our side you have to deal with a bit more colors usually.
I was actually not aware of that. I think expert actually gives you fewer total opponents though, right? Like you just skip the first world basically, is that right?
No, I thought it was more about the terrain being more unfair on your side compared to the opponent. But, maybe I could be wrong. I think it's the same number of levels you get. It's also a very brutal game as well, category to do, because any defeat against the AI is like a minute loss, usually, because you have to redo a whole extra round to continue.
Yeah, you have to win against them 3 times in order to progress to the next opponent. And of course the goal is just to get through all the opponents, the final one being Wario. All these other characters are just like one-off characters that I don't think you ever see again in any other like media of any sort.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't quite think we see any, well, besides Wario and Toad, but yeah. Maybe the witch, but I'm a bit suspicious about the small witch. Yeah, I think most of all will not be seen again. Which is kind of sad because it's a very nice. Like it's kind of like a like Tetris, which you get a remake of this in like modern consoles. You would have so much trust and creativity into this too, because it does look like a nice versus game. And I did ask Blizzy because he runs the 99 levels categories as to why he was not running the
Beacon takes a loss
versus
there, that's
categories.
unfortunate.
X. I asked him why he was not running the versus categories, but despite having so much experience on the 99 Plus, he told me that on the versus game there's a bit of like that does exist. So it can slow the inputs, and you can misinput a few more things if you are very much more used to the standard mode where those like inputs will less or at least not exist.
Yeah, there's also an NES game of this. I believe it just came out at the same time as the SNES game. A lot of the gameplay is very much the same. There's a couple key differences, like the diamonds that clear all of the color, you actually cannot move those in the NES game. I'm not sure if that's like a limitation like from hardware or if they just didn't program it that way. But also, this versus combo just does not exist. Instead, you have you can play against a 2P, and you have a round game, which I believe both of which also exist in SNES. So SNES actually adds an entire game mode.
There's also been a mod that came out, I think 2 years ago now, which adds a complete randomizer into this. So all the 99 levels are completely randomized, with all enemies randomized as well.
I see Matt entered this level here with Bulgari. I'm not sure what happened. I assume he just... Same thing as Dip, where he had to get Eagle for King Dragon and couldn't get it to like finish off the level, so he had to just leave with Bull Wario. So he's gonna do the same thing here, try to go for the Eagle backup at the midway through this room here.
There's still plenty of chance, so 14 knows to gain back a bit of time. We are still not arriving at the most difficult levels in the woods run, so plenty of time to recover if possible.
Yeah, Woods is definitely a very RNG heavy game. There's plenty of skill in it as well, for sure, but sometimes you can just get completely equalized by RNG.
Yeah, even the first layouts, I think there's like 3 or 4 different that exist at the start that can be good or bad depending on the what spawns in, and you have to adapt through all the starting blocks. But finally defeating the rock enemy out there, and oh, seems like we got the finish on nose for.
I don't know if there might have been a lot of stream delay or something. We definitely were not finished yet. I'm not sure what's up with that.
Oh, the screen share came back.
Maybe it's because we reached the estimate. Because the runner started late. Maybe that's what happened. Matt was actually doing fine, but I think he missed the baton pass or something, which is
yeah, we're about 10 minutes behind of what was curious. We made it.
I never mind, we're back. Okay.
Okay. No, just preparation for the next. That's okay. So driving. Is it final boss for Matt?
Not quite. This is second to last boss, and we have one more level, and then we have another boss at the end.
Okay. So victory on the side of Biffin so far, doing a pretty good job. Not quite getting the good combos to stun the AI so far.
I never knew about the fact that Expert gives the opponent fewer colors to work with. That's interesting, and I can kind of see why they might be clearing faster in certain instances.
Yeah, I think the difference is more visible towards the end game, mostly. Like the last 3 stages is where like it gets brutally different.
Oh yeah, and they also just have fewer enemies overall. Yeah, I can see how it's unfairly weighted.
And I've seen the record of this category pretty much insane. Like the quite almost quasi-perfect run overall. Like there's like a couple of stages, but very well done. Like you do need, outside of the RNG, a lot of in-depth knowledge on what situation you want to be in, and hopefully the AI does cooperate a little as well.
Yeah, this game's unique quirk of like having somewhat movement-based execution, as well as like all the puzzle stuff, it does make it a very interesting game. Because like you're moving a physical character around instead of just like a cursor.
Yeah, and you say the choice between having to actually take an object or even or just kicking it at the right place, sometimes it can make the difference in speed. Biffin winning against another enemy, very nice.
I see Matt is taking a backup eagle here. And he immediately uses it. There's not really much you can do here. I would just die, honestly. Yeah, he does that. That way all the blocks respawn, so you can just get eagle back. Because it does lose a lot of time in order if you have to like go through the level the intended way to get the key. Basically, you have to beat the level twice, or like do the movement through the level twice.
Barely making it out of that screen with the iframes there. Oh, this is putting up for quite a bit in defense side. Maybe not quite getting the colors needed there. But doing some quick work, while the AI also does not have the good color bounce, so it is quite lucky there. I'm not sure if the AI is also able to accelerate the falling of items. I don't think so in this case.
Yeah, probably not. It would make it more complicated to program for sure.
It would make some of it was impossible. I would be surprised. But sometimes the AI can just win in like 10 seconds if they get very lucky with the early spawns.
Yeah.
Like right there, the situation is complicated with this. Like the AI could win fairly easily if there's like bad spawns. But we does still have the 4 colors, so thankfully there can still be some back. Okay, we also got a reverse bomb transformation there, so all the bombs turn back into enemies, which is very nice there, pretty needed. Another one. There is also I don't think it is present in between the Japanese and the US version, but on the NES, if you were to go through the same 99 run, the Japanese version would have occasionally the bomb transformed back into an enemy from time to time. I don't know
Yeah,
if
that's
in
true. I
the NES
remember
version
that.
is it the same.
I don't remember. I think it happens during Wario mode, which is the mode that happens when that bar in the center fills up. I don't think it happens otherwise. I don't remember though. I don't have that much experience with like the Japanese version specifically because it's not as commonly run.
It's been a while since I had watched. I forgot the Japanese runner's name. Doing the 256 runs on the weeklies for Saturdays, but I think it can happen without the Wario mode being on. But in the meantime, Matt on the final boss.
Yes, this is the final boss. He actually misses the strat somehow, which... Okay, he still gets a hit. It can be difficult to hit the boss if you aren't doing like the normalized setup where you hit him instantly. I assume he has a couple more hits left. Okay, yeah, that's time. So now it's time for Team Nose to advance to Wario's Woods.
GG.
Yep, GG's to Matt.
And we might be things going on against the next opponent, the Witch. I think this Witch is like the character that could be seen on other games. Like I could see her being on a WarioWare game.
Yeah, that's true. WarioWare does have kind of a witch aesthetic with Ashley in red. Yeah, I think I mentioned that, like, as far as I know, I don't think any of these characters, except for obviously Wario and Toad, appear in any other media. And there is Birdo in the like single-player round game mode.
I think there's also Goomba, and maybe on another difficulty mode. That is also one of the opponents, I think. So far it sounds complicated, but Witch does not have very good spawns, so Biffin is still okay into getting the round down there, while oh, that's a long day.
Yeah, the game does this sometimes, just all the colors that you do not want. Which is why you want to kind of clear the... Like, you want to clear the bombs of the color that you're clearing, just so that you don't get those, like, garbage bombs. And as I mentioned, like with Wario mode, or like the Pidgeot mode, it can slow it down even more when it gives you enemies of the bomb colors that you still have.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst part if you get like that one bomb and no enemies left, and the AI is able to make enemy of that color. You just clear the to spawn in. There's also a case where you also have one bomb, and you get the diamond from that set color that is completely useless at that point. That can happen too.
Yeah, that's true.
It slows down the speed.
Yeah, diamonds are a way that you can clear the level very quickly, but if you're not getting the diamonds you want, then it's bad.
Making quick work of the first stage so far, getting some very good rounds early on. Making quick work of the first color, good diamond as well for the spawn. Sadly, pink one appearing, hopefully it doesn't get too bad luck for this. Blue as well. Still get the red. Very nice. You can also see the difference that early on the unfairness is much less visible compared to what Biffin has to face now in the later stages. So there's a lot, the rounds will last for much longer, and you cannot easily defeat an opponent quickly. You need to use a bit of strategy in order to make their life much worse. In order to not have like a quick winner. Like sometimes you can see that sometimes you can spawn a whole column of enemies, which in a way is very good, but it also can have that Damocles' sword, where if a spawn of that said enemy just spawns on the top, you can just create a diamond and there can be a big chain that just destroys everything and you actually get defeated by accident from that. Which the column only spawns in if you have at least a 2 combo chain going on there. And of course, as these levels get longer, you also need to have a much better execution on all your controls as well, in order to still be quick and not be overwhelmed by all the enemy spawns there. Like now, Biffin is very much troubled because of everything going on. The spawns are pretty great out there. The air doesn't seem to be able to use that yellow bomb to its advantage, so that was really a nice reverse transformation. Gaining a lot of time and quickly getting out of space, so the AI could be in a situation where it will lose, and yeah, it will be stalling it unless that a yellow bomb spawns there. Unfortunate. Well, no, fortunate for us. For Team Mustache. Very well done. Another match won as well for Nose, which I think is gaining a little bit of ground with because of this. But again, the earlier rounds are a little bit quicker because of the enemies having a few more enemies to defeat as well. So we may be seeing a little bit of time gained, but again, we'll see it will come to the final stages where it could be minutes of time save or time loss, depending on which team gets that bad luck. But very good round there for Biffin, extremely quick right there. No chance of losing at that point unless very bad luck. Yeah, even the spawns from the egg is good, accent stuff. Ooh, double good diamond there for Smart. Green and blue, just waiting for the occasion of using the blue one with the bomb there, same for green, excellent, only 3 colors remaining very quickly there. This can be dangerous on Biffin if the AI gets like a bomb on the top right, but fortunately the opponent is stuck there, so it will not get the chance to strike back. Very fortunate.
Yeah, if you're stuck like that and there's no space next to you, then there's nothing you can do. Like, you can kick enemies next to you, but you can't kick if there's more than one enemy in your way.
Alright, and you're arriving in the final, I think final 3 or 4, the Wario's castle, where the unfairness of the early spawns gets much more visible now, with everything happening like almost the screen full, while the opponent has like half of the screen and such. Again, need to be careful there because of this. The AI around can be turned upside down at any point with a little bit of bad luck there, and bad positioning from the bomb. So far, looks like it's pretty simple there. Oh, and a very good combo for Smart. Only Cyan enemies remaining there. Very good combo to finish off it. Yeah, the enemy on defense side doesn't have like any space remaining for any combos, so it's a very nice win there for this round. Yeah, despite the high difference, the veteran was pretty quick. I think at this point, the dance for beef inside would be like about 50 seconds up to a minute, depending on how long it takes and the combos there. But we definitely don't see quite yet a very bad setup that advantages the opponent. I think I just arrived when the round was lost earlier, so I don't quite know what kind of setup was there on that one opponent. So far, it's pretty far on the advantage of Biffin. Ooh, that green could be bad. Lots of green, but thankfully the front is there. There's no easy way to get... Oh, that was a spawn there. But thankfully it was only a 4 combo. Yeah, it should be an easy clear there. No enemy spawning, excellent. Smart also finishing fairly quickly the next round as well. Only a couple of blue enemies there, no spawn visible too. Excellent. Yeah, seems like that Nose maybe a little bit more struggling despite the easier rounds present. So we are about at the same speed, even though we will be expecting some quicker rounds on the nose side for these rounds now. But again, anything can happen. A bad movement from the AI, some bad spawns could just gain like an extra 10-15 seconds by accident. Also some accidents where you can just wear an enemy and actually get in an accidental like diagonal combo you did not want it, can slow down the pace as well. But again, Biffin doing quick work on veteran as well, only one color remaining as well. So they could not get everything done, only one is remaining, that's an auto win. Excellent. Passing on to the next round. I think this might be the second to last enemy before. It may be second to last before Wario. I forgot the order. I knew there was like the knight as well present, but I think this would be enough for now.
As Beefin is getting towards the end, actually wait, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I'm on that team. Oh, never mind, I'm actually on the other team. Okay, so I still got time.
Soup will be part of the next racing game happening on the Wario Relay series today. Brought to you by the whole Wario community.
Yeah, I'm glad that this was able to happen. We got Wario's Woods in this relay. That's pretty hype to me. I know it's like very different from all the other games, but it is. I mean, it's a game with Wario in the name, and I think the gameplay is very cool. I'll be playing Wario Land 2, which is one of the more mainline games. It's a land game, which is what people would generally consider to be like the main series, I guess.
Yeah, due to the title name, yeah, it can be easy to figure out why. But look on nose, the egg spent some bad stuff. Drastically slowing down the pace there, that's very sad. Mustache does keep getting a little bit ahead every time, every single round. Getting some good luck with all spawns and defeating all the opponents fairly quickly, that's really good. Alright, here we got like the on smart side, the kind of a worst case scenario, the bomb spawning in and allowing the AI to get rid of one color. We should still be okay. There's still a lot of discrepancies on where the colors are located, so it should not be a loss quite yet for this round, but Yeah, okay, there's a safety now. They got another cannon there, so it should be more free to win now. Just need to not get spawned in by something bad. Only getting
Nice.
the pink on the third spawn, very good. This could be dangerous for Mustache. Getting a 2 combo could
Ooh,
be good there.
two diamonds.
Mm.
I don't even think that was a very good diamond. It was blue. I don't think there was that many blues.
Yeah. Oh, both
If
of
you
them
get a
are
good
the-
start early on, though, then like you're going to be like it's pretty likely that you can kind of spawn the enemy in, or like crush the enemy with a ceiling, because like you might have a lot of enemies on your screen, but that means that you're going to have a lot of opportunity to get combos and that kind of thing. So it can be faster in that regard.
Oof. Right, so... Okay, so this should be the last enemy, the last enemy before Wario now. Yep, starting with almost a full screen, this will be like the pretty much common pace for every single final enemies out there.
Yeah, it's very much like our last 10 levels in round game.
Having diamond early there with a pink... no, it's a red one. Red one, it's pretty good. It's gonna be difficult to say if it's a good or bad diamond because of all the colors early on. Like a second diamond would be ideal there to have some more open space to defeat everything a bit more easily. Setting up a diamond combo there with a green stack. So for information, you are able to get a bomb up to 2 tiles above Toad's head when depositing a bomb. So the setup for this stack was on the highest reach possible if the bomb was on the not spawning on the top directly there. And also always need to keep at least one tile or space above to be able to pick up a full column to move on. If any enemy touches the ceiling, you cannot pick it up. You can only pick the first enemy, and that's all. Three colors left. This can be a scary situation on Mustache. There's okay, no.
They are in pidget mode, so it's probably going to be fine. Yeah, they're getting stacked up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. It does come back. There's some more spawn there. A line spawn, I think,
it's a cyan diamond. It's not very lucky. Unless he manages to clear out the bombs of it, though.
Okay, thankfully, the bomb did not spawn above that green stack. Very helpful there. Yeah, he's not looking too good there on defense, so it should be an easy win. Turning back that other bomb too. Only 2 colors remaining. Getting ready for a diamond setup there to get rid of.
Who's hoping for a pink diamond there? I think that's fine. We're basically done.
Yep. Not the best diamond, but thankfully it's only the pink left. Very good job. It seems like Nose is also slowing down a little more again. Getting either bad setups. It's pulling slightly behind the pace of Mustache again.
Cool.
One clean stack there for the EA on Beefin. Hopefully not getting a blue spawning badly there. It looks like it messes around a little too much with that stack, so doesn't get the time to actually get good use. Again, the AI doesn't seem to be able to accelerate the pace of bombs, so thankfully there is that advantage that our players can use to block the AI at some point, so they don't get too many good combos. Another match win for for those, thankfully. While Mustache also got their win as well, and he's going for the final opponent, the final 3 rounds, hopefully. Hopefully not getting some bad luck there at the very end, but it is definitely going at a high advantage for Mustache this the round has been very beneficial, and we can see that despite
that was a nice clear from Gangsmere. There was a lot of light blue bombs on the screen, but she managed to actually get all of them out of the way with that diamond.
Cool.
3 combos there on Beef Inside, pretty nice. It gets blocks in two columns, thankfully, and there's also a yellow bomber that blocks a bad blue spawn for a bit. Not win on smart side. Pretty good quickness, so they're getting a little bit of time there. But these rounds are a bit longer.
Hello.
Two pink ones too, so not the best selection.
Looks like he's not really focusing those, he's just trying to clear everything else out. Now we get a red diamond, which is not that good. It's okay, we're almost done here.
There's not much left, there's no bombs to counter on the so it should be an easy win, thankfully, yes indeed. City combos, diamond combo there set up, which will get rid of that nice column spawning there, very good. Only 2 colors remaining, hopefully... Oh, that's some nasty spawns there. Should have used the cyan, unfortunately could not have... Ooh, that's a scary round there. There's only 1 color left. But thankfully got an X spawn there, so... That spawn...
Yeah, the enemy just does not interact with the egg. I assume that they know what they're doing later, they know to pick up the egg.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, there's still only 2 colors remaining, so it can still be a win for the AI, which would be very unfortunate at that point for Nose. Oh, the bomb got hidden there by Alice. Got
that's
the reverse
fortunate
coloring.
timing. Ooh. Just barely squeaking in another cyan bomb there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, oh, the green spawn again. We still have 3 colors. Oh, the AI could be winning there. Oh.
Alright, well, we got a dark blue diamond, so that was good luck.
That was very lucky. The AI was not able to get that 1 color in, thankfully. Meanwhile, Beefing making some good work of that round. Still having like 4 colors remaining, so it's not the best cell selection. Beefing waiting for a green spawn on the bomb. Not the best color, but thankfully... Oh yeah, that was pretty scary, so only 2 colors remaining on Wario's side. Final round on Beef on Mustache, which if the round is won there, it will be going for the next game on the Mustache team. No, it's still pretty far away. At least now that we are a bit in sync with the games, we can see the difference. So about 20 minutes behind so far from now. So yeah, unfortunately, the Wario game may not have been as decisive as it was for some time gain and time losses. Which to the nose team is a pretty good advantage so far. Start is a bit work on beefing opponent, but it's pretty good. Yeah, the AI will be stuck for a bit as long as the ping bomb does not spawn on the top left. while Smarty's doing some
Bomb
groundwork.
did spawn, but it just got eaten by the ceiling. Surely
Yes.
Wario will know what he's doing. Nope, he just goes for a diagonal there.
Cool.
Yeah. Opponent gets crushed on the north side. Lots of enemies remaining there, thankfully.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think time is on the fade out after you win.
Sweet.
I don't remember though.
I think so, yes.
Oh, maybe not.
It's a win.
Well, we'll see when the baton pass happens.
Yes.
Yeah, time is
Alright.
already stopped there. Yeah. Beef win. Alright, it's time for Wario round 2. So we have a little bit to talk because Wario round 2 does have a 2-3 minute cutscene to start off. So this is the second quote-unquote game of the main series, or however we see the series. And it's also the first game where Wario is actually pretty much invincible, and I think it's truly invincible. I don't think I recall a game over that exists in this game, unlike Wario 3, which is also invincible, but there's actually a game over that does exist there.
Yeah,
And
when you do get hit in this game, you'll lose coins, but that doesn't really matter unless you're like coin attacking, I guess. You do want to conserve your coins if you're like going for 100% because you needed them for like bonus games, but that doesn't matter for any category except for 100%. So yeah, taking damage is not usually the worst thing. It's just going to be like
you get
you're
some
probably going to
heavy
lose some
knockback.
movement progress.
Yeah, you get some heavy knockback, and you lose like about a second or two, depending on those hits. And whenever
It can
you
be
get
way worse, or sometimes it's just not even a big deal.
yeah, depending on the situation, but mostly casually. If it's like on like a corridor, it's like a second loss because of all the way you have to go back to, etc. But there are definitely way worse situations, so hopefully we won't see those there.
Nice crushing defeat from being smart there.
Yeah, pretty nice going from on the night.
I
So
think
three
they are
enemies
quite
there.
ahead actually getting into the castle, so maybe we'll gain some time back.
Yeah, there are 9 rounds left, so it could still be a little gain there. So if the rounds go well, definitely a lot of time save. Pushing the cauldron there in a nice way so that they can the destroyer can jump on the top platform there. Very nice. There's a bit of luck on how far the boiler can be sent far away or not. So it was pretty good luck there. So
Yeah,
for
if you get like a short distance push, then the jump is quite a bit tighter. You can still like make that specific jump there, but it's more difficult.
Round 2 is also I mean well little quick round there, nice combo finisher on on Woods. So Violent is also a bit special because there's also multiple storylines going on, and the category that is in is like the standard heroics section. Doing there a little bit of a nice positioning there, jumping on top of that bumper so that Wario gets stuck on the ceiling and is able to go through the right side before going for the final run and finishing the level. So for the 80% glitches that over that, we're going through the 5 main chapters of the game and the quote-unquote standard hero route where we are saving all the money that is being stolen by Captain Syrup and the Three Stooges along the way. But there are many different routes, many different endings and categories that do exist there. And this category is not the true 80% there, but the true 80% is much shorter and doesn't go through all the storylines. So
Yeah,
it's
the true 20%
minutes.
goes through like 5.5 levels.
Yeah.
Wario starts off the game by sleeping, and if you allow him to sleep, then he gets like abducted from his castle, and you go on a different storyline. But because he's like closer to Syrup, she invades his castle instead, and he just has to get his castle back, and that's the ending. And it lasts for like 8 minutes, basically.
Definitely too short for this kind of holidays. So at least we get to see much more nice movement there. There will also be a lot of comparisons with Wario 3 because Wario 2 also introduces how should I say this? The enemy-induced power-ups, where you
Oh
can
yeah,
get
the
power-ups from
reactions.
enemies that you touch, the bubbles, etc. And compared to Wario 3, all of these animations are mostly slower. So there is a bit of tech used in order to go quick. This chapter 4 of chapter 1, part 4 also this requires a very quick start to the light in order to not get crushed by those bats, which are very quick to send down the crusher. Thankfully, we avoided that. We're also jumping under those bats to not get caught by their grip. Nice
Yeah,
win
if you get
on
caught by a bat, then it like pulls you up, and you have to mash the directions in order to free it or like get free from it.
Yep. Nice win on our nose side. 2 enemies remaining for before the next level. Now this time we are required to be cautious in order to pass through a very small section and have to use the droplet at the very end to recover in order to exit the level. And we are on chapter...
That was a nice combo. I assume that was on purpose, getting like the yellow bombs out of the way right after getting the diamond.
Yeah, we're chapter 135. So each of the chapters has 5 levels, and the 5th level will have a boss to fight. Most of the bosses will require jumping on them or doing a crouch attack. I forgot the English name for this, which doubles the damage as well. There are a few bosses that are not affected by this. One that will be seen on chapter 4. Still some time before going there. Meanwhile, on woods, we got rid of the science. Only 4 colors remaining. We have like a sneaky blue hiding down there. Only 2 colors remaining, winning that round fairly quickly, hopefully. Nice.
Yeah, you can see that like the animation's kind of freeze while while something is being destroyed on your screen. So even though a bomb was actively spawning at that point, it hadn't like chosen its color yet. So even though you could see like the kind of puff animation, it hadn't become like a yellow bomb yet, which was nice.
I think you can also use the pause animation in order to buffer an input as well if you want to throw to use a bomb very quickly or throw in an enemy. I forgot if it works like this. Meanwhile, while on 2 we are moving on chapter 2. Chapter 2 first mission is to recover our chicken that was stolen for our good omelette for our home. Now this level is a bit tricky because to pass through the level you don't want to get hit by anything, otherwise you lose the chicken and it will slowly fly back toward the right side. If it goes too far off screen as well, it will spawn back directly at her spawn place. But thankfully, nothing bad happened there. I think there is a bit of safety taken to go a little bit slower. Let's see. Preparing a diamond
there's
combo.
an egg there that might be unreachable. It's unlucky. That's not the worst because there's also a blue bomb on screen, so that gives you easy diamond.
Yeah. Ooh. We got a swap, bomb enemy swap there, but thankfully we still have like our 2 diamonds. Sadly the cyan one is not the idealist of cases now. That's okay. One more round and we'll be on Wario for Team Nose.
Well, this bunny might win actually. We're looking pretty tight here.
Yeah, if there's no cyan enemies spawning, this could be a win for the area. Okay, we got... Oh, that's about case scenario, but...
Interesting, yeah. We'll still have a cyan
Okay.
bomb.
Yeah, there's a still a bit of chance there, but... Yeah. So this build are 1 and 2. I only knew of their existence from Game & Watch Gallery 3. I did not know they were existing on 1 and 2 before playing the game. Much later on.
So we get a blue diamond. That's fine now. We can get some bombs.
Nice, easy win in the end. Alright, final opponent.
Now that we're on Wario, I'm going to hop off. Tip is going to be taking over from this point. We'll see how much time I can get against Destroyer. Probably not much, because our PBs are like 3 seconds apart.
We'll see about this. Good luck, good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, we just passed through a tight section as well with the eels, where we absolutely needed to pass through those very quickly, otherwise we get caught by them and lose a bit of time and coins.
Here in Wario Land 2, it is a sharp contrast, I don't know yet, between Wario Land 1 and Pro Boy, because of the power-ups as well in this game, not just the movement and how Wario is invincible when he gets hit. The power-ups also help him in ways in this game where he can eat something and literally become invincible to most things that would ordinarily get in his way, such as enemies he'd have to jump over that would block his way. He can just squash the obese Wario. And there's also another transformation later that we'll be using. I believe it's the, other than Flat Wario, I believe it is the bat that I think we have to eat, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we had Flat in the previous chapter, but we have yet to see.
Right.
Right, Woods being well as well. Almost nothing left for the first round to win, thankfully. Meanwhile, getting on, climbing the boat for the last level before arriving to the boss of this chapter. Doing some quick work with some very nice movements, boarding the spear enemy there.
We have a little bit of cropping of the next game over top of Woods right now, so do not mind that, everybody. Woods is about to end on the left. Our second boss over here on Wario Land 2 with Destroyer is a type of boss that will try to raise you into the air, and I believe if you go off, die, but it'll just try to charge you 3 times. Just jump and ground pound on its head, and it should go down no problem. The way it comes down at you is a diagonal swoop, and then a horizontal swoop, and then a diagonal swoop again. In a normal situation, if you miss, then it, I believe, alternates over and over again. Destroyer handled it expertly, of course. So now we are on to Chapter 3. This one will start involving kind of an auto-scroller in a way, where you have to use the owl power. It's not really a power, you're more or less grabbing an owl to move slowly throughout a level where Wario cannot ordinarily platform and whatnot. So you will be in an auto-scroller of sorts in these next couple of sections.
Yeah, compared to Wario 3, there's also be a little bit of special tech in this game, because the owl wakes up a little bit slower, so they use ground pound in order to make it wake up a little bit earlier, so they lose a bit less time for it to rise before going on there. They also used a little tech at the end before getting out of the owl state, where I forgot the explanation from, so that they turn back, and while they release the owl, they turn on the other side in order to be able to get a jump for an extra flame. This section very well done as well. But the spike copter enemy is pretty quick and difficult to pass through without a bit of precision there.
Right, there is a... Wario's hitbox is quite deceiving when he is in these forms here and in owl form, because he can be... He is a little higher than he looks, but he's also a little lower than he looks. So he won't get hit by spike enemies that are like touching his foot. But he will get touched by, say, something like a little bit more toward his so it's not. It is deceiving, so you can use that and just try to understand how to dodge the enemies that way. It's very tight to do so. And then we have a another auto-scroller here, kind of, where you have to go along with a turtle in some sections in order to cross this the raging rapids of this river.
And while we are at it, this is a GG as well on the nose side, finally getting out, and Soap taking in the place for Version 2 section. They gain about 3-4 minutes compared to the time earlier, starting 15 minutes behind compared to 19 minutes when both of the SNES, the first SNES runner had ended the run on Nostalgia side. So very good time save from this game.
Yes, both teams are doing very admirably. The Woods run were entertaining from what little bit I could see getting done with my thing. And it was a little bit more tricky than I admittedly thought, so it was a lot more interesting to run and watch. Over here on the right, there is a way you can just constantly land on the bandit over and over. Captain Syrup's large bandit. I don't remember the official name for them, but it is a form of stun lock where you just land on them approximately 8 times in quick succession to kill them the fastest way possible.
Yeah, it is also a bit of take because you cannot go more than 2 hits in a row, otherwise you go too far down and you have to jump over again. So they do a 2 combo or 3 combo, then they jump before doing another 2-3 combo to get rid of the boss very quickly. Because it actually gradually goes down a little bit every time you get the hit compared to the bounce.
Indeed. Just another thing to keep in mind when these games are going on is just little things just like that. We're gonna see kind of a big skip in this room. It's not necessarily a glitch. Instead of going around the big maze like you're supposed to, you're just going to use iframes to skip through all of the spikes, go right to the end door. Red's Destroyer just did.
Yeah, the Destroyer did the fast take. I think Soap will be doing the third take where he will be destroying the light column and get another damage boost from that other spike towards the second column in order to get to the door. So I actually did not know there was an even faster strat for this room. Must be quite tight on the iframes to be able to do the double without having to rely on the kind of backup that we might see later on.
Oh, and yes, I forgot about this in B Wario. I believe that one of those only is you're supposed to be Wario to get up to this area here. Oh no, you're using it one more later level, I believe, but you're using it to only because it's the only thing available to get Wario up so high. But ordinarily in this game, I've noticed in my short amount of time I've had to research it, sadly, I wish I could have done more, that a lot of this run is just avoiding, it's all movement. Unlike, say, managing power-ups and managing coins, it's all movement based, specific. And knowing which power-ups you gotta go to. And I believe there's also some, as you said earlier, there's like alternate routes and stuff like that, of course, so you gotta make sure you're taking the right route, for one.
We're seeing the first boss that will be taking like 4 hits instead of 3. This is also a boss that cannot be ground pounded quicker for double hits. So from third and fourth hit, we will get 2 bees that will be sprung in. It's also worth mentioning that since we're invincible, this game also introduces a mechanic about KO, being quote-unquote KO'd, where if you get a bad hit from boss or there, if you get stung by a baby, you will be floating up outside of the arena, when you have to go back outside of the room, going back in towards the boss in order to fight it again, which is a mechanic that is used a lot in Wario 3 as well, to just circumvent the invincibility mechanic that is on.
And it is... I think there's, what, like 2 more bosses in... For Destroyer specifically, 2 more bosses in this game?
We should be on chapter 4, we're on the town, then there's the Sylph's Castle.
Ah, yes, so 2.
We have basketball before.
Yeah. In Wario Land 3, there will be a few more instances of this, but it is... Oh, sorry, I was just having to watch Destroyer. That is a little skip you can do, getting hits to skip some platforming. Something that is a little niche about when you get hit, it depends on what side Wario gets hit on, I believe, that determines which way he goes. It might also determine slightly on where he's facing, but that I'm not sure on specifically.
It's more on the direction you are hit from. So even if you are facing right, if you get hit from the left, you will be knocked back towards the right side.
Okay, so it's also just like Wario Land 3 in that regard as well.
Yes. Meanwhile, Soap finishing the first boss of the game there, and here we're on maybe the most punishing stage on chapter 4, where we have to gradually climb a whole city building. But if you get hit, you can get knocked back very far down. The Destroyer will be attempting a setup in order to bounce off the enemy. Very, very well done there. To reach an extra level without having to go back into another transition inside, or having to climb from the outside towards the right. Very well done skip there.
Also bouncing on a lot of these enemies coming out of the window is another instance of climbing rapidly, as pretty much similar to Super Mario Land. Just finding a strategy to gain the height super well, because Wario doesn't really climb and jump very. So bouncing off of enemies is going to be the go-to way for every Wario Land game going forward, in order to gain the positions you don't really that you do want to get to. Sorry.
So finishing the chicken stage very well as well, without having a bad hit. Here we've seen a little tech when we're on Fat Wario and using an elevator and transitioning the screen. If we pause during there, the animation of the elevator will still be ongoing, so you can land on it much quicker after the screen transition and use it to jump back a bit quicker towards the next door.
Oh, but something else I should mention as well when you're talking about Fat Wario. When Wario is crouched, he is unable to get hit by the cake, I believe.
Yes.
That is mostly used so you can do a slide, like a crouching slide, to make Wario into his crouching animation, still moving forward. You can jump while still being in the crouching animation to move fast while avoiding the cake if necessary, as a little bit of extra tech that you can do for safety.
Yeah, this can be used as well in Wario 3. This also does work. Crouching to not have the cake falling onto you. Quick heal section as well on Soap's side. The fourth heal is much more trickier to get through without being trapped by it. Right, one more level there. We're using a damage boost against these enemies. These enemies only react whenever Wario gets hit by them. If Wario doesn't hit them, they will not move at all. But if we are on a bad knockback, they will be moving for quite a while, for at least like 5-6 cycles before going back to their initial state. So if that happens, it can be better to just reset the whole room before going back in. Thankfully, Destroyer did not get any issue in this stage, which makes Destroyer lead towards the final stage of this chapter, or the penultimate boss of the game.
Yes, it's the bunny. I believe you play basketball in this, and this I believe is also one of the enemies that does return in some way, shape, or form in Wario Land 3.
We will see him. Yep.
But the idea is you're not necessarily trying to hit him to damage this guy. It's going to be self-explanatory. You have to land on him, turn him into a basketball, and just aim well, throw him in there, jump on him again as soon as he becomes vulnerable, continue over and over until you get 3 points on your left side, and then he just kind of gives up.
Very well done. You can use the time for the bond to go back down to get it stunned again on the ball states and quickly chain off the three hits. So told me that Destroyer was preferring to not do the jump for the throws because it felt a little bit easier to aim towards the goal.
We do see finally the opposing picture of Captain Syrup Fortress. And with that being said, despite Team Nose being pretty far behind, neither of these two players here, at least not majorly, they haven't really made any mistakes. So they're both playing very good. There's a few like small movement things here and there, sure, for Destroyer and some for Soap, of course, but they're both playing extremely solid, and I think we can expect to see that for the rest of the run for both of these two.
Yeah, so far there hasn't been any major movement mistakes. Again, another very quick room down there without taking an enemy. We might see a safe strat there from Destroyer. No, okay. Okay, so these birds slightly move down and up, and if they are on the upper side, it's possible to bounce off of them and you don't need to use the owl at the very end to jump to go to the last platform. So it's a bit quicker because the owl does move pretty slowly. Okay, not going for it again. Wise choice at this point. But it does last like 10-15 seconds for the room to be reloaded, because unlike Wario Land 3, that owl does not respawn in that room.
Right. But thankfully it's not too awful far to reset for a safe thing.
There we go on the last owl jump as well. If that owl jump was missed, there would have been a high probability that Destroyer would have been hit by the spike enemies, and the spike animation will last until Wario does bounce at least once on the ground and do the remainder of the animation. Otherwise, while in the air, the spike hit will stay in a frozen state up until that point.
Oh, here we have Mini Wario. Sorry, that's the power up I was thinking of. He has obviously just a smaller hitbox, can go through narrow, can I think jump a little higher is what it mainly is.
You jump higher, yeah, a little bit.
All right. forget exactly where it is that Destroyer's going to use this, but yes, he's going to use this bird to jump, and since it's a heavy enemy, he moves slower, but it still saves a little bit of time, rather than the alternative.
Yeah, and as the enemy is also slower to take on, it's also a bit more restraining. You have to wait a little bit more when you are taking the enemy, because otherwise if you jump before the animation is complete, the enemies will just go back down to the ground and you have to pick it up again. Now the Destroyer also positioned himself as well so that the enemy bounces off towards the right. If it was bouncing towards the left, it would have fallen into the water, and you would have had to use the second enemy, which is only on one tile there.
Oh
Unfortunate for Sober being on fire. Thankfully, the turtle does respawn there, so doesn't have to reload the room again.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there. There was a small tech that Soap was doing that Destroyer did not. In the previous turtle room, where instead of standing on the turtle the entire time or crouching on it the entire time, Soap got himself caught on the upper right section of it to get pushed instead, so that way they can get out of the water that extra split second faster. You can't really do that in that room that he was just in there to make it beneficial, but that is something you can do in the first turtle room. Here Soap has to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Sadly missed the fast version, but still relatively quick. And I suppose, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Destroyer is on the very last enemy to defeat. This chapter requires to defeat the 4 Dark Captains of the setup before going to the final section. Okay, there's one more. Yeah, so there's number 2 left. And the only time we will be seeing the zombie Wario transformation throughout this run. There are a bit of differences between the movement in some of these transformations. For example, in Fat Wario, you are able to jump high, while in Wario 3, you are not able to jump more than 1 tile high, which I believe Wario 2 allows to push the up button in order to get that to be done.
Sorry, I had to think about it for a second.
That's okay.
In this room currently that Destroyer's in, or this level, I suppose, it is a kind of a hidden pathway of where you're supposed to go. You're led in a generally... You're kind of led in the right direction, but it can be misleading sometimes to know, like, hey, do I destroy this block or do I try to go this way? It's mostly trial and error if you were to play this sort of round casually, figure out where you need to go, but the fastest way, it's not really dangerous or not really any hard tech to do, specifically the Destroyer's in. It's just remembering where you have to go. And that's a lot of this run, for the most part, is movement and knowing where you have to go, and it's going to be that way for a remainder of time. Oh, there was Soap doing the turtle tech that I mentioned earlier. Him standing in front of the turtle in the water to be a little bit faster and get out of the water faster.
You also see on this side that he's often jumping while charging as well. This prevents a few extra frames of waiting before being able to move towards the charge motion. So if you jump and charge at the same time, you instantly move, while you would have to wait just a little acceleration state before moving at full speed.
Right. So I'm having a little bit of trouble a second ago with those dashes. Sorry, the rolling section.
He was also able to do the big spike room skip as well, like Destroyer did earlier. Did not needed to use a backup with the blocks. Very well done at that point. Meanwhile, Destroyer is on the final room before the final boss. The boss has 2 phases there, 4 hits as well. For the first 2 hits, you want to have the bombs getting towards her directly. You do not want to touch the column of flames, otherwise you will be getting out of the area. Again, another one of those bosses that you do a bad movement to get back out. Second phase, you want to use the bomb towards the fire column in order for it to reach. Ooh, the hit that's very nasty there. When those don't blow up on the ground, they do generate a few small flame columns, which should be final hits. And time for Mustache on Violent 2.
That is a very impressive time. I'm not sure if that is a personal best or not, but I know it is very good.
I think it's 30 seconds behind or something. Let me check quickly. But Sub 35 is excellent, for sure.
But up next should be Wario Land 3. Oh yeah, that is about 30 seconds, as you said. 30 seconds slower.
Yeah, I think it was 34, 20 something.
Yeah, 34, 24. So really good performance. Here we have our next run. Wario Master of Disguise. We have Refreshing Lemonade playing on DS. I love the camera setup. Admittedly, this is how I started right here, so I am really happy with this. See this. And but yeah, everybody wish Refreshing Lemonade some good luck for this game. Soap still playing over here relatively well. Had a few more mistakes since I jammed him over there on the left, but
yeah, we're still two worlds behind. I'm coming in chapter 4 there.
indeed. Let me pull up my for the Wario Master Disguise real quick.
Soap speed is 3 seconds faster compared to Destroyer for information.
Indeed. So, to briefly mention in Wario Master Disguise real quick, Wario has a lot of power-ups in this game that you put on him by drawing. Called disguises, of course. The first one that you got there while skipping every cutscene, pressing start, is the Thief Wario, basic Wario. That is going to be the main power-up throughout the entire game because you move slightly faster compared to every other power-up. He actually has a running speed. And then the rest of the game is going to be finding other guys' gems and key items by unlocking puzzles and chests. For instance, here he's going to get Cosmic Wario. Each disguise has a different shape you have to draw. This has a helmet around his head. This one shoots lasers to deal with enemies, and floaty jump. But the floaty jump will be used for more cautious jumps. The Thief Wario jump is a whole block higher, so we will be using that for most of the run for that reason. But he'll draw here to take down a platform so he can get in slightly faster. Soap also completing the enemy jump left. Very good. Another thing for
section.
Little skip that Refreshing Lemonade just did there was you would ordinarily have to use Cosmic Wario to shoot down ladder. However, he spaced the blocks that you can push just right to get just the right amount of height needed to excuse me, in order to skip that and jump on the ladder and just come right up here. This is our first boss of Master of Disguise. His name is Count Cannoli. I don't know the theme of the names for this game. Usually every Nintendo game has a theme, but this one's theme doesn't cross my mind, sadly. Their weaknesses are incredibly obvious, at least at first. But you just want to open them up and then dash into them with Thief Wario. That's another thing you can do, is you can use the touch screen to use all of your abilities. Thief Wario has a shoulder bash, as per usual Wario does, and then also Cosmic Wario has a gun that he can use. Back to Soap, almost falling off there, barely based good enough to not get thrown all the way down, and back about halfway through the room again.
Most of the gameplay on Master of Disguise only uses the touch screen. There's like not much going on the top screen.
Correct. A lot of it is on the touch screen. It's the main screen, but you do need the map section for certain instances, such as knowing specifically what collectibles you have, because there are key items that pop up on your top screen that lets you know what you have, what you don't. So the screen is important for minor things, which is why it's also And another thing I should mention a little bit, I guess, is the DS, I believe, is slightly slower than the Wii Virtual Console version of the game, which I believe our other run will be on.
So getting a bad damage boost, I had to reset the room there. Second try, very good.
Yeah, I got it a good second try. Cannoli's a food dessert. You know, I just got shown up. That's kind of obvious. Man, I really am tired. But our next power up here that Master Disguise Wario is getting is Artsy Wario. You can draw blocks to make platforms, and you can use... I don't know if it's this level of it, but you can eventually at least draw hearts to gain extra life if you need to. But for now, it's just an exit door. If you save, you can create one of those doors anywhere in the level, and you can fast travel to that save point. So we will be using that very often to go from midpoints after we've collected vital items to have in order to go back to sections so we don't have to do a lot of backtracking. Soap doing a miss on the bunny, but it thankfully got a quick second try bounce there.
Yeah, it was a little bit too far to the left, unfortunately. Alright, getting a fairly done. Very nice. We did my extend a little with Avoidant to run. This horizon was very, very good to see very little mistakes going on.
Indeed.
It was really a difficult time to come back from that.
Should mention for Master Disguise as well, you're seeing he is playing all these mini games for the chess. This one's a drawing one where you have to color in the colors for the picture there. You have a set amount of lives or attempts. I guess strikes is a better word for it. So long as you do not exceed the number of strikes that you are given, and you do good enough, you can just breeze through it. Like Refreshing Lemonade did there. There was like 3 different sections he had to color, but he had 3 lives, so he just squiggled in the smallest spot and then just exited it, and it counted as good enough too. So that saved some time for all the puzzles as well. I believe there's a total of 4 different treasure chest puzzles that you can do in this game. One of them is squashing roaches, which it's kind of RNG, I think, depending on which ones we see. Then we have the drawing and trace the dots one. We have a fill in the lines, and then we also have a puzzle of some sort. I don't know what the actual name is called. You move the blocks while not trying to take any of them out of the place to orient a puzzle correctly. Oh, and you have the drawing one, so it's about 5. Soap doing very well at the flying sections, except for that first little spot where he had to reset the bird, but...
Yeah, I think because Soap got hit, the bird actually respawned inside the room, so it was a bit less of a time loss there compared to earlier, while Destroyer had missed the jump and they all had not respawned at that time, I believe.
Indeed.
New boss, I believe. Oh, yeah, that was the boss.
Yes, the boss, it's very quick, so apologies. Just to recap it, you use Artsy Wario to draw a block again, count Canoli's weak spot. It's essentially the same as the first fight, and then you jump on his head just like the first fight. Oh, so Soap almost got that, but it's not too punishing there in that section.
Compared to the other sections earlier.
Correct, yeah. If you get hit in like the earlier section, you just go all the way back, and it's a bit sad. But now for the next chapter in Master of Disguise, we are going into a museum. The story kind of doesn't make sense. Well, it's supposed to be a story-given game, but since we're speedrunners, it doesn't really make sense. People that don't know what's going on. But essentially, what Wario's going to have to do here is the player is going to have to memorize answers to puzzles and quizzes that a Sphinx and other devices will ask him throughout the entire museum and get them correctly, while also, I believe, collecting, I think it's 2, maybe 3 key items from treasure chests around the area. And you should also find, I think, 2 new guys gems here. One of them will be pretty important, such as Captain Wario, I believe. And then another one will be an upgrade. You also get a Lightning Wario. Oh, and another thing. There is another minigame that I forgot to mention that will be in these chests. That is items will be falling, and you have to sort them into the correct bag or area where they're supposed to go, like baseball or something will go into a baseball mitt, etc., etc. Here's our first instance of using Artsy Wario's full capacity of standing on a block, using another block to open up press 2 buttons at once. So it's a little more niche. This one is going to unlock the Captain Wario. I think all of the guys' gems have a drawing section. As you can see, he just kind of filled in whatever there again. Called it. So finishing up the 4 enemies in Captain Soap's castle.
Getting to the final level there.
Indeed.
Hopefully being able to do all the 4 hits without any mistakes. could be the last little time save compared to Destroyer's fight earlier.
Yeah, I believe Destroyer missed about twice, I think. At least 2 times that I saw. Oh yes, I completely skipped over Genius Wario. I'm not sorry. Genius Wario is found in Chapter 2 at the bottom of a little pond in the yacht area. He allows Wario to see invisible objects that he normally couldn't see, and they're not tangible either, I do not believe, without Genius Guy's Wario active. Which is what he was using for the platforms there that were highlighted blue. And here he's getting Electricity Wario, or Static Wario, I think is what it's called. Sorry, Sparky Wario is the official name. All he does is you tap on the screen and he lights up an area, but he can also be used to activate electric panels and stuff like that. And you need him to answer the questions in these zones. This is the first example of that. You draw Sparky, you activate the zone, and you'll have to... All of these you would memorize at this point. And on DS, you have to draw in the letters one by one to answer the question. It's a little hard to see the question, so I couldn't really give context, but it's fine. He answered Ray. It's something about a creature deep on the sea. Soap. Let's see. I believe he's right at the boss fight almost. Yep, there it is. He's going into. Let's see what his looks like.
Meanwhile, still hard pause, but it's back on Master of this guy's side. Ooh, okay, it's almost got ejected in a fire current. Thankfully, this was not the case there. Yes, there's a not too small boxes. It can be easy to be caught in these.
Soap, unfortunately, not able to get the fast strat going. The first section of Captain Syrup.
The bomb section, not necessarily the best spawn now.
Oh, barely missed.
You need the fire current to be just under Sylup's machine in order to get the hit. Alright, very good. Only one more.
Oh, barely not.
Okay,
But there it is. A 37, so not that bad. It could be so much worse with it considered. And now we'll have 2 Master of Disguise runs. This one, I believe, also played on Wii U console, like I mentioned. Refreshing Lemonade, thankfully, has quite a bit of a lead. Their PB is pretty long, considering the other runs on the board, but they're playing on a slower version as well, and their run is a lot older, so there's nothing to be ashamed of there. He's getting a second question right now. You'll swap me, shoo me, never subdue me. What am I? The answer is a fly. That's pretty funny. But I don't know if it's been shown just yet. Actually, it should have if Refreshing Lemonade went for it correctly, but I'm trying to focus on Soap's boss fight at that time, I believe. There should have been a save point around here somewhere that Refreshing Lemonade got to hit, and then once they answer the question, they will... Once they get a key item past this question, they should use Artsy Wario to draw the recall door, and then he'll go back to that save point to get to the Sphinx earlier. He unfortunately, I think, missed Pipe Fly earlier on this question because it's hard to draw. Like the words do not draw perfectly. It is a little unfortunate for that, but just making do with what you got. Yes, there it is. There's the door that he's going to be using after he gets out of this chest. It should still be here after he gets out of the chest. We have Nairu going for the same tech. Unfortunately missed it. Had to shoot the ladder. Bring it back.
Do these mini games exist on the Wii version with using the remote?
No, what you do is for the Wii U Virtual Console, you use the gamepad and you draw on the gamepad.
Oh, it's Wii U. Okay, I see.
Yeah, because it's a DS game, and the Wii U Virtual Console is the only way that I don't know why it's honestly on the Virtual Console, but it's the only thing that I guess could make it work as a Virtual Console due to all the touchscreen mechanics, because you have to draw to get these guys.
Yeah,
Right
here. Wii U.
Yeah. Right here, I believe he will be using the recall door again after getting another treasure, which is another key item, which you can see on the bottom screen for Refreshing Lemonade's screen. He has a Pharaoh's pillow, a Pharaoh's underwear, I think it is. Well, that might be another chapter. It's something to do with Pharaoh stuff. And then he'll use this recall door to go back to the beginning, and then he'll talk to the Pharaoh to complete the boss fight, which is just a bunch of riddles. To go back briefly here to Nairu, Chapter 2. Nothing really of note here other than going in this door in a second after he gets Artsy Wario, and there will be a light puzzle that he has to complete, which you have to hit the corresponding lights in a certain order in order to turn on an elevator. So there will be a certain way that he shoots them here in a second when he gets there in order to do it the fastest possible way. The Artsy Wario takes a second to get through, and also it's hard to see what questions Refreshing Lemonade is getting, unfortunately. But that's fine. He's answering the question as well as he possibly on the Sphinx's quizzes. He's gotten 2 right, I believe. Another thing you can mention if you're playing this game casually and you don't know the answers to all these questions, the museum has a lot of exhibits as well that have the answers within them. So you're supposed to look at them. Good Style, your wand that gives you all the transformations, will point all of them out to you and read them to you in order to give you all the answers that you need, like a dog, a fly, a bear, some other stuff that I honestly cannot remember right now. There are a lot of answers. But we have Nairu skipping all of, not all of it, but most of the elevator, so that way he doesn't bring it down as much. And then this is where the genius was beforehand when Refreshing Lemonade picked it up. Speaking of Refreshing Lemonade, going into Chapter 4 here, into the ice level. I mentioned some folks do have an issue with this level, specifically because ice physics are never easy to deal with. But saving once again to do what I mentioned earlier, coming back from a further point in the game to just fast travel back to where he has to be, because the ending is actually right below that save point. This game does have 10 chapters in it. So, all things considered, there are a couple... I think there's one short chapter after this one. Or relatively short chapter after this. I don't remember if it's chapter 7 or not. It's relatively short. So he's Refreshing Lemonade's about halfway through the game. Right about now. Do you have any thoughts about this game, Pigeon?
I've never played this, so it's kind of discovery for me. But I like how it's like a whole branch of Wario with whole many new power-ups to use, and also using the mechanics of the DS at that time.
Right. Unfortunately, and I mean no disrespect to this game, a lot of folks think this is probably the worst Wario game out there. I kind of... It is the worst. If you're expecting a Wario Land game, it is the worst for sure. But if you take it at its own thing and just kind of turn your brain off and enjoy it while you can, it's a decent run. You can enjoy this game for sure. I do recommend folks try it. It is definitely not for everybody, because this is like the kind of early in the DS's lifespan where they were just trying to figure out all the touchscreen stuff for sure. And everything is very responsive, given the time, but it is just a little bit complicated and a little bit unpolished, and that's what makes it a little bit off-putting, but there's nothing wrong with it, necessarily. But back to Chapter 4, you're going to get another power-up here and utilize Captain Wario a little bit more in this area than we've seen previously. You're going to be getting Dragon Wario, that falls through all the thin platforms that Wario jumps on. He also can spew fire, and can also stop Wario dead in his tracks whenever he's sliding across ice, as Refreshing Lemonade is trying to do there. But it's a little hard to do because Wario would be moving at Mach speed across the screen, and you have to time drawing right over top of Wario right as he's going at that speed, so it takes some skill to do. And there's the puzzle pieces moving puzzle that I mentioned earlier, expertly Refreshing Lemonade. And Nehru going through the museum just about as fast as Refreshing Lemonade. Neither of these runners are really losing too much time up until right now, when in Chapter 4, where there are some interesting platforming areas that are hard to do, like with all the sliding and whatnot and dealing with that. Then also, not to mention Captain Wario. But the game's speedrun doesn't necessarily get hard to execute up until about Chapter 4. And then you'll go back to being a little bit relaxed, and then go back to being hard again after a certain point. But here, Refreshing Lemonade, if you don't move on the ice, but you land on it, Wario will not slide. So that's another interesting thing to keep in mind when you're trying this. He's going to drain the water with Fire Wario, Dragon Wario, and then use the water to get another... I believe it is one of the 4 crystal flamingos he's going to... And I'm pretty sure the boss's name is pronounced Carpaccio, or something like that. It's Cannoli and Carpaccio.
Oh, it's carpaccio.
Carpaccio. Apology.
Carpaccio. It looks like it's like only Italian pasta, or at least Italian like food names for the theme.
Interesting. A lot of food-based references that I'm learning about today.
Carpaccio. Thank you.
I think there's even a gag if you were to watch one of the cutscenes here in a bit where Wario is having trouble pronouncing the name just like I did, and he's making fun of him for having a stupid name, and then he pronounces it in text form for you. There you're going to get rid of one of the blocks or one of the ice bits blocking that rolling ball. So that way Wario can go down, push it from the other side to make a pathway here. He's going to push this ball down, break this entire chasm open, fall down, and then I believe this is another guy's gem of some sort, or yeah, it's an upgrade for Artsy Wario. This is the one I was talking about where he can draw hearts to gain health now. So really good. Artsy Wario is going to be used a few times in boss fights to ensure that, of course, you don't die in case your risky strats don't necessarily. So there are going to be some kind of risky strats for boss fights coming up after Carpaccio. But Nehru is doing good on answering the questions already, saving some time in movement tech and stuff, just how he's moving around. And I don't remember for sure, I know there's one version of this game where instead of drawing every letter, there's a version of the game where you have like an actual keyboard that you can type on to answer the questions faster. I didn't look and see if either of these runners had it. I know Refreshing Lemonade doesn't. I didn't check to see if Nehru did. I don't think they did.
This sounds like the Scribble Notes version of the game.
Probably. That's a good way to describe it, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like a precursor of this. And are the power-ups gain like forever? Like you need to trigger them through combinations of colors from the Artsy Wario? Or do you need like an enemy to trigger, like the Dragon Wario for example?
Excuse me.
No problem. Like if you were to trigger Dragon Wario again, do you need like an external enemy to have it, or do you have it on hand at all time to be activated?
You are able to draw anything, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need any sort of energy or coins or money or anything of that sort in order to activate any of these. He just always has them. Sadly, their Refreshing Lemonade accidentally touched the lasers in the puzzle. And accidentally entering the relay door quite early instead of activating the chest the second time. So that's a kind of a big time loss for Team Mustache right there, sadly. But it's I don't remember which thing takes priority. I don't remember if it's a chest that takes priority or if it is the door that takes priority when touching. But can definitely hurt a lot if you touch the wrong thing, go in the door before you hit the chest.
Got some information from chat, so the EU version of the game has the keyboard. So never could have used it.
If That's good sportsmanship right there from Nehru, then using the version that Fresh and Lemonade used. Because I believe it's combined total, depending on what RNG you get for questions, it can be like 40 seconds alone just by a version, depending on what question you get, how long you have to draw out the letters instead of just typing it out. There's a similar thing for, I think, Wario Land Shake It. We're playing on the Wii U Virtual Console version compared to any other. For any percent, saves like 4 minutes, and there's like no added tech. It's just loading screen. But we'll get to that when we get to that later. Here in Carpaccio's... Sorry, I'm going to keep saying his name wrong. I've said it that way for like years and years. I'm not being corrected today. Apologies.
It's okay. I'm no Italian either for this. Carpaccio.
Carpaccio, okay. He's going to be using a mixture of Genius Wario, I think, and Cosmic Wario, Artsy Wario in order to gain health, and see which ball is correct to shoot if he needs to shoot a ball, and then also draw blocks on top of the blocks within Carpaccio's hitbox up there in the tops of the screen, where you see the angry face. He has to walk around in a ball and draw a block directly over, have the block land. Sometimes the hitbox is weird and it just breaks, as you just saw. But yeah, there's a Carpaccio. There's Carpaccio 1 completed. Did you fight Cannoli and Carpaccio at least once or twice more?
Congratulations!
But both of these players, Russian Lemonade finishing Chapter 4 and Nehru finishing Chapter 3. Nehru's caught up quite a lot, unfortunately, thanks to that little blunder on the treasure chest where he had to go back through the relay door again. But it is what it is. Chapter 4 is quite long, given it's an early game chapter. Unless we're going to see some tech here that's going to change how it's done. The last time I really looked at this run in an extensive detail was roughly about 4 or 5 months ago, so I don't know if there's anything new that has been found necessarily. But I know all the players that do play this game currently have improved their run times quite a lot. Chapter 5, though, while we're on that talking, you're going to be seeing a lot of Genius Wario too. Because you're going to get his upgraded Guy's Gem here. Or I believe you should soon get the upgraded Guy's Gem for Genius here. And that adds a punch glove similar to Wario's Extendo Racket from Mario Power Tennis, where you can break slightly shattered walls. Which, don't ask me why Thief Wario can't just ram into that and call it good, but you know, you gotta use the power somehow, I suppose. I believe this treasure chest that Russian Lemonade is doing right now is the one that I'm talking about for the Genius. I always think that I'm wrong on this, though, because it looks more like a snorkeling helmet rather than a Genius helmet. Yeah. But the Genius helmet is mostly going to be used in this level to see platforms and hidden walls that you can punch to break through them. That's a good example right there. That wall, that door that you can see, you just go right back. Instead of having to do all the platforming again. So there are some walls that do appear in the way of Genius Wario, but if you get rid of the disguise, obviously you can walk right through it. Good. Refreshing Lemonade doing an expert job here at navigating complete darkness. You don't want to be using Sparky Wario if you can help it, because he moves slower. Like I said, Thief Wario is your go-to for all the movement. This is the first area I believe you have to defeat actual enemies in order to get what you want for a treasure chest to spawn. It's not that hard because their hitboxes aren't really active until they start moving again, I believe. So you can just shoulder bash into the both at the same time, which has quite a large area to hit. And they pass away relatively easy. We have the Pharaoh's stick, or I forget what the official name is for it, but yeah, it's a stick. It's a glorified stick that you're gonna be opening a door with, and then navigating more darkness to go deeper into the area. You have to be very precise with how you do that jump there, because you have to jump in the air to light torches in this zone now, and then all of the torches are right next to thin blocks, thin platforms. So you're going to be falling through them if you naturally... Excuse me again. If you turn into Dragon Wario, so naturally you want to jump, try and make sure you stay on the platform for as long as possible. You're going to jump down and try to do just what I mentioned. You're going to try and light all the platforms. He's going to try and perfectly place some platforms here, so that way he get a little bit of the lighting of the candles. So that way he can get up here. Genius Guys Wario, break open the blocks. And then meanwhile, over here on the left, Nehru is going to be getting, I believe, their third flamingo piece. I believe this is the blue one, I believe. Green. So if anybody's wondering why Captain Wario isn't really that useful, like you may be thinking to yourself that Captain Wario isn't really that useful, but any power-up at all, even though it seems like it shouldn't be, is going to sink right to the bottom of any body of water that Wario comes across. Captain Wario is going to be the only one that floats, and given the touch controls, if you play it normally, you're supposed to gently glide your stylus across the screen to make him row his boat. But here in a speedrun, you can actually just like rapid stroke your stylus across the screen, as I believe we saw Refreshing Lemonade do earlier, to rapidly move. So it's much faster than anything you can do, even though Thief Wario can make it. It's all the strengths and stuff of these different power-ups and their own little niche ways to make this run unique.
So it's good because I think of the power of Never so far, like Dragon, Thief, Captain, and Genius, and gentle throwbacks to the first Wario game where you had like the Genius at the end, you had Captain Syrup, you had the Band of Thieves as well, and the Dragon power-up. It's pretty cool to think about.
Yeah, it's nice little references in there to, I guess, the things Wario has experienced one way or another. They're all disguises that kind of represent it. A Dragon Wario is easily just a reference to King Dragon Wario from Virtual Boy Wario Land. It just easily is. I think there's Wicked Wario later in the run that makes him fly. It's probably a reference to the bat power-up that we will be seeing in Wario Land 3. Right now, Refreshing Lemonade is on the Pharaoh boss fight. He's going to, I believe, blow boogers at you as such. And once that opens up, you have to shoot the top of his head, much like Count Cannoli's boss fight that he did, where you shoot the top of his head in chapter 1 to open him up to hit him again. But you need to open him up with the Cosmic Wario. You need to hit a statue into him with Genius Wario to stun him, and then you need to use Dragon Wario to burn his underwear. So this is the first one where you're using a huge combination of your power-ups to really defeat a boss. First time you're just really trying. Meanwhile, Nehru doing extremely well against Carpaccio, and already caught up significant compared to Refreshing Lemonade. Not really that many mistakes in the run so far.
And there was no accidental door entering, so
Right.
Nero did not have to do the way back.
Yeah, that itself easily saved a minute by itself, if not more. I'm probably massively underestimating that time that he saved because of that.
Mustache had ended the chapter at like 35, 36, so this is like 6 minutes maybe gained overall.
Right. But Refreshing Lemonade is doing admittedly very well because they, at the end of chapter 3 and 4 respectively, they were both entering their next chapter. Refreshing Lemonade is now just slightly ahead of what that was, of that comparison. So even with Nehru's blazing speed, Refreshing Lemonade's still doing their best to keep it up, and it's amazing. Respectively. This is one of the harder levels in the game, though, unless I am forgetting something once again. I do have my notes here to help me, but looking back and forth is a little bit hard, so if I miss something, I apologize. But this level consists of using Cosmic Wario to upgrade him and then make it to where he can ricochet his laser shots off of walls, so that way they can hit multiple different things in one shot in quick succession, which would be the only way to open up some doors, which is fine. You also have buttons here that you can press with Genius Wario, Punch Glove. But your entire goal of the chapter 6 is there's a sentient flower in the center of the area with a wish stone piece that Wario's trying to collect. With it, that has given it tremendous power, and you have to turn off and block off the waterfall so that way you can go into the ball. But as you go through these levels slightly more on the Refreshing Lemonade section in Chapter 6, you'll notice that some of the droplets are acidic and they're slowly taking away platforms. So I believe up to a certain point, there are some stones that just cannot be integrated, but it would cause problems if you're not quite fast enough to go through, because then you might not be able to run across the platforms. You have to do some swimming tech. You may have to create another platform with blocks, yada yada. But on the left-hand side, Nehru also missed the very tight window for jumping and using Dragon Wario to break open the blocks. Like I said, it's a very tight window, so it's very understood how both of them missed it. I know already that in here in Chapter 6, Russian Lemonade has taken quite a bit of damage over the course of time, which is why at times they will stop to go ahead and heal, which any opportunity that you can heal, you want to do. So that way it's more optimal. Because see there, like if you're gonna take time to kill that enemy, why not just jump around and take the damage instead, and then you're gonna be artsy Wario here, so just go ahead and draw yourself your blocks, and I guess... Huh. Huh. Maybe artsy Wario here? No. Unfortunate, but... That's fine. Another area to block off the waterfall is just fine enough. So he's blocking off a 2-for-1 here. I don't know if this completely opens it up. It does. Refreshing up to open up the boss area very quickly. Nehru, roughly about 3/4 the way through the pyramid. I believe Lemonade messed up one of the treasure tiers, so long as he doesn't necessarily mess up a treasure here, it's free time save as well compared to Lemonade.
I think the mess up was in Chapter 4. I don't think I've seen any mistakes in Chapter 5.
I believe there was one where it was a big mistake in Chapter 4, but in Chapter 5, he missed like a very minor treasure chest.
Okay.
It was like barely anything lost, but it was something. And here as well, I should have mentioned that throughout the entire bit of Chapter 5, they were also collecting other key items in order to make sure that that secondary Pharaoh Guardian wall there was happy enough to open the door for Wario to actually see Pharaoh. Here's the cosmic upgrade that I mentioned. It turns out that I guess you didn't need it at all to unlock the boss arena itself. You just need it because it's going to be beneficial later against a different boss fight. I kind of forget. Let's see. How are they going to enter the boss?
Boss well done on Naiju's side.
Boss? Dab on him, Wario. Interesting. Kind of forgot that Wario hits a semi-dab in this game. It was way before the times, I suppose.
You can see that on Chapter 6 there's a lot of small maneuvers you have to do with stylus, with all the drawings and changing of power-ups to make the movement of the way smooth.
Right. Blue Flame's blocks cannot be destroyed by Dragon Wario just yet. That requires a power-up because Blue Flame, for those of you who do not know, a blue flame is hotter than a red flame. So we have to upgrade in order to destroy those blocks. And then here we'll have like I guess a little bit of physics going on. We're going to drop a block from high up, change really fast to seesaw our way up into the water. And what we'll do now is he will draw a block somewhat up there, so that way we can jump up to the block, wait for the platforms to go away, and as we come in here, the platform is getting ready to fall again, and he should be able, if I'm right, jump to the platform. But he's sadly not getting the positioning just right. It's a little unfortunate, but you got to be very precise on this touchscreen, sadly, or else it's not really going to work out. I think maybe that time he might have it. Yeah, he got it there. So you got the positioning just right to go in. And this is how you enter the boss area as well. You have to use the spring to the door. And then in this boss fight, you will be using more seesaws and more areas to jump up to hit this dragon, to hit this flower with Dragon Wario. That's what you do. You want to use the Cosmic Wario to hit him blue mode, and I believe Dragon Wario to hit him in red mode.
Ooh, nice shot. Barely making it in before the sphere was out of view. The enemies are popping it a little bit nearby, so bother a little to get the hits.
Too awful bad, thankfully, and now he's in red mode, so gonna be able to jump up there. King Dragon Wario, hit him once. So you hit the boss once in this cycle here to chase them, to make them go into a chase, and then you actually do chase them by adequately drawing what you have to, and then you propel yourself up as Dragon Wario, even though he's mega fat, as the notes say. You hit him mid-air with fire, once again, to completely end the boss fight. But it's a little hard to do, as you see, Wario moves at like Mach 10. And you have to time it just right or else.
Not quite getting the height there.
Yeah, not quite the height. And then you also have to go also up a second floor this time because it's the last phase, and of course it's going to be harder.
And of course the enemy just moved back to the left, so making it accessible. Oh, barely making the flame for rain.
Very good though. A little bit unfortunate for as far as like some of the tech is a little bit rusty, as you can see, but it was still well done.
Yeah, there's also one enemy that was on top of the one of those at some point, so had to get rid of those before being able to use the block to jump off. Definitely basket that can go wrong easily if the enemies aren't too cooperative during the damaging sections.
Mm-hmm. The boss fights from here on out, there are really only 2 from here on. I know we're saying this in chapter 7, there are only 2 more that can go wrong, but it is I believe it's this chapter here that Refreshing Lemonade in. The boss here isn't really that bad because it's just Count Cannoli once again. Unfortunately, he died in level. It's really hard to manage your health in level if you're not careful. Dragon Wario doesn't take any damage in lava, but he's very slow. So using Dragon Wario the entire time is the safe route, but you obviously would want to use Captain Wario as often as possible to make sure that you don't take the damage that you would otherwise. It's after a certain point of standing in lava, when he's not protected, that he'll get damaged. So you can restart the timer by entering Dragon Wario, and then going back to Captain or Thief Wario, depending on what you need. There, what he did was he collected a suit that would allow him to stand in lava as any disguise. So even as Thief Wario, he would be able to stand in lava here and get this upgrade here that we're about to see, which is Captain Wario. Captain Wario's upgrade. Instead of being underwater and being kind of helpless and just can only swim upwards, Captain Wario will gain a submarine here, which should be a giant help underwater for any section. Nehru doing a slightly different strategy for the flower fight. Instead of using a short burst of fire from the initial attack of the flower, he's using his own dragon power to initiate damage, which is slightly slower, I've noticed. And then you can jump up and hit as necessary. And oh, there he used a fast strat there to make the second cycle of this fight faster. I'm seeing the vision now. Nehru catching up quite fast here.
This was an excellent boss. I think it's like another 2-minute gain overall since chapter 6. No, chapter 4 ended.
Yeah. It's a very fast gain for Nehru. Team Nose is catching back up. All the time might be made back up here. Master of Disguise, truth be told, with how it's going. And it's not that Refreshing Lemonade's playing necessarily bad either. It's just Nehru is actually playing good. Having a little bit of issues with the power-ups here on the left, but it's all right. Taking a lot of damage. But up in this point here where Refreshing Lemonade is, he's trying to gain as much health as possible and draw all the health that he possibly because in this section here, he may have a suit that protects him from lava, but this isn't any normal lava. This is the super ultra lava, you know, the stuff that burns somehow even hotter. Thanks, Wario. He dies here on purpose, by the way, because he hits this block and he can go back to the safe point. That way he doesn't have to worry about all that. At least that's what I remember. So now he can just go up quickly after hitting the animation that will, I believe it's open a door or something. He'll go right on back and make his way on down to where he has to go. Using iframes as often as possible to get past the rotating fire, which sadly missed, but nothing really you can do. Kind of a tricky drawing puzzle here. You gotta really be patient with this one to make it worth it. There we go, found the gem in the end. This version of Captain Wario, I will say really quickly, this game came out the year before Wario Land Shake It came out for the Wii. This was the premonition to the submarine levels in Shake It that not a lot of people like because of the torpedoes killing all the enemies, blocks that are needed to be broken, along with the weird movement. Well, I wouldn't say weird. In this game, Captain Wario is pretty forgiving. That's probably one of the better power-ups to move it, along with Thief Wario, but that being said, yeah, once again, Nehru over there on the left dies on purpose to get back to the spawn point earlier and faster. Refreshing Lemonade unfortunately dies on the boss. Not much you can do there. Has to go all the way back. He's actually now, at this point, unless there's any puzzles that Nehru has to do now, that Refreshing Lemonade has to do, that I think they're now tied. I think both of these guys are now tied.
Yeah, I was watching the leaderboards and looks like there's like a 30-minute difference between their PBs, unless Refreshing Lemonade had a better PB since 5 years ago.
I do not believe that Refreshing Lemonade has had a better one. I know that only very recently, in fact, it was right before the relay that they had some talks about coming back, but I don't know how much they have practiced since then. I don't know exactly what measure they have taken since then, but I know that they had shown a lot of interest coming to the game at that point. Both of these players right now are neck and neck, and given how long ago Lemonade's PB was and how often Nehru has practiced, it is very impressive still. Because there are a lot of mistakes run that you can make, like dying, as you saw, lose minutes and minutes and minutes. Meanwhile, in other games, Wario Land 2, Wario Land 3, you can't die, really. Like, you fail boss fight, you can't die, and the punishment isn't really that bad.
Let's see how this goes.
The boss fight here is weird because you have to drain all the you have to drain the lava by using Genius Wario to punch all the bricks out, and you have to punch a bomb into his jaw, I believe, and then you have to draw a turd on a toilet to hit the machine's uvula, and then you have to dash into its heart with Thief Wario, or jump on it, whichever you prefer. So, a wild turn of events throughout the entire fight in rapid succession. I don't know if I could mentally handle doing this.
That's
But
okay. I'm just mesmerized by the whole toilet machine going on with the boss, even with the toilet shaker just in front too.
right. Both of these fellas have completed their boss fights at the exact same time, which is, well, not the exact same time. Refreshing Lemonade's like 1 second behind, but still, pretty impressive showing so far for both of them. There's only 3 chapters left because Chapter 8, Chapter 9, and then Chapter 10. Chapter 8, it is I believe it is a haunted tower of sorts, where there are somewhat ghost enemies, as you're seeing across the screen right now, Nehru's screen. And as you also saw, yeah, there with Nehru playing on Virtual Console, their loading screens were just a bit faster. So sadly, they do have that advantage. Haunted Manor, and at the end of this Haunted Manor, with all these puzzles platforms, you will be seeing a... How do I describe? I guess a boss that doesn't really fit the aesthetic, in my opinion, but maybe there's some lore I'm missing. But never mind. Sorry, I'm mesmerized by what's going on Nehru's screen. You'll have to forgive me. Once you defeat those enemies, you'll be needing to start collecting key items throughout the entire tower. That'll open up doors across the whole place. I don't think you'll need any key items necessarily that are not just keys in this level, or in section 10. But here essentially there's a few more platforming tricks, much like what we saw in chapter 6. Again, where you're going to be platforming really tight areas and trying to avoid things and creating staircases, I believe. I don't know if it's this room or the next room necessarily. But as you see, the aesthetic for this area, other than being ghosts, is dolphins for some reason. I mean, it's a Wario game, so as much as my commentary is lacking a little bit on that regard, I mean, it is a Wario game. There's not much anybody can say about how weird it can get. Like I said, doing some expert platforming there to skip a section of platforming that you would otherwise need to do, using Thief Wario instead of Cosmic Wario to gain the extra height needed for platforming. We will...
They're slowly gaining some leads, Flood developers now. Does the Wii U also have a stylus as well for these puzzles? Or
yes.
for these minigames? Okay.
The Wii U does also come with a stylus. For a lot of mainline games on the Wii U, it actually utilizes the touchscreen and stylus as well. I believe there was a Wii U party game of some sort that... Wii U Plaza, I think is what it's called. That uses a lot of stylus. There's also... Pikmin 3 is a popular one. You can use the touchscreen and stylus to navigate your party in certain ways. But we'll get to that in a moment. Here, Nehru is currently fighting the boss, which in this first phase here, you technically have 3 phases of 3 lives each. He is going to... You can stand on the sides at just the right time to allow Wario to jump on him to take away some health. And then he's going to try to jump to the center. You just have to block it off. And he'll hurt himself if you just punch him with Genius Wario. There's the punching that I mentioned. There's the place to stand as mentioned. He'll just pop up into you. So long as you're teetering on that ledge, it should be enough. Meanwhile, Refreshing Lemonade just about to beat the boss. So, other than the loading screen, not that far behind, didn't lose too much time with that. All things considered. This woman following Wario is simply here to canonically assist Wario in this fight, but all she really does is unlock the doors for Wario to go to the next room. Because Wario can't do that himself, sadly.
Can't even draw his own key to just go through.
No, not really, sadly. Nehru doing a slightly slower version of what was found recently. This fight, when the dolphin tries to jump out of the water, you can catch it as it comes out instead of on its way back down. So it doesn't waste that much time, let me be clear. Probably like saves 2 seconds, if anything, but you can just intercept him rather than catching him on the way back down, which would be a little bit faster boss fight. Let's see if Refreshing Lemonade does that strategy. You can catch up a little bit more time, probably a loading screen's worth of time with that strategy alone. To answer chat's question, Refreshing Lemonade unfortunately did die on a boss and have to reset about half of Chapter 7. So there was unfortunately one big mistake, along with a few minor mistakes over the run that did lose some time. But all things considered, both runners doing fantastic still. Nehru hasn't really messed up at all, which is insane to think about. In fact, going into Chapter 9 or Episode 9 under an hour is very commendable, which is currently what Nehru's doing. So far, Refreshing Lemonade's version of the fight seems to be the same as Nehru's. Nothing really going wrong. Right here is the upgrade for Dragon Wario that Nehru is getting. All the difference is that we'll be able to break through blue fire blocks now, which isn't as important as, say, the upgrade for Captain Wario's upgrade, but it is still relatively important for... Oh, Refreshing Lemonade, unfortunately falling into the water a couple of times.
Thinking about it, but thankfully some hard spawns there, so...
Punch. Saved a little bit. It's saved a little bit of a blunder there. But, now Nehru doing a mini boss fight right here against, Count Cannoli once again. It's pretty much Chapter 2, Count Cannoli boss, Part 2. He has a laser now, and he is able to lock onto you and throw his arms at you. He has a full screen punch now. But so long as Wario is ducking, there shouldn't be any sort of problem. Hit him with Guy's Wario's punch power up, and then should be able to jump on him, no problem. But now, as you can tell, Count Cannoli's getting mad. He's going into maximum overdrive. Hiya! But it's not really any different. I don't know if he does one charge here or two. Yeah, just the one still.
Pretty well done.
Yeah. Your average Eggman boss. It's not the end of chapter for Nehru just yet, thankfully, but for Refreshing Lemonade, thankfully got to the end of the chapter relatively quickly, given the mistakes they made. But now that Nehru's, I wouldn't say half, maybe a third of the way through the level, there is a, he just did a zip there up the wall by clipping themselves slightly into the wall between the elevator. So the game zips you upward to get you up that entire area a little bit faster. Get you right here to Wicked Wario, I believe is what it's called. This is a little bit of a niche one, because this is the power-up that makes you blow into the microphone. And I'll tell you from personal experience, on DS, it's not good. It's kinda not sensitive at all. I think I did some testing one time with it, and when I was younger, my family was working with a leaf blower outside. I'm like, hey dad, hit this with the leaf blower. And unfortunately, it didn't work. So there's like some sort of special microphone sensitivity thing that's going on. But apparently Wii U ain't much better, unfortunately, to hear, but
Hopefully they won't need some luck to make things work if they need it.
yeah. Thankfully, Nehru seems to be having a fine time with it. Crushing Lemonade hasn't quite gotten just yet, which still about to fight Count Cannoli. Still has to do the jump, and there you go. Did that a lot better than he did in Chapter 5. That little jump there. Now we have an upgrade of... I don't think it's an upgrade, actually. I think we have just the basic form of Sparky Wario. You have to have 2 power-ups of charge there, because he can charge up the batteries on the machine with Sparky Wario, and then you can activate elevators and stuff. You press a button, it activates about half a charge, so about 4 charges should do, if you do the strategy correctly. Saving there again. Once again, going to use the recall door in a bit. Nehru not really caring about the spikes going. I mean, if you can just draw more health, why should you care about the puzzles? Place himself just right to get over to Artsy Wario. Use the power up almost perfectly, to where you have just enough energy, so that way you can use the last yellow power to here to this treasure chest. I believe this is going to give him a stick of dynamite to open a door that Wario would otherwise go, nah, I'ma bash my head into that. Or at least he would say that if he didn't actually learn a lesson in this game. But he learns to not do things by force, which is a minor character growth moment.
It's definitely a lot less charging compared to the other Wario games from before.
Yeah. Here on purpose, I think because of low health, Nehru died on purpose. Oh, not the relay door, actually. Died on purpose just for that point. To come into this race with Carpaccio. Trying to block him off, and trying to make it his way through an unfair series of races, truth be told. Because, as you can see, your pathway is blocked by a bunch of random crap. Meanwhile, his isn't really. A little bit of trouble with the power-ups there, but what can one do? Currently, he's way ahead of schedule, from what I can tell, versus Carpaccio. So he should, as long as he gets out of this area here, he just has to blow into the mic, and then he should be done with the race. That's the 4th wish stone. Chapter 10 will have the final wish stone.
Yeah, so estimate is 125 and Nairo's PB is 118.
Yeah, so Nairo is definitely going to... Well, I wouldn't say definitely. It's possible they're on PB pace right now. Like I said, I haven't ever paid too awful much attention to Wario Land... Not Wario. To Wario Master Disguise. I haven't just had the time recently, sadly. So this could be PB pace. I know I watched another runner by the name of Afro, and their run admittedly is looking relatively similar to that, so doing very good. And on Refreshing Lemonade, back to them, been paying attention to them a little bit too. They haven't had that many mistakes in this level either. Like 1 or 2 platforming things going on here and there, but they've been doing things like that the whole run. Again, not a bad thing. So, not that much time lost for Team Mustache compared to what it was earlier. Here in Chapter 10, the basic idea is trying to collect a red ruby somewhere in the level to unlock the door that Carpaccio blocked behind himself to keep you from getting to the final wish stone. There's a bunch of these turning platforms where Wario has to stand on a platform and turn the gear a specific way. You learn the answers to the puzzles by playing the game naturally. One of the first key items that we should be getting, if I remember right, is a set of yellow keys that should give us our way to open up more pathways and doors and stuff. But as you press the mushrooms in this level, all the grown vines that have thorns on them go away, which is going to be... Which sadly slows you down quite a lot, because you gotta turn to Arts Wario to solve these puzzles. There's sadly no way really around it. Turn into Sparky Wario by accident. There's a solution to one of the puzzles right there. The blue and red arrows to tell you what way to turn the gears and stuff. See Wario to second red machine. So there's one of the blocks there that is invisible, technically. So what you can do is you can just see which one it is. If you're not sure, you can use Genius Wario to see it, and then fly right through it to solve the puzzle there. Otherwise, you can't really go anywhere. Refreshing Lemonade.
Strong with the drawings.
Unfortunately, the drawing a little bit difficult for Refreshing and Eru. I saw them both accidentally up a little bit on the respective side. But still not a problem for Refreshing Lemonade. They still got the race fairly solid. I believe here in the next so minutes, it'll be Nehru having time. So pretty fast. because the red diamond, I think, if I'm correct, is this chest, I think? Or is this finally the yellow key? Forget which one. Going to pay attention there. Here real quick. Yeah, why would you need to use Cosmic Wario for any of that? Let's just using iframes very well to get past the bike walls that you can kind of do. Pretty good. Genius Wario. And you hit a block and then see Wario to... I believe this is the blue door key. Pretty sure. But a lot of lasers this time, so gotta be careful. And there is also a time limit for each puzzle that I forgot to mention, that you gotta go into each chest. There's a time limit. The time limit gets smaller and smaller each puzzle you do. So you gotta kind of, so long as you know what you're doing, the time limit's not gonna matter. But in these sort of situations here, where one tiny mistake is it, you find yourself on 10 seconds and you're like, oh no, that's it. I gotta redo the whole chest again. But of course, the chests so far done by both of these players in this level have been very well done.
That was close on Nairo's side as well. Thankfully, no big mistakes on touching one by accident. I think there was one touch, maybe like 2 or 3 touch maximum allowed to do all the puzzle before getting struck down.
Right.
Hopefully, Lemonade can also do that puzzle without too many mistakes too. So Wicked Wario can only fly vertically? He cannot move...
Yes. He can move ever so slightly, I believe, ever so slightly left or right after they're done flying. But it would be faster for him to move anyway in like Thief Wario. So that way you can... Because he has more horizontal movement as Thief Wario, there's barely anything more. I believe this is the puzzle with the red diamond in it that, Yep, there it is. I believe that's the red. Or is it the red? No, he already has the red. It's unfortunately very hard to see the items with the... Yeah, there it is right there. We're about to come up on time, so long as this boss fight is done pretty well, then Nehru might be PBing here. So, Refreshing Lemonade is dealing with a health problem right now. Sorry, Wario is dealing with a health problem right now, I should clarify. And then...
Yeah, apparently final boss is named Tiramisu.
Tiramisu. Yeah. So... Because it's supposed to be scary. I believe the more often you hit the boss here, the higher the water gets, so you'll have to use Captain Wario to swim through the water as optimally as possible, and then using Genius Wario, you'll have to see which of the eyes you'll have to hit. Don't think this is optimal, truth be told. So he's missing a couple cycles here and there, I believe.
I think hit quite
Yeah.
a few times.
Yeah, thankfully they're very good at drawing the hearts that they need to stay alive. Okay, good. Hit twice, and now they're gonna have to worry about being in Captain Wario pretty much the whole. Other than drawing hearts, obviously. A lot of this final boss is gonna come down. If ever Nehru makes a mistake in drawing a heart or something and accidentally draws a block, when they desperately need the health. Because past this first cycle here, it's not that bad. There's a way to judge what you have to do. But truth be told, Nehru is wasting quite a bit of time on this fight. It's extremely hard. I've fought this boss and I've tried to beat it for years, but I've never beaten the boss myself. That actually might be a lie. I may have beaten it, but then I forgot about it. First cycle done for Tiramisu, though, out of 3. For Nehru, though, they're going to go into... This frustrated me as a kid. You have to simultaneously hit every single mask that pops up with perfect ricochet. And as a, like, 10-year-old kid, that's not easy.
If you have to take into account the shape of the mask, this can sound really terrible to do.
Yeah, that pattern right there specifically was the one that gave me a lot of trouble. But if you know the shape of the mask and you get used to it, then you can obviously just do it as Nehru did and keep it going rather steady. Now we're on the final cycle, I believe. This is the flame. All you have to do is jump at the right time, turn into Dragon Wario when the fire isn't coming up or down, and then hit them in the face like that. This is easily the easiest cycle that you have to worry about for Tiramisu. So time is almost coming up right here. We just have to worry about crushing lemonade finishing up now. There sadly isn't really any way for Nehru to lose time here unless they somehow miss a jump, which would waste like a second, if that.
Yeah, barely missing the 120. The sum 120.
I'm not really sure what Nehru is doing here.
Maybe stage
there it
point.
is.
Yeah.
They were...
Oh, maybe
Oh,
because
and then there's real.
on play.
Right, I forgot about this part, and then they hit him with the fire outside of the zone that they were in. And then time ends upon, I believe, screen after this. Very solid run from Nehru, not necessarily perfect by any means, but really good regardless. A 21. Now we have Wario Land 3. I'm gonna bring Soap back into the fray here.
Hello.
Wario Land 3 expert.
Yeah, so the game starts off with this cutscene. There's a couple ways you can kind of speed this up a little bit, but for the most part it is just a cutscene. When Wario is walking in a direction, then holding the direction that he's walking makes him move slightly faster. And there's also going to be some text coming up. We play in Japanese because it saves a couple seconds. You get the choice between English and Japanese, and obviously there's no real disadvantage to Japanese. So, you just want to match this text as fast as possible. And when this cutscene is over, we'll get right into the gameplay with the first level. I'll explain a bit more about the structure of the game later.
Big difference compared to Wario Land 2 is that we do not have any power-ups at all. We lost everything while going into the magical box world.
Yeah, that is a big thing. You still have a lot of your basic movement. You can still obviously jump. You have the dash movement still.
And that's it.
You're going to see some of these dash jumps. Unlike in Wario Land 2, your dash doesn't continue when you land on the ground, so when you land from a dash in midair, you just lose all of your speed and you have to re-accelerate, so... Oh, Dolman getting hit by the fire, that's unlucky. That fire's just on a global cycle, and because they were like waiting on the title screen for the Baton Pass, they just didn't know when it was gonna come out. But yeah, you kind of want to avoid dashing along the ground too much. You don't want to avoid landing from a dash jump unless the dash jump itself is faster. So the movement is a little bit more limited. You're going to see more walking and like more strategic use of dash jumping. But he just beat the first level, and for each level there's 4 keys and 4 chests. There's 4 different colors, and you just have to get the right key and then go to the chest for that color. And that's how you get treasures, and some treasures unlock levels, some of them unlock something new within another level. Some of them will give you a power-up back. We're not going to see one of those for a few more levels, but we did just unlock 2 levels with the axe, which cut down a tree that was in our way. Dolman's doing a sequence break here. There's an enemy just above the camera which throws out a donut, and you can get him to notice you and throw a donut at you. And that allows you to get this red key before you're supposed to. He's also getting a colored coin up there that always spawns. There's certain blocks that have colored coins in them, and those are worth 10 coins, and we need coins for 1 golf game.
Golf is a niche. It's very, very RNG, because you can get, I believe, one of like, what is it, 8 or 9 courses?
It's one of 5 at the beginning of the game.
Okay. I believe there is a variant, at least 3 different variants: par 5, par 3, and a par 4.
Yeah, and pretty much the one that you want to see is par 3. We'll get to that at some point.
Right.
I didn't mention the wall clip that Dolman did. You can get the key without glitches, but you do have to get up to the chest as well. The key is the first half of sequence breaking, and getting to the chest is the other half. But now he is just doing the gray chest because we do need the gray chest in order to go to the west map, which this game has just 4 different maps: north, west, south, and east. And that's where all the levels are split up.
Doing those chests in this order is also quicker, because if you were to do the grey at night, you will have to deal with the zombie power-ups, which makes you move way slower to get the grey key.
Yeah, doing the grey chest at night is or I guess the grey key at night is very slow. This game does have a day and night cycle. It doesn't come to play a whole lot, but there are some differences where like different enemies will spawn, or like just some mechanic of the level will interact a little bit differently. In this level, it doesn't really matter, so we just do it when it's convenient, which happens to be at night.
there's a, I don't remember if it's in this run as well. I believe there's a major skip, at least later in the run, where you sequence break. That does have to do with what time of day you're going. I don't know if there's a different skip that I'm forgetting that bypasses that as well. But
Yeah, that skip is done in a few of the categories, but not in any percent because you only get 3 power-ups in 80%. There's 9 power-ups, but whenever you
Yeah,
get any power-up, it clears all the ones that would come after it, and it gives you the ones that come before it. It's just checking for whatever the most recent one that you got is.
okay. So you would
So,
get, I believe I know you got to get the ground pound one, and then
yeah.
forget if it's garlic next.
Yeah, you have to get garlic because garlic is the only power-up that also unlocks an entire level.
So
And
you get
that
ground
level is
pound
required.
garlic, and then also golden glove after that, I believe.
Yeah, and Golden Glove is the last power-up, which you need to beat the final boss. There's no way around that. So,
Right.
basically, we kind of get the bare minimum of required power-ups. There's not really a way to skip the first power-up that we know of. This level that Dolmen is in, West 1, Desert Ruins, this is the first one where you're intended to get a red chest. There's a day temple and a night temple, so because of when we come here, we do the day temple first, and now we're going to the night temple to get the red chest. It's worth mentioning, the keys don't carry over when you leave a level. Like, if you quit or you beat the level somehow, you have to get the key again every time.
Lemonade almost finishing with Master of Disguise. I don't quite know if it's a PB or not. There's no timer to be seen.
I know they lost
Doing a
quite
little
a bit
cheeky
of time.
skip there. When you're getting off a ladder, you don't actually have any sort of collision, so you can just bypass that beam entirely.
Nice, and
Yes.
Mustache is also on Wario Land now.
Right. Lemonade is signaling and should be going here in the next couple of seconds.
There you go.
So all things considered, 8 minutes behind. Honestly, not that bad because there are some sections in this game where I don't know technically how complicated it is, but to the untrained eye, it looks complicated. I'll go ahead and say, it's similar to Super Mario Land 3 in a way, where you're kind of going into a part of the level that isn't loaded yet, I think, and then you... It's hard to describe as somebody who doesn't know the all technical stuff to it, but you're just essentially
it is a
going
little bit
to a
different
different
where
part.
in Wario Land 1, it's not like you're not going into out of bounds really, you're just making the camera go out of bounds. But in this game, there are actually tricks that allow you to go out of bounds and directly interact with like all the tiles and everything. And that can have different implications depending on what level you're doing and like what kind of out of bounds you're doing, because like the entirety of the level data is loaded into RAM, and all the levels are kind of just like or all the rooms are adjacent to each other in any given level. So you could go into a different room that is just part of the level, or if you're at the top of like the level data, then you'll actually go into out of bounds, which is just like volatile RAM that flickers rapidly and has unexpected behavior.
A bunch of random stuff, so to speak.
Yeah. Dolmen is now going back to N1 out of the woods. We're doing the first intended backtracking and getting golf.
Yeah, golf.
I see Dolmen is getting a safety coin there. Golf costs 10 coins, and he should... I see Pro got hit by the fire as well. That's unlucky for both of them. But yeah, if you fail golf, obviously you have to do it again, because golf is just a way to unlock a barrier. There's just a minigame clear block, and in order to go past it, you have to do golf.
And each golf minigame will cost 10 coins at first, not taking a save there, so hopefully getting at least on the first shot. After 25 chests, it's 25 coins.
He gets the heavy spin. Yeah, it's 30 coins after 25 chests. But in
After
any percent, you
50.
only do one golf game. And in the other two, like, any percentish categories, you only do 2, and those are before the 25 chest cutoff, so... In any category that isn't, like, all chests or 100%, you're only going to ever see easy courses. Which is funny.
Not the
Which
ID
makes
case,
sense as well. Prote also got the little sequence break there. For the red key in N2. So having pretty much the same exact run Dolman up to this point, but who's to say?
Yeah, the early game is pretty much the same for some of the different categories. It's not until you get to some of the sequence breaks coming up that it turns into actual 20%.
Yeah. While we got it here, so how does a wall clip actually work? If you want to explain that.
Wario's speed is based on a table that just goes forward in values, and this game doesn't really have subpixels, it's just alternating speeds. So your speed goes a constant 2 pixels per frame when you're walking, but when you're dashing, it alternates between 2 to 3 pixels per frame. And if you cancel your dash state, the game is programmed in such a way that the first frame that you fall and move forward, it actually recalls the previous speed that you would have gone. So if you were dashing and you canceled it on a frame that you were about to go 3 pixels per frame, and then you move forward while falling, then you actually go 3 pixels forward. And when you're not in the dashing state, the game doesn't check for if you're allowed to go 3 pixels, it only checks for 2 pixels because you're supposed to not be going faster than that. So you can go 1 pixel inside a wall. And in this game, if there's collision above you, then you get forced into a crouching state, but if not, you can do a jump. And it also like snaps you up a tile, so you can get extra height even if there is collision above you. Dolman is doing backward spoiler hits here to make it so that Wario doesn't get recoiled.
And so far, just missing the kind of quick zombie platform cycle to get down in balloon.
Yeah, you want to stay out of zombie as much as you can because it's very slow. You move at like... I'm pretty sure it's like half crouching speed or something like that, or maybe it's the same as crouching speed, just very slow.
I think it's slower than crouching speed. In the level we've seen before, W3, the pool of enemies is pretty much the reason we need the first power, because you need to use the ground pound in order to move those platforms up and down to reach the key, and also reach the end of the level for the great chest there.
Yeah, that last like set of pistons that you have to push down, that just requires ground pound, you can't get enough height otherwise. Now Dolman is going back into W4. If you're playing another category, there's not really a reason to go back in here, but in any percent, there's actually a way to get a few levels early by getting the red chest. But the way to actually get to the red chest is a little convoluted, and I'll do my best to explain that. The red key is not that bad, you just have to do 1 wall clip. You go down here and get the switch early. In fact, you can get the key without doing the wall clip, but it's slower. So now we got the key and we just need to get to the chest, and in this particular level, the chest is behind a boss. This boss is Shoot, who is the kind of equivalent of Dunk in Wario Land 2. He's a soccer boss instead of a bunny boss or a football boss if you're in Europe. Or soccer instead of basketball, I mean. But we have to actually get to that boss room, and there's no way to do that without the helmet power-up, which needs to break this big pink block that is on the right. So instead, what we're going to do is force the camera to scroll by getting stuck inside a boiler. Dolan's going to take a safety save here so as to not soft lock, because if you get stuck inside the boiler early, then you just cannot move and you have to restart the level entirely. So you want to get the boiler against the wall like this, and then get Wario against the wall as well. And then you do an attack to make the boiler move. And if it goes the correct distance, then Wario will go the same distance as the boiler does with his recoil, and then the camera just scrolls like crazy because it doesn't know what's going on. And when the camera does that, you're actually still in the same room, but the enemies from other areas load. And it's still using the enemy set from the room that you're in, so instead of like donatiers, it's zombies. So you just have to scale up a wall and then go back down, and this is how you bypass that pink block that normally requires the helmet. Dolman accidentally hit the turtle goalie there, so has to wait a little bit extra.
The second try was pretty quick there for this to be done.
Yeah, normally you would do an RNG minute there. Maybe Dolman doesn't do that. Also, I saw that he like paused a frame early, so maybe he tries to pause on the correct frame, and if he doesn't get it, he just lets it go. Pausing on the frame after you hit the ball means that if you restart the game and press start game on the exact same, like the first possible frame, then the boiler will always go the correct distance to give you that camera scrolling. But anyway, now that Shoot is down, we have another music box, and this unlocks N4, Bank of the Wild River, and N5, the Tidal Coast. And we're not really supposed to have these levels yet, but it is possible to do them early. In order to do N4 early, you have to do these double frame perfect turnaround wall clips, which you have to do 4 of them in a row. We're using fire here to just move to the key faster. It's not actually part of the puzzle. But now we're going to do these wall clips where you have to dash away and then dash back, and that temporarily stores your acceleration, so when you dash backwards into the wall, you actually move faster than you would from a standstill. And that allows you to get to the speed values that make you go 3 pixels per frame, because otherwise you have a wind-up and you have to have more horizontal space.
Is it also pixel perfect for the turn back before that?
Yeah, it's frame perfect. There's 2 different pixels you can start on, as long as you get the turn back on the correct frame. Then you have to also do another frame perfect turn back into the wall, so this one is double frame perfect. Most wall clips are just frame perfect and you start on a specific pixel. Dolman does get through. Those clips are very hard to do, so congrats on getting through it. Pro actually gets a worse golf course than Dolman, but they're both like 3-hit courses, so it's basically equal.
He did not take the extra money and only has 1 shot.
He does hit the bunker at the end, but I'm sure he knows what to do here, yep.
Thankfully clear.
N5 Gray, there's nothing special about it. You can't swim, but other than that, there's no difference from if you were doing this later in the game. So all you have to do is just get the key, and then wait for Spring Wario to kind of expire.
Yeah.
You want to move down here so that when it is over, because it takes a fixed amount of time, you're as close to the chest as possible.
Yeah, for the power-ups in this game, there are like 3 different kinds on how they expire. So earlier you had the zombie that required like an external light outside to be over, while the fat Wario, you need to walk around for quite some time before it wears out. And here the Spring Wario wears out about after a certain amount of time, just like Fire Wario.
Yeah. And
Although-
water cures basically every reaction except for Invisible Wario and maybe one other. I don't remember for certain, but there is water in that level, but because of where the chest is, and because you happen to be doing that level during the day, it's just not faster. I don't think it's faster regardless. But, yeah, now Doloman is doing this wall clip. I couldn't tell, I wasn't looking to see how many tries he got it, but he did get it there. Maybe that was first try. That's impressive.
I think so. What first or second try?
Yeah, very quickly regardless. That one's a difficult wall clip because you actually have to get a little bit of a startup. Like you have to dash along the ground in order to get enough speed when you jump off. And now we have Wormwood, a very easy boss as long as you get the lineup correct, which is nothing for these two runners.
If you go too quick, it will spawn on the other side.
Yeah, so you just want to be on the opposite side of where you want him to be. And then you start walking when he's about to spawn, and then it'll just work.
Nice border and exit.
Yeah, that was probably, I don't know if that was like maximum distance you could do, maybe it was like 1 pixel away. Obviously it's RNG, but if you wanted to be sure, then you could always do another boiler push, but Probe knows what he's doing. That music box from Wormwood is the intended first music box, and all it does is just unlock S2, but we're not actually doing that one, at least not just yet. What we're interested in is getting to S3 because we can get to that now that we have access to S2 just because of how the map is laid out. Dolman did a ladder glitch there, which abuses the fact that the camera moves down when you go down a ladder, but you can press down for less than 5 frames, I believe it is, and then the camera doesn't reset fast enough if you re-press down again, so basically it's just a very specific rhythm. It can be very punishing. I haven't gotten very good at ladder glitch myself, but I believe these two runners are both very good at it. And what that does is it just despawns the fire block, otherwise you'd need to light all those torches while being on fire. And now we're going to get into like the meat of the 90%. We already had the boiler glitch earlier, but now we have something entirely different. Now we're actually going completely out of bounds. But first we have to cancel our dash on the right frame. That looks like the right frame to me. He fell a little bit further than you might want, but you do have enough time as Fat Wario to make it through here even if you fall a tile too low. And he's lining up on a specific pixel just to make sure that these enemies load at the correct time. And so he had to fall down, and now he's floating all the way back up in order to get above this tower room. And once he's above, after like 30 seconds of floating, we'll be in like volatile RAM out of bounds. And what we're looking for is just hitting a switch tile, like a tile that happens to behave as a switch because of like the RAM value that it is. You want to hit it only once, you don't want to hit it multiple times. And then, once you've done that, you just have to navigate up to where a pipe tile is and be holding up. I see Pro is going for the RNG manipulation here. You'll know that you get it if the arrow is blue, so that should work, yep. Not sure if Dolman hit the switch the right amount of times, it's impossible to tell, honestly. But he does very quick out-of-bounds navigation, that was very nice, and he does hit the switch the right amount of times. So now all he has to do is get fat here, because that's the only way to escape this particular room. You have to walk all the way down, and then hit blocks in the next room, and then that's how you get to the chest.
To get to this room, which is... I don't think you even saw the door on the first one because of the ladder glitch, but you would
Yeah,
really
that's
be
true.
required to have like 2 extra chests to get the eyes opened.
Yeah, it's a door that is like, it resembles a snake, and you get 2 snake eyes from chests that we don't even, like, we don't have remotely access to right now. Like, Like, we're just very much not supposed to be here. But as soon as we use Zombie Wario to go down here, we just have to hit this light, and then we are at the chest, and this chest contains garlic. I didn't mention it, but that was a nice boiler glitch from Pro, and now he's ready to do these double frame perfect wall clips. But yeah, now that we have garlic, the game doesn't care that you did not get the previous 3 power-ups, it just gives them all to you. If you got garlic after getting a later power-up, then you would lose all those later ones, but that's not how this route works. Garlic allows you to break non-cracked pink blocks, so just like heavy breakable blocks basically. And that's the main thing that we're interested in.
And because of collecting this power-up, we now gain two extra power-ups. One being the helmet that is required for the next level we should be going through. I think it's N6.
Yeah, helmet is good for that, and also swimming. Swimming is also very important. It's
Right.
depending on which out-of-bounds route Dolman does here, there's like 2 main ones. It might require swimming, or he might just jump along the bottom. I don't remember what he does. Someone in chat is asking, seems like there's more useful glitches in Wario 3 than 2. Because of the level structure, sequence breaking is more of a thing, because you don't have to do like 25 levels. It's just that in Wario Land 2, you can wall clip, but all it does is let you beat certain levels faster, and it doesn't actually let you skip levels entirely. I'm not sure if... yeah, okay. Getting flat there was not on purpose, but yeah, he backs it up somehow.
So,
you do have the glove here, which is nice for approaching out of bounds from this way. You didn't have the glove before, because all we had was ground pound. You're just gonna wait for the donut here to notice him and start to throw, and then he just dashes off. And he gets the frame first try. Second try into first try is very nice. The point of ground pounding here is it just stalls you for a little bit. If you're crouched, you cannot eat donuts, so if you get stuck in the collision, then you won't be able to actually do that jumping. So what the ground pound does is just allow you to like stall for half a second while the donut reaches you. And we have to wait for 30 seconds again, floating. It's the same out-of-bounds approach at first, and then we just go a slightly different point in the ram. Pro is 1 chest away from getting to the out-of-bounds shenanigans. These levels are quite long with the out-of-bounds, but it is way faster than doing the extra chests that you would normally need. Like the garlic one takes about 5 minutes, and this one I think takes maybe 6 minutes to do. We're getting the green chest, we were getting the red chest, and now we're getting green. We're standing on a block that just flickers every frame, and that allows the screen to scroll down. And it looks like Dolman is doing the swimming route. I think swimming route is like maybe slightly slower, but not by much. You just have to wrap the screen 4 times. We're struggling with this wall clip.
Pausing 1 or 2 frames early every time, I think.
Yeah, there we go.
Time per long pixel. Here you go.
A side effect of the... I think this only happens with the swimming out of bounds route, but basically some breakable blocks will not update visually for a while. I think it does fix itself eventually. It does fix itself if you reset, but otherwise we're going to be seeing some interesting block breaking mazes where half the blocks aren't actually visually breaking. Because we got here early, you needed to wall clip in order to get out of the place where the green key was, because it was 3 tiles, and you aren't able to jump 3 tiles until you get high jump, which we don't have.
Now we just need 2 more levels to unlock in order to get the final power-up we need for Overland.
Yeah, the point of doing S3 green is just to unlock the level that has the final power-up. We're not actually going there yet, we're just doing that because we were already on the map square, so there's no need to move in the overworld. This level is N6 Sea Turtle Rocks. This is the level I was mentioning where Garlic actually unlocks this level, and it's the only level like that, which is kind of the crux of a lot of the routing because this level is important. It has a music box that... the music boxes themselves, like, the game only checks for you having the last one, but they do unlock necessary levels. Nice ladder glitch from Prote. He's about to do all the out-of-bounds shenanigans. Meanwhile, Dolman is saving 25 seconds here by wall-clipping to skip a boss.
Excellent. Very good execution so far from Dolman.
Prote does eventually get that ground pound ball clip. If you get one of those blocks broken, specifically the top one, you can use the ladder, like getting off the ladder animation to buffer a ground pound, and that allows you to break the second block, which you can use to take that shortcut. Wall clip itself only saves like 4 or 5 seconds, but obviously once you're committed to it, it makes sense to keep going. Prote not on the right pixel at the right time. Now he is. Thankfully you can just crouch if you're not ready to do the setup yet. And he gets the first frame, or he gets the frame first try.
That's right. Excellent.
Dolman here is doing a water maze. There's just all these currents. Even though we have the swimming power up, there's still things that we cannot swim through. So we just have to follow the currents and dip down for the key and then go all the way through it again to get to the boss.
The power-ups in this game do have 2 different levels of unlock, so at this point we only have level 1 unlock for both of them at this time, and we only get the level 2 whenever we are done with the final power-up.
Yeah, level 2 swimming just allows you to swim against currents, but it's only while you're holding B, so you can't just like go through them easily. Prote is saving in out of bounds. I think this does save, like it salvages some time if you don't hit the switch correctly, but also, like if you do happen to get really unlucky and hit an out of bounds that deletes your save, or I guess it doesn't delete your save, but like takes you to the title screen. Or like takes you out of the level, which you can do if you do the movement wrong. Saving does mean that that is not as much of a risk. That boss was called Wolfen Boss, by the way. And the treasure that he guards is this fan, which allows you to go to the east map. But before we go there, we're going to go to S1 again to get the second half of that chest that we got all the way back in N2 Red, second chest of the speedrun route. What this does is it freezes over the water in the east map, allowing us to do the second level. Yeah, I guess I didn't mention, but he got that wall clip very quickly. I think that was first try, and it's an off-screen wall clip. Obviously, the timing is something you can get down, but because you can't see Wario, it's still difficult.
I think it was first try on this one. Because currently Wario is only able to jump 2 tiles high. You need extra boots to be able to jump another 3rd tile high while pressing up as well.
Yeah, and there's also supposed to be a snake there, but we don't have the snake flute that you would normally get from, I believe it's S2 Gray. No, that's not right. It's E1 Gray. Nice ladder glitch from Dolman. This ladder glitch saves a lot of time. This saves like 30 seconds, I think, because it allows you to get the key, and then when you save and reset, the camera goes back to where it's supposed to be, and then you can get the chest because it just happens to be right there.
Yeah, because when you do the ladder glitch, the items that are in the room are still physical. You can interact with those.
Yeah, so basically the tiles are the same, but sprites from above will be loaded. Or below, rather. That was a nice ladder glitch. He's going to go for the same setup that Dolman was, with floating through the ceiling and getting knocked back in order to break the second block. You can only do this when you have helmet, so it's only useful for the second time. He does hit the spark on purpose, as opposed to getting fattened early. That was a little bit of a late dash. This will still work, though. He's just gonna have to go into the wall. Okay, that's good.
Excellent. Both first try for S3 wall clip there. Meanwhile, Dolman did a setup on S2 blue while dashing and getting knocked on the wall outside. I don't quite know how this works, but he's able to break the block with a helmet and also crouch inside to get through the blue chest without having to go all the way around.
And we're going to do a slightly different type of wall clip on Dolman's screen. This is just a water wall clip. Works the same, except for you just you get your dash cancelled by landing in the water, and then you swim over to the right pixel, and you still do the clip in the same way, you just have to fall into the wall. This jump here on Pro's screen is kind of weird. It definitely takes several tries a lot of the time. Just you have to wait for one of the tiles to do what you want it to. Like this particular section is kind of hard to scale. Pro is also going to do the swimming method. Now we're going to see a bit of a trick to... I'm not sure if that's the right setup. I think he broke one block that he didn't need to.
Yeah, but thankfully you cannot break block while you're on the pop state at least.
Okay, he backs it up just fine. The reason you have to do this is because you're intended to get here way later in the game, in the progression, and you're expected to just have the super ground pound or the red overalls, basically. Because this frog here that we're about to kill, there's some enemy-only platforms in the background, and by ground pounding you just make them go up a tile, so you just ground pound 11 times or something so you can reach the key. But in any percent, we don't have ground pound or super ground pound, so you have to bait the Numo into following you into that alcove so that you can do that. Now we have the golden glove. Oh, go ahead.
It's also worth mentioning that Dolman stayed in the lava while being on fire because the timer on the fire power-up does freeze while in midair, so he's making sure that he gets the least amount of time on the fire state while being the least amount of fire in the air as well.
Yeah, you do have to jump once, but jumping more than that would be a time loss. And now Dolman is doing new route any percent. In the old route, you actually did one more level before going to the first/last level in order to unlock the last area. This tree here there is a door that you go into if you get the powder from E3 green. But I think at the end of 2022 it was, Black found an out of bounds that you can do here, which allows you to skip E3 green entirely, and it saves a minute and a half. And Dolman does get the out of bounds, which is very nice. This is very risky, you can't save before it, otherwise the blocks right at the ceiling change, and you actually can't go through. This out of bounds is kind of hard to navigate. I don't perfectly understand it myself, because I haven't really run New Route any percent. But basically, he's eventually going to go up and wrap around. And the reason you're going up is just because that's where a door is. I see he's gonna save here. I think that doesn't change anything, it just means that if he does mess up the next room, he's still safe.
Does that mean you have to do the clip twice since the blue keys and the outside?
No, this is entirely different. It actually takes you to a room that has the blue key and the chest in it.
Okay.
First he's going to do this disco room here. You just buffer a jump, and then you turn back at a certain point, and that puts you on a warp tile. That takes you into the second disco room, and he's going to go left here, and eventually ground pound or do some sort of movement to touch a warp tile that's coming up pretty soon. There it is.
Oh wow.
And we're gonna do some more normalized movement, just specific dash jumps, and then get the key. If you fail that, I think there's like, I don't remember if there's like crash blocks or spikes or something. There's some like hazard if you don't get the key in a normalized fashion. But then once you get the key, you just have to go to the chest.
This is like a debug room for the dev, just having the key nearby the chest just to go through the level quick or an unlock.
It's going for this off-screen wall clip here. Looks like he might be going for unbuffered, which is interesting.
Yeah, setting up a pixel there to get through.
In order to do these clips bufferless, like without using the pause menu, you have to press right for one frame and then left on the exact next frame. There we go. And time is going to be on this last hit here, and Dolman gets a very solid 44-36.
Just watching a PP is 42-36. Well, 2 minutes behind, that's extremely good.
Yeah, with all the things that can go wrong in this run, that's very solid.
Yeah,
And some of that is just going to be from like safety saves.
Yeah, there are no, like, all the major tricks were done quasi perfectly, like, for like our second try at most, but yeah, very solid round there.
Now Featherweather is doing Wario Land 4 while Pro is finishing up the last 10 or so minutes of the run.
So with Wario and 4, we are going back to an HP system. So we have up to 8 life points at that point. And the stages mostly needs 4 pieces of a gemstone, and you need to recover a key at the end of a stage before going out. But to warp out, you are required to turn on the frog switch, which activates a countdown before kind of a dimension gets destroyed, and you need to get to reach the warp before the countdown ends in order to advance. There are some multiple cutscene skips as well in order to save a bit of time throughout the run, mostly in between the levels, when the level ends, or before reaching a boss door.
I think Traveler's having controller issues. That's unfortunate. Pro here's doing the first water clip. Nice.
If the clip was messed up, Pro would have to go back outside to get a pixel back, or do the normal way the rest of the stage.
Yeah.
Hopefully the technical issues on those will be sorted out pretty quickly.
Not to worry. For specifics, technical issues and stuff like that, I am keeping like a mental track here of how long things are taking for like technical issues. So
That's
for
nice.
people that want to casually like minus time like that away from the total time of each team, I'm keeping track of it.
Oh, it seems like it's 3 minutes late start.
We'll see
Maybe
if it
it's not fixed
works, and
yet.
then yeah, we'll see if it works. If it's working now, then we'll end the timer. See. It seems like not.
Those stores have a major lead, so that's still fine. Prot is doing a little different setup, making sure that the mosquito is under the other set of blocks.
Very good setup though.
The trickiest part is to make sure that the enemy goes inside the corner, because you have like 2 or 3 pixels of margin at most for it to pass through.
Right.
Yeah, it's very difficult if you don't get the setup right to back it up.
It is very unfortunate. We are gonna have Plush swap how he's playing real quick. It should be fine. That's gonna be roughly about, if I were to estimate, I think 6-7 minutes total time lost for Team Nose due to tech issues now. But
Yeah, I think we lost about 5 minutes towards the beginning as well because one of the runners missed the baton pass.
yeah, so given that, we'll say Team Nose still shockingly like ahead by a wide margin given all of that too. So
Yes, they gained back 24 minutes after the Master of Disguise. They were 16 minutes behind, and while 3 started 8 minutes ahead on those.
So with that said, it's very impressive. We have some absolute monsters race today.
Alright, third time's a
Yeah,
charm.
very solid showing from Gilman. Pro is about to do this enemy bounce here. Nice.
Second
Second try is very
excellent.
good for that. if you don't do it right and you accidentally kill the enemy, then you can lose quite a bit of time. Anyway, Fairweather is now in business. Unfortunate that we lost some time to that, but for
Oh,
personal...
I guess
Wait, did something happen to Pro?
yeah, he got out of the out of bounds, unfortunately, so he has to lead it.
Oh, and he kills the
Anyways,
enemy as well. He can still wall clip up here. Or I think he's actually going to go for a damage boost. That's interesting.
he's just making sure that the enemy is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You could also do
Well,
that with a wall clip, but the damage boost would definitely be more consistent.
So that's like 9 minutes and 20 seconds lost to both tech issues from different folks. But like I said, it's fine. We'll take that away later. And that's roughly, I might be off by like a second or two.
I doubt that we're going to be, like, that close, though, because we've got 11 games here.
Yeah, 11 games, and Shake It's pretty long. Wario World has a lot of variables to it. WarioWare games should be semi-close, I'd like to think.
Yeah, there's ways to lose time, like, by, like, dying to a boss or losing 4 lives in any given stage, but ideally that won't be happening.
Bro's having just a smidge of trouble.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because he actually did get into out of bounds very quickly, but I guess he just made a misstep.
meanwhile,
Very
Fairweather
hard.
hitting on the first boss.
Yeah, once you
Holding
get this
left.
boss stuck into the wall like that and facing away from you, it's very easy to just keep hitting. And once you beat the entry passage overall, then you get access to all of the stages, like sequentially for each passage. Most runners choose to go for the Sapphire passage first, just because it has the hardest levels. Obviously, it doesn't matter in a marathon setting, but it's what these runners are going to be used to. I guess I'll mention the category as well. It's any percent normal zipless. Normal is the difficulty.
Zipless means be doing in Wario Master Disguise we saw what would be called a zip, where you get caught in a certain area, and since the game is trying to shove you to another part of the area of the map where Wario would be able to move again. Yeah, so you just go upwards. So because of that, it would be a zip, but you not do any zips in the game if you in the category.
Ray's back and out of bounds. Hopefully he doesn't fall out this time. He should be fine at this point, I think, because he's gotten sufficiently high on the screen.
We're gonna be praying for him, making sure that regardless of everything, putting on a good showing for the rest of it, because this is the second last level for them. They're about to be the boss.
Yeah, this was definitely very solid.
Fairweather is doing alright too. Their PB, if I recall correct, for zipless is a 57 something, which is a decent time to start with. They're going for a few safe strats. I saw them practice, I think it was the other day, so I'm a little bit familiar with what they're going to try to go for. If they're playing it safe, they're going to be going for a few strategies that are a lot more like new player friendly. Like there's a jump coming up here in just a second where you can use an enemy in between a group of walls. Oh, he's going for it. Let's see if he gets it. Got it first try. That's amazing. He was having trouble with that the other day. And also
yeah, this is very difficult. There's enemy bounces in this game, and they're not too difficult, but that one in particular, because there's walls on both sides, the enemy moves differently, so you have to kind of adjust your timing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like it's very hard to get, specifically that. And then also on top of that, getting the second part of that trick is not that hard to get, where you're breaking all the blocks with a massive ground pound. But sometimes you can get unlucky and you're breaking one block at a time. But he got both good aspects of that run.
But finally finishing the blue chest, getting onto the final boss.
Yeah, there's also a strat here where you can bounce across those floating enemies with some speed. But carpet doesn't lose that much time if you are unsure. If you do try to bounce across the enemies and you like hit the edge of them and you get knocked backwards, then you're gonna lose time because you'll have to go for the carpet anyway.
But yeah, I suppose we should mention Wario's back to having health in this game. In the upper left corner, it's kind of forgiving on normal. You start on like 1 HP and like very hard, I think, or hard.
That's right.
But,
yeah, in normal and in hard difficulty, you start with 4 hearts, which is plenty, and there's a lot of hearts hidden throughout the stage. Or not really hidden, but just like, scattered.
Right, which makes it very good.
You also get plenty of iframes in this game. Like, if you do take a hit, sometimes you'll take a hit on purpose just to use the iframes.
Yeah.
I think very hard does not have any HP whatsoever overall. At least on tutorial stage, I did not see any HP recovery possible.
It is possible. There's still hearts in the levels, and if you kill 8 enemies and collect the heart orbs, then you get an extra heart. Which is what the bar below the hearts is, which you're not really going to see come into play at all for like an any percent run. Fred Other's doing a safe strat here, just doing this room kind of the intended way, using iframes to go through the spikes instead of using Zombie Wario, though. Ooh, Pro misses a hand. That's unfortunate.
Not the worst possible thing, but... Oh, he almost missed the second
Yeah,
hand.
almost missed again.
Gotta be patient.
Alright, and that's time for him.
GG.
Nice.
It's at 50.
Still better than my PB, for sure.
The goats.
Yeah, that was a nice race for the two of them. I wish their start times were a bit closer, because that was the first and second place speedrun times right there.
But
Now we have Hide Seek going into Wario Land 4 as well.
this might be where Team Mustache admittedly makes quite a bit of a comeback. Hide Seek is definitely one of the best of all time playing this game. In a short period of time, I believe they went from the short time I've been part of the community anyway, they went from a 46, like a mid 46, to a 45-59, which the world record is only like 20 seconds off of that. And I think there's only 2 times that are 45. So this runner is one of the best for sure.
Yeah, Hide Seek is still second place, and not very far from the world record.
Right. Definitely a top contender for it too, despite being 20 seconds away. That's a long time for a speed.
Yeah, he was on a very big grind for this.
Yeah, I think he was focusing on other difficulties and took a little bit of a break, but for the relay, he's back in business for normal difficulty.
Yeah. Some time can definitely be made up here with Team Mustache because of Hide Seek. He is going to be pulling a lot of weight for sure.
It's kind of worth mentioning that in this game, all the levels are unique. They always like a unique gimmick contained in it. So these levels, once you are on the way back to the warp, it turns from fire to ice stage, and each time the timer will be turned on. There's also those frog blocks that will activate or deactivate depending on the case, which change the routing on how you, from when you enter and until when you get out. So in this case, there's quite a fair bit more memorization to do on the level routing make sure to go quick. Unfortunate icing there. These enemies do react fairly quickly as well, so it can happen that sometimes you get caught in an unfortunate hit there every so often.
Yeah, Yetis can be very annoying to deal with if you're not doing your movement like perfectly sometimes, depending on the room.
Yeah. Hide seek. We didn't see it too much from Fairweather, but hide seek is doing it's momentum. You're using a lot of the momentum from your R dash and just canceling your R dash by letting go of the button and then jumping. You keep all the speed of the R dash, but you're able to freely jump like whatever height you want. Because whenever you're in R dash, you have to jump max height.
Yeah, and you, as far as I know, you don't get a jump buffer, or the jump buffer is a lot less forgiving when you have, like when you're in your R speed mode. But if you have the full speed, but you are like bunny hopping, you can do buffer jumps, and that makes the movement very easy, depending on the room. Like if you just have a bunch of jumps in a row that you want to do to keep your speed, you can do that pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's also a good way when you're carrying an enemy. Wario, of course, can only move at a certain speed, his walking speed. But if you R dash and then cancel it, and then pick up the enemy as you're about to exit your R dash, and bunny hop like that, you keep all that momentum while carrying enemies as well.
Yeah, you can, like, when you're about to carry an enemy, if you jump into its hitbox when it's stunned, then the game just automatically makes you pick it up instead of having you do the animation on the ground, which is also a thing in, it's not really noticeable in Wario Land 1, but it is a thing, and it's also in Wario Land 2 and 3 for sure. I didn't mention, but you do Hotel Horror backwards with that enemy bounce at the beginning to get into the outer area on the left. It's just a little bit faster in terms of routing.
Yeah.
You don't have to go through as many rooms.
Double cutscene skip before going to the Catbat boss.
Oh yeah, there's also a lot of soft resetting. I didn't mention that either, but whenever you soft reset, obviously you get taken to the title screen and restart from wherever you were on the map. But the game saves as soon as any cutscene starts, so it will remember that you supposedly had watched that cutscene, so you can just soft reset as soon as a cutscene starts and go back to the map, which you do at the end of every level as soon as you enter the portal. And you also do as soon as you beat a boss, like as soon as its health is 0, and you also do it to skip the boss door opening cutscene, which saves a couple seconds. It's not as big of a deal, but overall the cutscene skips save 11 minutes, the number I've heard before, which is a lot of time, and it's very worth it. And like you can wait for half a second or something, or even more, to just be safe and be sure that you entered the portal and killed the boss and that kind of thing. Haidseek here is
Okay.
going for a very advanced enemy bounce, and he gets it. Nice.
First
Excellent.
try. That is a very tight window to get that.
Yeah, and there's 2 enemies there that will be shooting those green particles at you. That turns into Zombie Wario, and if they hit you, then it's over. So if you don't get it first try, it's going to be pretty difficult to back it up.
You know, Fairweather going for a kind of stun lock, making sure that he's bouncing up from the Catbat to make sure that all the remaining hits can be chained on the final section.
Yeah, if you hold A while you're bouncing or ground pounding on something, then it makes you bounce, obviously, so as long as you have the right timing with when you press down, you can just stay on top of Catbat forever. Ooh, Fairweather almost got that kind of momentum tech there. Still broke the blocks, which is nice for when we're going to leave. Technically the first jewel piece is in that room, but we're not going for that until the end, because it just happens to be slightly faster to do it later. In fact, you actually don't get any of the jewel pieces until the escape happens, just because of the routing. Let's see
So
falls in the
how-
lava there. Unfortunate speed value lining up, I would assume.
So how the fire works in this game is you get 3 hits on the walls, before going in the final fire state and have the end of timer there.
Yeah, it does work pretty similarly to Wario Land 2 and 3, except for the fact that you bounce on the walls instead of run for a certain amount of time. So it's a bit more puzzle-oriented. Like, it's still puzzle-oriented in the other two games, but there's a lot more variability based on, like, where exactly you are and how much you jump.
I forget which one it is. Is it the next one or the one after? That's Domino.
Domino Row is,
I
I
think it's
believe...
after.
Yeah, I think it's like the third level of Ruby Passage.
Yeah, no, it's
Because the other one is Big Board, I believe, be the other,
yeah,
which
it's
is
the
what Fairweather's on now.
It's the board game, the Sugoroku.
Yeah, this is Big Board. There's this roulette here, which is supposed to be like, you know, rolling dice in a board game. You go 1 through 6. As soon as these like board tiles spawn, they start moving.
Fairweather having
getting the fire there. It's fine, it doesn't really matter. The idea is just to advance the board a certain amount of times before you get to the end. There's not anything like that locks you out of doing anything in normal difficulty. In hard and above, there are actually jewel pieces that require you to get specific tiles on the board.
And whenever we get the the power up you get also depends on which room you are in.
Yeah, so like in that one it was fire because the devs want you to use fire to get a diamond or in hard difficulty jewel piece.
Here in this room, it would be a thing if you were to get the correct roulette wheel, which you could skip a bit of that platforming do correctly.
Yeah, you can actually get the Wario head, which is just like it gives you a reaction. In that room, it gives you spring, which you can use to spring up through a ceiling. It skips like a little bit of platforming.
Bit of tech we're also going to see here is he's going to Fairweather's going to jump into the roulette dice over and over and buffer a ground pound, and then buffer a jump so that way it does not change its number, so you hitting the same number you want to over and over again if done properly. This speeds up the process, like it's pretty much double speed, almost, if you're instead of just waiting for the same number around.
Yeah,
So,
if you don't do this like down press here, then you don't fall down fast enough to actually get the same number.
You know, hiding seek going for the catbot boss now.
there's a slightly faster version of the boss fight that Fairweather didn't do. We'll see if Hide Seek goes for it. They should. Where instead of waiting on the each time, should be able to buffer a dash and jump at just the right time to hit the cat bat when it goes down.
He went
Yeah,
for
let's see.
one of the wave dashes, but didn't actually get it. That's unfortunate. Now the alignment is going to be kind of off, but I think you can kind of reset it here. Yeah. And it's going to go for... No, I guess you can't because it's like going up and down.
But since LC got nice double this time. Since LC got the first hit, he didn't lose any time at all, but now that second hit was there, he gains a little bit compared to Fairweather's fight earlier.
So the last part of Cat Bat isn't that much to worry about, so long as you're holding A and then in a rhythm, pressing down, making sure that you're not pressing one button or the other quick. It should be pretty easy.
I guess I totally played 1-4, was completely off with the domino section.
Yeah, I guess it was number 4.
So the level's gimmick is we do have an artist there that will draw in 2 types of pigs. So one that will just roll around and has spikes, and the other one is a slow flyer that goes down.
Yeah, in this run, you're not really going to have any interaction with the pig because you're just moving too fast for him to do anything, and you don't need to interact with either of the pig types. In the hard difficulty, you do need to actually get one of the slow floating pigs so that you can go into a secret room to get a jewel piece.
We'll be, I think, with one enemy in this section, though, in order to do a little jump.
Yeah, there's a lot of little cheese you can do in this specific vertical room.
It's also possible to just cancel out one of the drawings as well by having the artist being hidden behind an obstacle.
Yeah. I see Fairweather is going for the consistent strategy, just hitting both of these pencils. You can take one of these spearheads up, or spear masks, I don't remember precisely what they're called. And you can do an enemy bounce that way, but if you don't time jumping on them right, then you just take damage, and obviously you also have to do the enemy bounce as well.
So a version of it where you can do a double enemy bounce where you will be able to skip both of the pencils. That saves even more time. But it really is just about what somebody prefers to do for safety reasons. Fairweather choosing to do neither is just fine for safety.
Yeah, it's totally reasonable. A lot of the little skips in this game, they save like a few seconds at most. Fairweather's passing by that jewel piece because it is slightly faster to get it later. Because you dash off the platform and you're already going left to get to the exit, whereas if you get it then you have to go left and then back right into the door. Just like minor movement optimization through routing like that. We'll see how Heitseek does on the big board route here. Nice, he gets the spring.
So far, a pretty solid big board from Heitseek, and so far pretty decent, not perfect, but decent domino row from Fairweather.
There was like an extra damage boost at the end, unintended, before jumping into the room.
Fairweather turns to the left there just so that you land on that platform, because the game remembers which direction you were facing when you enter a door, and when you're in midair like that, you have to fall down, and you don't get enough speed to actually make it there if you're facing right. So you have to do an extra jump. It's very minor, but good enough to go for.
Excellent
I
board game there.
believe Fairweather missed a trick that they usually do. They usually try to jump on the frog, and then they jump back up to the ladder to go back to this route here, I believe, that they try to do. But
Oh, interesting, I never heard of that.
missed it.
I assume that's just like slightly easier movement and maybe loses a couple seconds. I never have heard of that being done before.
Neither have I until the other day, but it looked like it didn't lose any time at all, if it was slower.
Right.
Definitely gonna have to be researched if not a lot of people know about it, but that's what's so good about these different playstyles, man.
Fairweather taking the 2 safety hearts there. Very fair, because you can get hit quite a lot in this room, and there are some hearts, but still very risky, and they were entering on 2 hearts otherwise.
Because it's full reset of that level. So there are a lot of these spiky helmet enemies that are present, which is quite dangerous. And I think usually in Valence you would be ending at 1 HP at this point. So it's a good thing the low safety routes were taken. It's a bit of a loss, but they were safe and having to redo the whole level.
This thing that Fairweather's coming up on, this boss is called Air Rodent. It's a pun called A Rodent, which is an arrow. It's spelled arrow as in like in the air, and then rodent as in a rat. So it's very funny. This boss, it takes patience if you don't know the specific timing for it, because if you hit the boss at just the right height on the enemy, it will not reset them and it will not bounce them back upwards. So you can keep hitting them over and over again. Sadly, Fairweather hit them into its second version and only got 2 hits off of there. So a little unfortunate about that, but...
Itika's going for the double enemy bounce that you mentioned here.
Nice.
Took a couple tries there, but managed to re-stun the upper enemy, so it still worked out right.
Got a really rusty version of it, but it's fine. Fairweather, unfortunately, not doing so good on the Aerodent fight.
This fight is very difficult. Like, it's hard to state how difficult it is, because you have to get these precise hits, and... yeah, like if you align it just wrong, then you'll hit the bear's ear, and that counts as hitting the bear instead of the rat, so it makes it go up again.
Yeah, you can have like 2-3 hits at minimum, but if you are able to just touch the mouse, then you can almost infinite till the end. But doesn't look like you have the setup are quite right to get those hits in.
Once you get to this point in the fight, if Aerodent goes back down, then you can spawn fire, which can be very difficult to avoid. I feel like the fire just like spawns on a random X position, so
Nice.
maybe it didn't spawn there. Maybe it has to be like 3 health or something. But yeah, if Catbat's like AI resets when it's on lower health, then it will start spawning fire. Thankfully, it didn't become a problem there.
Aerodent, there is a safe strat that you can do with it. Say if you miss both the bear and the rat, eventually the rat will just flip back over anyway, but what you can do is you can bonk straight under the rat into it without hitting the bear, and it will just reset the timer for that, so you can hit the rat again without dashing, and then reset the timer so you have more time to try it again. Which... it helps, but it's still very hard.
Yeah. Fairweather was taking it slow in that kind of tilting scale room, which makes sense. If you fall down, then you obviously lose a lot of time from having to do everything again.
Meanwhile, further entering the industrial section of the game, which I believe is like the second hardest set of levels that is present in the game.
Yeah, Ruby is difficult, for sure.
Yeah, one of the most infamous levels in the game is here. Unfortunate miss from the platforming from Fairweather there. If you can make it all
I think
the way
you want
across...
to let go of R there so that you have more control over your jumps, but it's fine because you don't actually have to go across like that in normal. There's not a jewel piece there, it's on the other side. Of course, in the harder difficulties, they do make you actually go across those platforms.
Yeah. And it would be faster anyway to do that, but it's no big deal. I believe... no, we're not there quite yet. I believe this is 40 below that Fairweather's going in, I believe. No, it's the sewer. My fault. I don't think there's that many difficult tricks here necessarily. It's just going through a lot of blocks, a lot of breakable blocks.
Yeah,
also
Toxic
think
Landfill is a
that
pretty fast level just because there's not that much going on. There was like a little cheese in that second room to start ground pounding earlier instead of having to get fat from the. I think it's Ringo Suki is the monkey that throws apples at you.
I'm sadly not familiar with all the official names of the Wario enemies here.
Neither am I. Most of them are just in Japanese and never got transliterated or translated or whatever, like localized. That was
I
a
think
nice one cycle from Hide Seek.
Yeah.
I think it was 1 cycle only.
Yeah,
Yep.
it wasn't perfect because he hit him one time upwards, but that doesn't lose
That
any
might have been on
time.
purpose though, because the timing is actually easier when he's higher up because you don't need to like charge up your dash to get enough speed to go past the ears. And I think Fairweather was also actually doing that on purpose. But it does obviously make it riskier if you do hit the ears on like when he's higher, because then that means that you've effectively lost 2 chances at getting that one cycle. There's a shortcut here in the escape for Fairweather. It just means that you don't have to go all the way around. It saves several seconds. Very technical scales from Hide Seek.
There's one thing to point out in this stage is that the ground pound has two levels, and in the first level you can cancel it at any time, but once you get to the second level, in order to break the blue blocks, you cannot stop it until the very end.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the best ways to stop it in some levels where you're breaking through a lot of blocks. You can see this in Toy Block Tower, in the first level in the yellow passage. At the very end of I think it's right after you collected the second to last door piece.
Yeah.
There's a red ball at the very bottom of the pit that stops it and makes Wario bounce on it. So
yeah, because it behaves like a sprite, so if you ground pound on it, then you can hold A and then bounce off it.
Right.
So doing it on terrain though, like on regular background tiles, it does make you like stun for a whole second.
Right.
Heidseek is definitely catching up here, just one level behind Fairweather currently.
I think at the start there was like 2 or 3 level difference overall.
The start was about a 4-level difference.
Of course, we would have to factor in the like 9-minute difference from technical issues to get a full picture, but yeah, Heidseek is definitely making a lot of ground.
Yeah, maybe possible for Heidseek to finish maybe ahead at the end.
It all depends on the errors that Fairweather makes, because upcoming past Ruby Passage is all the easy levels of the game. Minus, this is a personal opinion, Monsoon Jungle.
I mean, Monsoon is just a very difficult level. I think most people would agree, because there's some platforming that you do across a bunch of moving platforms, and if you fail the platforming, then you have to restart from like basically a checkpoint. You have to go back to where you came from, like 15 blocks away.
Doing it safe is fine. You can't. It's like a really easy level as far as like a concept, but it is hard to do at an expert pace.
Yeah, for sure.
Fairweather unfortunately missing the setup for a dash across the very top, the ice blocks. But
yeah, all that does is just save a little bit of ladder climbing. You could also go along the bottom, and it probably is a little bit safer and more consistent, but you would lose maybe a second or two because ladder climbing is quite slow. And this looks like bad Yeti RNG. That's fine though. It's okay to get hit there.
Yeah, that only wastes about a second or so. I'd see having trouble with the ladder and first little bit of
one tile gap.
Doing an enemy bounce
off the conveyor belt.
All of it.
And now Fairweather is on this level, the pinball zone, which is probably the easiest way to lose a bunch of time because there's a bunch of these as far as I know, they're called pinball tulips, and they open and close regularly. And you want to make sure that you get all these, I guess, pinballs into them while they're open. And if you fail, then you might drop the pinball and have to do a bunch of navigation to get back to it. Or even in the best case, you're still losing time from having to wait a couple seconds for the pinball to open again.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of different ways to go about putting all these pinballs in, because there's 4 in each level. So 4 in each, like, room where there is a pinball thing.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see if both of these players have a different route for how they're going to handle the pinball room exactly.
Yeah, you can definitely get very technical with it.
Some of the worst rooms in this is, I think it's the second to last and the last pinball room, where if you miss from a high enough ground up, the pinball will fall like the furthest it can go. And that's the best example of losing all the have in Pinball Zone because of having to climb with an item in your hand, which is never fast.
That yellow room can be kind of punishing. This green room isn't that bad. Then the next one is also punishing as well. The ice room, I guess, the blue room. The whole level kind of goes on a gradient. This like hub room that Fairweather is in is actually like a one large room that you'll eventually go all the way down at the end. And at least to these kind of side areas. Hootseek does get the movement across the top of that ice to save the ladder climbing. We'll see what kind of Yeti we get. That's a good Yeti.
Very nice. I do wonder if Hootseek does go for all the hard strats because of the delay between the two teams.
I do wonder. I'm sure that they just like go for the strats that they're used to going for, though, to an extent. Also, that's very unfortunate from Fairweather hitting on the corner there. It's going to be pretty hard to recover that without ground pounding and making it go all the way back down to the bottom of the room.
Yeah, another thing to mention. Oh, that was very good. That was a very good recovery.
Nice. Yeah.
But another thing to mention, I do not believe pinballs enter their slot if they are off screen. So that is another thing you have to worry about.
I don't really know how it works if they're in midair, but like if they're on top of the pinball tulip, then like they won't be counted until you make them load again, which you'll see in both this escape room and the second escape room because they're kind of long and horizontal, so all the pinball tulips can despawn.
I'm pretty sure they move. They keep moving if they're moving along like a ramp or something. Then they keep moving while they're off screen, but they don't enter the tulip. That's the only unique thing.
So like if you get to that little counter block at the end, it'll say 2 until you go back, load these tulips, and then go back, and it'll say 0 again.
Yeah, I think we can see this now, yeah, for the number 2 and number 4. Like they just entered whenever the tulip was on the screen. But we're still going down on their own ramps.
Hootseek and Fairweather are both in the same stage right now, and that's mostly just because pinball is also the longest level. It's like 6 minutes or something. Whereas most of the other levels are like 3 or 4.
Good thing the second pinball entered that one tulip. The other was stuck on the corner. You also get, while the timer is running on, these electricity machines that are throwing down some sparks on the ground as well.
It's just turning around every time he lands because if you jump from a standstill, there's like a slight delay. But if you're moving, then you start like jumping instantly. It's very niche, just a slight frame saver basically.
Nice air dash cap. And both balls are in. Different setup used there with an up throw for the top one and the air dash capture. And nose being on Kaku Condor. Don't get caught.
This boss is fairly easy. All you have to do is just bait this claw and move away from it before it actually goes down. Then the second phase, it turns into a big condor. Or I guess it reveals itself as being a big condor. And it lays all these eggs that you have to throw back at it. It's optimal to go for doubles, which Fairweather is doing. It's especially important on the last hit because the boss starts moving quite a bit faster. So it will basically escape you if you try to throw at it.
And since there were like 5 hits remaining, they don't go on purpose. They do one hit on purpose so that there's only doubles left at the very end.
Yeah, because it's an odd number of hits that you need, so one of them doesn't need to be a double. It's not exactly a double, but it's just like waiting for the condor to lay an egg before you throw the first one. Nice jump from Fairweather into that sort of secret passage. You're intended to go there when you escape, but if you have the right speed alignment, then you can also get there when you're like coming from the left. And Emerald Passage, which Fairweather is in, this is just the intended first passage. It has all the easy courses, and they're all kind of short.
One egg miss on hide seek, but that's not too concerning.
I'd seek purposely kind of timed the single hit so that Google Condor wouldn't turn around when he was attempting a double, because if you turn around, then, like, if the Condor turns around, then you won't be in the right spot to catch the second egg.
And also, on the other side, the comeback of the bees from Wario Land 2 that were not there in Wario Land 3.
That's true.
Doing a jumping setup in order to get the second state of the ground pound there for that block. Excellently done.
Yeah, again, this stage is not too difficult. You just have to know where you're going, which is, for anyone who's played the game as much as these two people, it'll be easy. Ooh, not getting into the super runtime there. There's another strat that we'll probably see Hide Seek go for, where you actually do a mid-air jump off of Ringo Suki and get a super ground pound that way, instead of from above or using Fat Wario. That's a little shortcut there just to get to the escape quickly. Oh, he's trying to go for it. I guess he abandons it. Level that Fairweather is in this Mystic Lake. It's a lot of swimming, mostly, along with these kind of cave sections.
The jump scare level with all those fish.
Oh yeah, that's true. When I first watched a video of this game, it was obviously doing things in the intended order, so you get to Mystic Lake fairly early, and I saw those fish, and that told me quite a lot about what this game's design is like. This room in particular has these bubbles, and Fairweather unfortunately hit one of them, so just kind of wait to be safe. You can, like, go to one side of them if they're... Ooh, that's unfortunate.
It's very tight.
Yeah, if you don't do your swimming perfectly, once you lose the rhythm, it's kind of difficult to get back into it. Heitseek is making up ground very quickly. He's going to be on the bubble room shortly. Fairweather's going for the key, and then they're going to do a little... It's basically like a corner boost or like an edge correction that the game attempts to do. If you're next to a solid wall, when you're jumping like that, then the game will snap you. Even though normally when you're jumping out of the water, you wouldn't actually have enough height to get onto that semi-solid platform.
And yeah, I think keeping to close in as well, only about 30 seconds behind from the in-game timers overall.
Yeah, this last level here might have a lot of time save or time lost from either runner, honestly. Let's see how Fairweather approaches it.
I think this level is one of the more technical difficult to optimize because you have all of those moving platforms that you have to chain through.
Yeah,
and also
those
like
first two
the
sets are
opponent.
pretty easy because you can have your full R speed and not let go of R, but then once you get past that point, Fairweather very reasonably opts to just do it casually, which might end up with less time loss overall, as opposed to if Heitseek falls in the water here, but we'll see. And it was beautifully executed. This room in particular kind of sucks to fail in because when you fall, you have to wait for the screen to scroll and go all the way up a ladder. At least in these rooms with the pool at the bottom, you can just swim past the pool, and it's not as much of a time loss.
Oh. Very, very close.
They're very close now. Just 5 seconds apart because of Heitseek doing all the optimal movement for the swinging platforms.
Yeah, this sounds like a very good 46 pace for Heitseek so far.
Yeah, 46 is a very respectable time. Taking a little shortcut here, and then we hit a wall to leave the rolling state because you can't navigate back unless you're in normal Wario.
Or whether choosing to do to not roll first, grabbing the chest first, and then going into roll state later.
Yeah, this is kind of an older route. It's also slightly safer if you do miss the jump to hit the wall as rolling, then you have to hit a different wall later and lose a lot more time.
Very well done. One more boss before finishing the 4 main areas.
Practice is pretty easy. Definitely one of the easiest amongst all bosses, for sure, because it's meant to be after all the easy level, sure. all that the players will be needing to do is hit them once near the furthest to the right ladder, wait for a sound cue to play, and then after that sound cue plays, they can do another ground pound on top of Cractus's head, and then it should be just rinse repeat from there.
Yeah, as long as you don't lose the rhythm, then it's a very easy fight. Of course, if you like kind of mistime it or you aren't positioned correctly and you like don't hit the right portion of Cractus's hitbox, then you might lose a bunch of time from having to wait for another attack cycle, which loses like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, and if you accidentally hit the drool, turn into Zombie Wario, which slows you down even further because that resets a different cycle, which loses
Yeah, because
more
then
time.
Cractus will taunt you at the top and you actually can't do anything until he does his next attack cycle.
Yeah.
Now,
Both
Hideseek
fight
is
takes
fully
time.
ahead in Golden Passage, doing what Dip calls Trout Wario, where you just swim against the current, or rather jump against the current.
You can blame Sniper Wave for getting me to call it that, but yeah,
Shoutouts to Sniper Wave, world record holder.
but it's similar to another strategy that is found in Wario Land 3, but it's a different category from what we've seen, so we didn't get to see it there, but
yeah, you see it in basically every other category except for any %.
Yeah, you essentially just, as you said, you go against the current and you use Wario's air time as the way to fight against the current as fast as possible. It's a lot easier than it looks, I promise. It's just rhythmic, basically.
I see Hideseek does not go for a new strat where you stun the Science Stein while rolling. And then you have to like hit a pixel perfect jump. Or maybe it's like 2 pixel window. It's like a very difficult strat that very recently Hideseek does not do. I think it saves like a couple seconds, maybe a little bit more. But the established strat is also perfectly fine, where you do you jump off the chest and go back to where you're not supposed to be yet. It still saves time over doing it the fully intended way. Now we've just got to backtrack a little bit to get the last chest piece here, because we did skip it earlier by going along the bottom of the level.
So we finally got to see the appearance of Old Man Explorer. Just for one use, he needed to be there.
Mad Science Stein is also in Wario Land 3 and appears in Dr. Wario 64. Or Dr. Mario 64, excuse me. So that's Golden Passage down, and that's the one level that's in the Golden Pyramid. It's similar to the entry passage, or Hall of Hieroglyphs in the entry passage, rather. And now we just have the final boss, which has a lot of different phases.
I guess we completely forgot to mention as well that the timer for the frog was going from the start. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss, but that is the added pressure of the Golden Passage.
Yeah, you have plenty of time. Even as a casual, you're probably going to have enough time to do it, but if you like keep getting hit by hazards or something, then that can get very stressful.
Yeah, especially if you don't know where you're going, it can be a lot to deal with one time. Golden Diva it has a very specific cycle to it. It starts off with a rotating mask ring. You got to hit each ring into the fan that she's holding up. Once you do, they will gain 4 new attacks. Each of which we will be using to throw an object of some sort into the mask underneath in order to beat the Golden Diva. First one will be this thing that we threw. Then there was the ball that you can charge into.
Yeah, we didn't even see the ball because it's interactable as soon as it spawns.
Yeah. Then there is egg, which you can grab and throw gently to the face of the diva in order to hit her with that. And then you can bonk yourself on the head with this mallet. And you can reset this mallet as many times as you like, as long as you grab it fast enough. And use it for some quick kill shenanigans.
Very good situational awareness from Hideseek. Basically, as soon as you hit the diva, whatever attack she's going to use, or like whatever projectile she's going to use, advances. But if you're using the hammer to skip one of those advancements, then you have to like keep track of what attack it is.
4730 from hide seek. Very
Yeah,
impressive.
that's very good.
I think Fairweather is like around 54 base, maybe, or 52. I forgot when the real start happened after the technical difficulties. I think it's below 50 at
Oh
least.
yeah, true. We had the 8 minutes at the start. I forgot about that.
So yeah, roughly about 53, 52, 40, I think. If my math is right. Admittedly, I'm tired. I'm not in the mood to do the calculations right now, just because we have everything.
Yeah, I hope they're going to save this run, because maybe it'll be retimed into a PB.
Yeah, potentially. So long as they get less than 54 minutes, then it's all good. But next up, we have WarioWare Touched by, I believe, and was it
It was Amoon
Grant?
and Grapple. Amoon is in the mustache team.
Yeah, Amoon and Grample. Definitely some legends against of the WarioWare community.
See, we have the baton
Almost
pass from Fairweather, so now it's Grapple's turn.
Really
both
well
starting at
done. GG.
Thank you, Pigeon.
yes, thank you, Pigeon.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
The for WarioWare Touch, there is once again going to be a lot of soft resetting, because it has something similar to Wario Land 4, where if you do a cutscene or something, it sees that you've viewed that cutscene again and you can skip it properly.
Yeah.
But a lot of the fast tech is the soft resetting, and also a little bit of RNG with some fast minigames towards the end.
Yeah, basically some of the microgames last twice as long as others, and some of them can be ended early. Like if you finish a microgame when the bomb timer is halfway down, then it will just end immediately. Or it can also end when it's 3/4 of the way down, and that's less ideal, but still saves a little bit of time, like 2 seconds basically,
Yeah,
or 4 beats.
I believe also if you beat it, it shortens the timer, just slightly. If it's like got a lot to go, I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, that's how it works. It's like there's some games that last twice as long, and for the ones that don't last twice as long, it doesn't work that way. It just lasts for 8 beats exactly, or whatever
Yeah.
the metric is. And the game does speed up, or I guess the music speeds up and the microgames speed up. Basically a third of the way and 2/3 of the way through.
Right. The I did a little bit of research on this game last night, and I believe Amoon right now is currently the world record holder for the main category that we have
Yeah,
right here.
both digital and physical, I believe.
Yeah.
Right now they're playing on digital, they're playing on Wii U Virtual Console.
Yeah, which I believe has like a few loading time differences, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's
There's
gonna be
some
the
soft
main
resets that
event.
are not faster on physical because it takes too long for it to load versus just watching the very short cutscene. I don't know if
Right.
Grapple's going for them. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar enough to know what all the soft resets are. But Grapple is also playing on Wii U Virtual Console.
I believe there are some characters in this section that Amoon is now, where they don't ever come back past this game, but
Oh
they're
yeah, the
like the midpoint of the story mode, where midway through the story mode, usually you have like this gauntlet of all the mini games that you played up to a certain point, and those two are the representative of that. Sadly, there's not that much specifically to commentate about the micro games themselves. It's just knowing what is in cache of like what micro games there are, how to play them, reacting to which ones would just be faster to win, which one would be faster to lose.
Yeah, like this one, you just wait. That plate one that you break the plate, it's faster to wait and let it fail as opposed to spinning it, because otherwise you have to keep it spinning for the entire duration of the game.
Yeah.
I believe Grapple is actually doing a slightly different order of these two characters, because he just finished Jimmy, whereas Amon is now entering the boss of Jimmy, so I assume that Grapple just didn't do Mona yet. Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't, I don't think it really matters the order, because so long as you're soft resetting at pretty much the same speed the whole time, then it doesn't really matter which person you do so long.
Yeah, there's an
Obviously,
argument to be
there's
made
order.
for like which one might be harder, which it's going to be probably up to preference mostly, or like maybe one is more RNG heavy. But for a relay setting, it doesn't matter that much, and I think I just like went left to right when I was playing myself.
I've sadly only ever played 2 WarioWare games. The first one being the adaptation to the GameCube of Mega Micro Games, which doesn't have a story mode, and then there was the WarioWare Get It Together. Played that years and years ago when it first came.
You say years and years ago. I think it released in like 2021, right? I guess that is kind of a long time ago, but
Yeah, 4 years
compared to
ago.
WarioWare Touch, it's definitely not ancient.
Touched is like, oh my goodness.
Touch came out in 2005, I think. I think it was like one of the first 10 games on the DS or something. It's just meant to be a very playable, very gamey tech demo. Showing off all the different ways you can use Touch on the DS, but obviously it's a very good game as well. Like, it's a very fun game for being like... I don't know exactly what I'm saying. Basically, it's a good game.
Yeah. This is one of those that I was talking about, the midway bosses, where you're getting like a repeat of all the things that you've played before, slightly altered.
Yeah, basically, Jimmy's family, I think it's his siblings that give you the remixes. They basically take microgames that you've encountered before from other characters and put them together. So there's a lot more RNG that can happen because it could give you more or fewer double-length microgames. And then they also give you a boss stage that is harder than... It's like a harder version of a boss stage that you've already done. I believe for Jamie, it's a harder version of the fly swatting minigame, which is the first boss.
Yeah. And the fly swatting minigame is... There's not really any way to speed it up unless you hit the flies at like the first possible moment, which...
Yeah, the flies are very annoying, honestly.
They're pretty
Because
small.
like if you're even slightly off, then I doubt it's pixel perfect, but it's probably like, you know, a few pixels that you have to hit each fly, and if you miss, then you break the glass instead, and if you break too much of the glass, then the window breaks and you've lost.
Oh yeah.
These first 4 flies went very well, and now we're having to wait for them to basically... These flies have a pattern where they just like bonk into the wall. He's pause buffering for a reaction that's very reasonable. I've actually never seen that before.
Wow.
It's nice and safe.
Yeah, bosses have the same kind of like beat cycle that microgames have. It's harder to see because there isn't a bomb timer, but basically every 4 beats they can advance to the end cutscene. But I believe pausing just completely interrupts that, so it does lose a little bit of time, but it's probably still a lot better than being too risky and just failing the boss, because that loses a lot more time because you have to redo the boss.
Oh yeah.
And if you're on low lives, then you might lose all 4 of your lives at the boss, and then you'll have to do the entire thing again, which is really bad. Hopefully we don't have to see any of that here.
Oh yeah.
So while we got the topic going on, and I guess Amun is in Krygor at the moment. Each of these characters do have a to them as far as what their mini games are based around, or their micro games are based around. Krygor's is obviously science, sports. Wario is just a little bit of Wario, etc., etc.
In addition to that, there's also like one of the things that makes Touch kind of unique, and I think Smooth Moves is also kind of like this. They all have different kinds of control types, like different ways you can tap. Like Crygor is all about spinning, and Mona was about like cutting, basically slicing across the screen.
Right.
There's some other ones like Cat and Anna, which we have not seen yet. That's about drawing on the screen.
Yeah, and I believe I don't know if it's the last one in order, but I know Amun does it last in their record. Mike is a mic minigame guy. You have to blow in the mic.
So you got to blow into that Wii U Virtual Console mic.
Yeah. Which also, I'm gonna mention this, by the way. When I was watching him run, it was kind of funny because the moment that Mike came on, I swear they turned on like some sort of fan in the background just to stick their console up to it constantly.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know about that.
I don't know if that's true, but I would like confirmation later if I can get it. But that's just the easiest way. And then like on the boss fight, they turned it off because you have to be precise with the movements.
Yeah, the boss fight of Mike is actually very easy to mess up. And it's such a long boss as well, so I hope that these runners don't have to deal with that.
Yeah. We'll have them, but when Mike comes up, we'll probably, thankfully these runners don't have their mics on, or else we might be hearing a leaf blower activate.
I heard some comments from you about like using a leaf blower to play Master of Disguise, which is funny.
I tried that one time. It was so funny because the DS that I played on, not sensitive at all. So I just thought it'd be funny to ask my dad, who was leaf blowing at the time when I was young, hey, can I use that to see if it works on this? I didn't at all.
There is like going to be some hardware variants with DSs, and also different shapes of DSs have like a different microphone enclosure. Like I have a new 3DS and a new 2DS XL, and the new 2DS, you can just like rub the area where the microphone is, and it actually works really well, but I cannot do that on my new 3DS, which is what I have the capture card on, which is unfortunate.
You have some strange mini games now in Ashley. Pretty sure a lot of it is based around sweets, I'm pretty sure. Or like home stuff. Not necessarily sure specifically what her theme is between all of that, but
I also don't remember. I guess it's dragging, that's what it is.
yeah, dragging is one.
Yeah, total drag. Very cheery character. That one is already on the boss. This one is basically like a shoot 'em up. It's very funny. You're the Earth, and you have to defend yourself against all the enemy planets.
That sends quite a message. I don't know what to think about this. Watermelons
out there. Watch out for shooting stars.
Yeah, watch out for shooting stars and watermelons. Of course, also make sure you get your Earthling back from the asteroids.
Yeah, you can't really see it on the top screen, but there is an astronaut there. And then as soon as you get the astronaut, you suddenly have this really fast spinning satellite which shoots projectiles. You just want to stay near the top of the screen so that you can shoot Jupiter and Uranus, I think it is, or something like that, or Neptune. Or maybe they aren't
Yeah,
real planets, I'm not sure. But as soon as you shoot them enough times, then the game is over.
yeah. But yeah, a lot of these, a lot of mini games, a lot of I should say micro games, a lot of micro games. If you have something coming from top screen to bottom screen, or from bottom screen to top screen, you ideally want to have the the travel distance be as small as possible. So if you're shooting from the bottom screen to the top screen, that's why you want to be at the top. If you have something falling and you have to catch it, you want to catch it at the top of the screen as much.
Yeah, we'll see that in Cat and Anna's boss, where we have a guy that's like, it's sort of like that one New Super Mario Bros. Minigame where you're like bouncing on trampolines. That's what it makes me think of. Basically, there's this ball that bounces from the top screen to the bottom screen, and you draw lines to make them bounce up.
Just unlocked a memory. I hope you understand. Like, I spent hours with that game as a kid. But
yeah, it definitely was one of my childhood games as well. Although I wasn't the one who had it, it was my brother.
But yeah, not a lot of time separates Amun and Grample because the mini games themselves said that there's not that much difference. Just soft resetting and knowing the mini games, which both of these players are experts at. I believe Grample made so far like one mistake in Ashley just then, but it didn't really lose any time, I don't think.
Yeah, it was just an unfortunate loss that didn't matter. Losing doesn't matter at all, unless you lose too many times, and then you lose the entire like stage basically and have to redo from the beginning. Not sure what's going on with Granville. Looks like he entered Cat and Anna again. Did he reset too early?
Potentially. Yeah, that must have been it. That's
Or
another
wait, no,
factor.
no, sorry. No, I was thinking about the wrong one. Cat and Anna is the one with that emote is on right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing has gone wrong yet, thankfully.
Yeah, there was the mini game we were talking about where you were drawing the trampoline just then. So long as you draw it in enough time near the top of the screen where the guy is gonna bounce, it'll get to the top of the screen in about 4 bounces, so it should be fine.
Yeah, and as long as you draw, like, you can use the top screen on a DS. I don't know how it works on the Wii U. To basically draw a straight line. If you draw at a slight angle, it's not a big deal, but it will make it more difficult to keep the guy bouncing because he's gonna obviously reflect in whatever direction your angle is.
I know on Wii U, screens they're also pretty much the same. It's just bigger. Screens about the size of Switch, Nintendo Switch 1 at least. So you got plenty of room to do whatever you got to do, and then your main TV is the top screen, where it's supposed to be anyway. So
Yeah, I think there's different display modes that you can use. It doesn't really matter. I think it's mostly just up to preference for what you want to capture.
right. And we have Amun is currently on the second gauntlet.
Yeah, this is
of
James.
Yeah, James.
And Grapple's officially done with Jump Forever, so now he can go to James as well.
We have Amun choosing to lose two micro games, so you can only lose
I
one
swear
more
the
time
one where you
safely.
catch drops in a can, I don't think that's a double length one, so maybe that was just a mistake.
Yeah, so I only can lose one more time, and they gotta be a little pick and choosy about what to do. This one is definitely gonna be it, so they cannot fail another time.
Yeah,
The
this is
the
going to be a
second
little
level,
bit risky. I still get
Yeah.
the hard version of the fish, or like the medium difficulty version of the fish one though, so that's good.
Wow.
That's another double length, and he clears it quickly. Optimally, if it is double length and you don't see the bomb timer at all, like you don't see a fuse, then that means that you got it perfectly, and like you skipped the entire second half of it.
Yeah. And here
And
we
James's
have...
boss is just a harder version of Jump Forever, which introduces these clouds that affect the angle and the like airtime of the ball.
Oh yeah.
I think the clouds are basically random. I don't know if you can really work around them. But it's not an issue for Moon.
Yeah, it shouldn't really be an issue for either of these players. I think there's... I don't know if it's just Mike left now. Or if
It's
there's a
Mike
few
and
more.
one other alongside him, and then it's Wario. Again, I don't remember who the other one is at this. Oh, it's 9V, I think.
How could I forget 9V? Yeah, 9V is going to be a bunch of gaming-related themes.
Yeah, specifically like older Nintendo stuff. So yeah, Moon is going for 9V first.
Yeah.
There is actually a slight additional pattern to this one, where it always starts with Mario first and then Zelda second.
Oh yeah.
I think it can be Zelda 2 or Zelda 1. I don't remember exactly how it works. Like, I don't think it's always the exact same two microgames. But then the rest of it is still random.
Wow.
Folks might also notice that there is a gargantuan man behind Volt in this game.
Yep, that's 18V, who is, I think he's in kindergarten. I
He's
think
in
that's the
4th
canon.
grade. Yeah, I think the canon is he's in 4th grade.
4th grade? Okay.
And... well, it's the same as 9V, I think.
Oh, okay.
So-
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly. I know it's like, there's a bit regarding that in Wario Gold.
Yeah, but that's just... it's weird because that's just a... that's a dude right there. But I'm not here to discuss that. The boss, I forget this one. Oh yeah, you're just
Yeah, it's the
beating...
can one.
It's
This one is
donut,
pretty easy to
much.
just do consistently because you just have to hit these barrels a certain amount of times and they'll always land where you want them to.
Yeah,
And
you
then
gotta get...
this one you just mash for, like, you mash at the right of the screen for these larger drums.
Yep, and you're a sharpshooter now.
And yeah, 9V's course is pretty short. There wasn't even that much risk there. Moon failed one stage on purpose, and that was all that he needed to do.
Yeah, I think the only other risky one I've noticed is the clay pigeon minigame, microgame, because the clay pigeons have like quite a small hitbox. Grample missed once or twice, maybe even a couple more times than I saw. So if you miss that, it can be a bit rough to deal with, because you do have to wait the whole time.
Yeah, now Moon is on mic.
Yeah, they probably got the air conditioning going right next to the... I don't mean to keep making jokes about it, but it's too easy.
No, it's funny. I respect it. Fails that one on purpose. I can't remember if that's, like, normally what you would do. I guess it's what a Moon does. I think you do have enough time to do the correct one. But maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, I didn't know that you could blow the guy away. That's funny, a little Easter egg. Oh, Grapple's getting a little bit tight there. It only matters that you get the third cannon on time. Everything else doesn't really lose time if you get them bouncing off those bricks.
I know here pretty soon we're going to be coming up on time after Wario should be the last one, and he becomes crazed Wario Man.
Yeah. He eats some, like, mandrake garlic and turns into a superhero.
Yeah, and then he gets in front of a moving train and gets destroyed, so...
He doesn't die, because Wario can't die, but
yeah,
he doesn't outpunch the train, unfortunately, for him.
He does kind of let it hit him. A moon, unfortunately, having a wall of dragonflies deal.
Yeah, these enemies spawn at the same, like, horizontal point, but they have a random vertical point, from what I understand.
Yeah, so it's a little unfortunate there.
Yeah, ideally you want to be as far left as possible. Like, if you're on the corner of the platform, you will fall through it, but you can get pretty close to the edge still, and that saves some time.
But with with WarioWare Touch coming to a close here after Wario turns blue, after this we will be having Wario Land Shake It, ran by Yasamisa and P-Tipluff. I believe Yasamisa is for Team Mustache, I think.
Let me check.
Could be reversed.
Yeah, Yasashima is on Team Mustache and Peter Bloof is on Team Nose.
Yeah, so... both players will be running on an emulated version of the game in some way. So they will both be playing on an even playing field. But we'll get to that in a moment, and I believe also might have another guest commentator coming in other than the two of us. So hopefully that will be awesome when that comes around. But all the Wario games, I believe, are just more
Grapple getting
nonsense.
right on the edge there. That's very nice.
Yeah, that's the perfect spot you want that dandelion fluff. Dandelion seed. That's what I've always called them.
I don't remember how many micro games there are in Wario Man. I think it's like 20. Well, no, soon enough.
Yeah, it's either 15 or 20. It can't be much more.
Yeah, in the first game, in WarioWare Mega Micro Games for the Game Boy Advance, it is actually 25, which is quite a bit more than any other. I think like the second most is 18 in that game or something.
Yeah. There's one that you fail intentionally, one where Wario pops out of a drum, because it would just take way too long to keep him in there. Timer.
Yeah, it's sort of similar to the spinning plate one, where you have to keep satisfying a condition for the entirety of the timer.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the boss, so you just have to bushwhack. That's what the instruction says. And then, I don't remember, it's like clear obstacles or something.
Yeah, you have to.
And you have to wait for these drops if you get bad luck. That's perfect luck. You didn't have to wait at all for the drops.
Yeah, and then you have to duck under these horizontal moving ones. And then when it gets about here...
Oh, that's really bad. Wario's hitbox, I was just about to say, is like really big. It's like basically a rectangle that encompasses his entire sprite, so... if you do it like just slightly early and it looks like you might not get hit, you probably will get hit.
Right. It's a little unfortunate. And there he got the unfortunate... They got the unfortunate RNG for the water drop there. But all you gotta do is...
You have to just avoid getting hit by these drops and then bushwhack this nose a bunch. And he starts doing these like larger drop streams. So you just have to have really good like swiping, basically, in order to not lose too much time to dodging.
Yeah, it's a big nose, and it's a little bit, I think a little bit with RNG, depending
Yeah,
on
it's
how
definitely
many,
a big run killer for sure. Once you
yeah,
get to the top
depending on
level.
how many drops it gives you. Once you get the treasure, it's not over yet though. You have to escape, which means you just have to navigate the cavern once again to
And
actually
yeah,
get
that's
out.
it. And I believe time is when the like intermission screen pans back down. Now we're
Little bit
back
of skip.
to Shake It.
Yeah, now we'll be going on Shake It, which, for a little bit of history, Yasashima is currently the #2 player on the Shake It board, from Japan. Really good, really talented. They've been de-rusting a lot. So has Pizza Bluff, of course, but we'll see what's happened because I think it's been just a little while for both of these runners since they did a proper run of any percent that was not just practice. Both runners, no matter what though, are going to be dealing with a 4-minute cutscene, roughly, at the beginning of the game that is unskippable and is required to show for a run to be valid. So we're going to be sitting here watching anime Wario for just a little bit.
Yeah, Grapple getting a good time. I think that was basically sub 30, which is very respectable. Amun definitely would have gotten that as well if it weren't for the unfortunate death on the final boss, which, yeah, that is too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, now both teams should be on Shake It watching this 5-minute opening cutscene.
Yeah. D. Essentially, what's going on though in Wario Land Shake It is this happens canonically, of course, after Wario Land 4. Captain Syrup has become somewhat nice with Wario at this point, like acquaintances or business partners at some point, I believe. And she sends a giant globe that houses an entire another world, similar to like Wario Land 3, where the box held another world. And Wario is going to essentially go in there because of a mention of treasure and inherently save the world because he wants money.
Yeah, Captain Syrup is definitely trying to take advantage of Wario's greed here and his like foolishness.
If there's any guy that can save the world,
It's Wario if money is on the line.
yeah, it'd be money.
Kind of the same with Wario Land 4, of course. That's not really saving the world, but it was saving a princess inadvertently.
There is a little bit more subtle tech that I know about this game compared to, like, say, Wario Land 2. That I know about this game compared to, like, say, Wario Land. Simple game speedrun.
Yeah, it's just about like optimizing your movement and like dashing all the time, basically, without like running into obstacles. And
Right.
Wario Land 2 is kind of the same, but there's a little bit more
Right.
nuance
Wario
because
Land
of how
2
the
is
dash
kind of the same,
continues, but there's a lot of acceleration to worry about.
Right. Um, as I said before, there is a huge difference between like a standard disc copy version of this game and a virtual console version of this game, the loading screens are mainly the things that'll be much faster. It's like instead of being there for a second, you'll be fine. But a little thing to know immediately, when Wario is transitioning from a screen, if he jumps into the screen, he will start on the first possible pixel of the ground. He will not be in the air at all if he jumps into the next loading screen, which is used to buffer perfect spaces like you're about to see here, where he'll shake as soon as he enters the screen to make sure you have the shake object interact as fast as possible. So buffering jumps into loading screens and stuff like that helps set up for movement in the next room. And then here also where Yasushima is, you will see a mechanic called the dash pipe, where it's essentially just Wario Land 4 R dash, but you're not allowed to do it anymore. You have to enter one of those pipes to make it happen. But he has the same properties, like exactly the same property as R dash Wario from Wario Land 4. And once you get to the end of each level, instead of getting a Keyser or hitting the frog statue, you have to shake free a Murphle, which is the name of the little guy that are from this world. And you have to, once you do that, you have to get back to the beginning of the level, starting to run back, much like Wario Land 4 as well.
Yeah, a lot of these run backs are going to involve the dash radar or the dash pipe a lot.
Yes. Something that has not been in Wario Land 2 or 3 that is used here is there is now a coin route again, much like, I mean, Super Mario Land 3 did it just a little bit, but it wasn't anything major. Here, you have to collect a certain amount of coins in each level. There are multiple different routes for that. You have to buy a map for your next level your next world that you would want to go to out of 5 worlds. Which the first one is obviously going to cost you like $1,000 because Syrup's trying to be nice. The next one will cost you like 50 grand, then 100 grand, 15, then 200 as the most expensive. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, both of these players should be going for the route of World 1, World 2, World 3, World 5 than World 4. Because you can get more money in World 5 from money bags, and there are more diamonds spread about, so it's easier to collect the money all in one go rather than try and find it all in World 4.
Yeah, it's just it just saves some time from being able to get all the like big money areas when you actually need it, instead of like, you know, doing World 5 last where there's so much money but you wouldn't actually benefit from it.
Right. So World 4 has like the best place to not grab any money, despite there still being there's a lot of money in World 4. There's like a lot more money in every world that you will never see in an any percent route, just because of how slow and out of the way all of it is. But
yeah, there's definitely been a lot of like pretty precise math that has gone into like which coins do you want to get that are off the main path. Like obviously these ones on the run back, you're just going to get those no matter what, but there's some where like you have to do an extra jump or like turn back a little bit, and the runners have put a lot of time into that. I think especially Kirby Masta, maybe others. Kirby Masta is the current world record holder.
Well, Kirby Masta, I believe, if I'm right, their time isn't that imperfect. I think it only has like a couple of mistakes in it throughout the entire run. Because I tried researching it and stuff like that. Obviously, I was originally going to run Shake It for this relay, but something came up. I had to run Virtual Boy instead. But from what I understand, I think 21, like mid 21 is possible. Like 1 hour 21 minutes is possible. I don't know much beyond like the extreme tech of the game, maybe rerouting something, but that's as much as I know about it.
I don't remember if you mentioned already, but whenever Wario does that ground slam, that requires you to shake the Wii remote. There's also other motion controls in this game, like the cannons in this level that Yasushima is in. You have to kind of tilt the Wii remote and point at a certain section.
Yes, and there is
You'll see
also
quite a bit of that
little
here.
bit of tech here. If you tilt twice to the left, 2 clicks to the left there, you can actually land perfectly in the cannon just in time to go get that diamond. And if you land 2 clicks to the right the second time, you land at the top cannon instead. So you can skip going left, right. And here, and yeah, a lot of the other controls in this game have to do with like when you're throwing items. When you're holding one, it's like another charge throw, just like the other Wario Land games, but you can tilt the controller to see where you're going, to aim where you're going. But all of the motion where you're tilting something is controlled by a click of motion. Where
Yeah, it's discrete. It's not like a bunch of different angles. There's like a few different angles for each like rotation.
It's not entirely free motion. Yasushima sadly missed a slight skip that you can do on the run back. If you jump at just the right time before the border, it's one of those only opportunities where Wario will start in the air. And he'll be able to slide right through both of the blocks where you would ordinarily have Wario run across. So that way you can just enter the exit zone like in your dash state instead of having to go down the pipe that we saw. So it's like 2 or 3 seconds faster. But I guess a little something else I should mention, money value. Money values are pretty important in the game, and knowing them helps out a lot when you're routing. Small bronze coins are worth $10. Then you have the small silver ones that are worth, I believe, 50. Then you have the big ones that are worth 100. The big silver ones are worth 100. You have the small gold ones that are worth 300. You have the big gold ones that are worth 1,000 each. And then you have diamonds that are worth 10,000. Depending on what world you're in, I believe world 1 through 3, at least to my knowledge, all of the large money bag, the G money bag, they have a total of 5,000 in them. So
yeah, I think there's RNG with like what kind of coin denominations can come out of them, but it's supposed to have the same total.
Yeah, the same total. Sometimes you will get large gold coins and large silver coins. Sometimes you will get a mixture of bronze, silver, and gold coming out of it. But if you get the smaller amount of coins, obviously it takes less time to shake it, so that's good RNG, but there's nothing you can really do to manipulate that, sadly. Shishima is going to be going for a strategy that's a little bit risky, but they managed to get it. They do waterless. They did that little skip there waterless. Normally what you're supposed to do for a safe strategy, you're supposed to break a breakable block that has a waterfall behind it, and you're able to run across that water when you're in dash mode. But there, they skipped having to do that and just quickly dash jumped back and then dash jumped back forward to skip the platform itself. Very advanced tech. I believe there's also some tech in the game where, yeah, okay, I've remembered it now. There's other vehicles in this game. This is the Unikit. It's very bad to control, but it is useful for, of course, going to places that Wario just cannot go to. We have mini skips as well in this level where you're bouncing on enemies to get platforms. All the usual stuff there. But a lot of this level is based around the Unibucket, to where you can skip certain sections or go as fast as you can in those sections. Here we're going to be doing a ground pound there to make sure we get enough money. This diamond, any diamond that is kind of right in the way is essentially on the agenda to grab for this run. Because anytime you can just get a free $10,000, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Something else to mention is there are secret stages in this game. This is any percent, but if you do, if you get a secret map in specific stages, then you unlock a path to basically a harder version of that same stage with a lot of the same gimmicks. So if you like the Unibuckets, then you can get the secret level that has even more Unibuckets in it.
Yeah. There's one for the sand level that is in World 1. Keep forgetting the name of what it's called. Dunes, I believe.
Unfortunately am not familiar enough to know any of that.
Yeah. It's essentially an extremely hard version, as Soap just said. Yasushima there just did a skip where ordinarily you would have to you'd have to do a shake input to slam the ground, then run around to the right and then up, jump across, and then do what he just did. But he jumped on the blue bandito, the blue floating bandit. I think the official name is Bandiro.
I think it's Bandinero.
Bandinero. Okay, slight misspelling on my part.
I mean, yeah, an extra syllable, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you jumped on them with perfect timing, using the buffer from the screen, like jumping from the screen, as I mentioned earlier, to time when an earth shatter and a jump would be necessary to perfectly jump on the head of it, so that way you can skip about half of that platforming. It saves roughly about 7 or so seconds, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, a lot of these little skips that just let you go through certain larger rooms faster, they add up, if you can hit all of them.
Pizza Pluff doing a slightly different money route, getting the money bag there behind the blue wall rather than getting the money bag. I think they're also going to be getting all the money bags here, but they'll be skipping one later. Because like I said, all of the money bags up until past World 3, I believe, have 5,000. I don't know about World 4 for sure, but I know World 5, each big money bag has 7,000 in it. But on another note, here's Roll and Rattle for Yasushima. The goal is to just hit it twice on its first cycle. As it comes down, you hit it once in midair if you can help it, then hit it one more time on its way back up. Stand in the center to avoid all of its attacks, and then afterwards would wait for the pillars to come up. Only hit it once. You do not want to hit it a second time because then it'll enter a different phase. It'll come crashing back down again. You do want to let it touch the ground. Jump on top of it. Perfectly jump away, so that way the shockwave doesn't send you away. You can just stand on top of Roll and Rattle now. And then once the button pops up, hit it. Do the same thing before as the shockwave, and then beating the boss. It's a lot easier than it looks. you just have to know exactly what you're doing and be patient with the shockwave because it gives you a lot of leniency. The same thing
Peter Blue,
cannot be
unfortunately,
said.
missing the skip that Yasushima got in this room. I believe he tried going for it, but didn't have the right timing, so that blue enemy was like electric, and he just took damage instead.
Yeah, that happens unfortunately if you don't do like a very perfect timing to it, but it's very fine. I don't believe that Pizza Pluff had a lot of time to practice this run, sadly, but they are still
I'm sure
doing
he'll know what he's
remarkably
doing.
well.
Yeah. Because he hasn't
Still
run the
doing
game
remarkable.
before.
Right.
I feel like probably the main way to lose time is going to be forgetting something in the money route. Hopefully they have a dock open or something.
Money route, there's also there are certain levels later where the run back can be a little unforgiving if you do it wrong. But both of these runners, as you said, they know what they're doing, but mistakes can happen. So if you fail even one run back, you're wasting, like, of course, depending where you miss your run back at, it can be minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot where you're like jumping in dash rate or stay across high terrain, and you have to stay on that high terrain in order to take the shortest possible path.
Right.
And because you're in dash rate or state, you can't really take it slow and safe. Unless like you do a bunch of turnarounds, but that's not always possible. Yasushima going in this secret room here just to get a bunch of money.
Yeah, that
It's
is
definitely worth it with all those big golds.
Yeah, I believe you can get, I think, about, combined with all the other little golds and little silvers and stuff like that, you get about a total of 10 grand there, I believe. I might be slightly wrong, but it's thereabouts. Here in each of these levels in World 2, you should be aiming to get roughly about, I think, 20,000, maybe 30,000 per each level, just like you were trying to do with the World 1 as well. World 3, you're going to want to start collecting more like 40,000, stuff like that. But early game, you have a little bit of leeway here and there. For sure. It also depends on the money route that you go. You could substitute it for something else much later. Like, there are some levels for sure that you can substitute and gain like an extra 5k in or extra 10k, whatever you need. There are plenty of backup options. Speaking of backup options, P-Tip Bluff unfortunately missing the fast version of Roll and Rattle, but got it semi-fast compared to a casual run, so still very good. Yasushima now is on one of 3 auto-scroller levels in the game that you cannot speed up in any way except for the boss fight at the end.
There's like a little guardian at the end that you have to shoot a bunch, but besides that, it's just an auto-scroller, and you have this Sub-Warine is what I think it's called.
Sub-Warine is exactly the name, and it made me cackle the first time I heard it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, the control is... I mean, it's fine, but it is a little awkward. Basically, you're changing the direction that... or like the angle that the Sub-Warine is facing with the Wii Remote.
Yeah, and then you're pressing forward or back on the D-pad to make them actually go forward or back. Propeller. These levels though are, to the untrained eye, these levels may seem like very unimportant and very easy, but you gotta know exactly where to go and what enemies to shoot, because these are prime opportunities to get a lot of your money for the route.
Yeah, you have a lot of time here to just kill enemies while you can't skip anything, and these enemies have like, they give you little bits of money each time you kill them.
Yeah. Also knowing
And of
which
course, there's
ones
also
to
like
kill.
coins and other collectibles, like these little diamonds here.
Yeah. The diamonds, again, are going to be worth 10k. So collecting them is of the utmost importance. We want to take the route that allows us to go straight to them. And depending on what enemy you defeat, it depends on the kind of coin that they drop. Like the little spear guys that look like torpedoes going towards you, they only drop 10 coins, which is like one bronze piece. The jellyfish are going to drop the silver ones, which are 100, I believe, in this case, since it's small water. And then the other submarines that are around, they drop 3 small gold pieces, which is a total of 900. So there's a lot that you can just collect here. Usually the goal for this first water level, it is the first water level you're supposed to come across, so there's not too awful much money compared to the later ones. But ideally, coming out of this one, you want to have collected 35,000 or thereabouts.
Yeah, this looks good for that. I don't know exactly how much money is left in the level, but they are pretty close to 35,000 already.
Yeah, there should be a couple of these large gold coins, which give 1,000 each, and then there should be a diamond at the end of this little chasm that he's coming into, that Yashashima's coming into, so. Meanwhile, Pizza Bluff is currently in the first level of World 2. Let's see if they miss the money like Yashashima did. Because I know Yashashima... Ooh, missed a slight bit there, so they're going to have to retry for that diamond. Not that bad, though. It's the same amount.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, like if you are behind on money, at a point when you would need to buy maps, like the only thing you can really do is just do another level, right? Like you don't have to... you don't have to get all the money that you were going to get, like in the original route, but you do have to like get some of the heavy hitters to make up the difference.
Yeah, and if you do go along that way instead of just resetting your entire run, there are ways, there are certain maps that you can go into that are just your go-to for getting money. For example, you would never want to do one of these water levels, for sure.
Yes, there's
But,
no reason you would ever want to do these.
yeah. But for money in World 1, I believe your option, it would be just go into the first level again. You're supposed to be getting 22,000. That should be more than enough for whatever you need if you somehow fail in World 1. World 2, your best option would probably be the last level, because I think you're supposed to get like 30k, I believe.
If you are behind, but you don't need to buy a map right then you can always just like get some slower backups in the following levels, and that's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, you really got to keep it in mind about how much money you have going into each, and you can make it work.
Yasushima doing a very nice throw there.
Yeah.
Throwing and hitting a switch from far away to make that boulder come down.
Apologies, by the way. The level that Yashashima is on for World 2 is the one to go to if you're low on money in World 2, because it has 2 diamonds during the run back. It's a little hard to get without practice because you got to know exactly how to jump, but with practice, that's like $20,000 that's free.
Yeah.
It really helps a run. Because more often than not, if you're off in a run, you're most likely off by like only a couple of thousand. At the most 10,000. So that would be more than enough than what you would ever need. But this is the first time Yashashima's the run back is a little bit complicated because Kiri's going into the lower section, which obviously unlocked. It's a little bit faster. You're entering and getting a lot of coins, but you would only want to enter these boost pipes for the reason to break the metal plates, and then you want to stop immediately. You're gonna jump and then jump down there, this is where the 2 diamonds are at. You have a very limited amount of time to get through this, find out exactly what blocks you need to break, grab your money. If you are a little bit off of your timing, you get hit by the rock, and you do not grab any of the money, even if you roll over it and hit it with Wario's Sprite. So you have to do that semi-perfect.
But of course, Yasushima gets it perfectly and gets all the money that they need to in that area.
And of course, P-Tip-Luff, not able to lose any time here unless they get a bad boss kill, but even that, at most, is like 5 seconds time lost. Like, at most.
Yeah, I think even getting hit here, like, the screen still scrolls, you just, like, stay
Yes.
stunned for a bit.
That is the truth. An interesting fact, on the Wii version, if you play, like, just on the Wii, the little bars on the side that you're seeing on both of the players, where there's chests and then the icons for, like, what goals you have, those don't appear. Instead, it's just a big stretched wide screen.
Yeah, you would have to have an output that supports 16:9 output, which I think that output options on the Wii are a little bit limited in terms of that.
Yeah. They do have a 4:3 or 16:9 option on the Wii, but most people in modern day 16:9 unless they're speedrunning New Super Mario Bros. Or something. But this may not be that much about tech, but going with the slimmer screen, where you see both the bars on the side, it kind of makes the perception easier to judge on when Wario is supposed to jump, because it feels like he moves slower, but he doesn't really.
Yeah. Because you're technically moving more distance on your screen, even if it's like the same amount of pixels or, like, you know, position elements.
And Yasushima now is going to be going into one of the only levels, I believe, or I believe one of the first, where you do not use a boost pipe to do the run back of the level. Instead, you will be going through using the swinging handles to break through all the blocks that are in the way. There are some fast versions that you can do to hit spikes on your way across, to be a little bit faster and cut off.
Yeah, then you can, like,
the
resume
animation.
normal movement temporarily and skip one or two of these little rungs.
Correct. Because you can stand on the spikes so long as you hit and aim one click to the right as Yashashima's doing, so you can skip grabbing that. Land on the spikes to hit the bombs that are in your way, so that way you can freely just get to the next, and then you're right at the end.
P-Tip-Luff went for a slightly different strat in that previous room. Instead of using a bend arrow to bounce onto the little wooden bucket, he just, like, did a quake, which I assume is the intended way to do that.
It is. It's not that much slower, but it's more of a safe strat. It does save a few seconds. Now, Hot Roderick, which is the enemy that Yashashima is about to fight, is... I think it's a little bit RNG based. I could be wrong about this, but there is a specific...
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, as you can see, he's not collecting... P-Tip-Luff is not collecting any of the gold coins, even though Wario's flattened body was clearly up against it. So that is $20,000 they're going to have to find elsewhere. Or they're going to have to go back in this level and do it again. But for Hot Roderick, they're going to be throwing wrenches at you. You have to drive your car by tilting. Tilting forward obviously moves you forward. Tilting back moves you back. pressing 1 pulls out the Genius Guy's Gem from Wario Master Disguise Punch Glove. Don't ask me why that's another thing in this car. And then you have to mash at a rhythm specifically to hope you get a 3 cycle, which is what Yashishima did, but he's getting blasted by car parts. You can get very unlucky and they will stun lock you forever and you'll die. So you got to be careful to avoid that, but thankfully avoided disaster with 2 hearts remaining. But 3 cycle is very good because that means the mashing was just rhythmic enough to where didn't need to worry about having to do another tire spiel over and over. I wonder what Pizza Bluff's backup plan for money is going to be. Sadly, there's not going to be that much in this level for backup money.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that too. They might just end up doing the previous level again.
Yeah. There is another option. If they have enough money going into World 3 somehow, what they might do is they might do the first level of World 3 twice. Because you can get 50,000 there, so long as you collect the main gold coins. Ideally, you would only want to collect like 44 to 46,000, because then you wouldn't be going out of your way at all. But if you do that level twice, you would both make up for what you've lost here, and then also gain some extra in case you need it later.
Yeah, if that level is fast enough, then that definitely would make some sense.
Like I said, it has a lot.
Yeah.
A little tech here from Yoshishima, dashing into the wall so that way you land on the top platform instead of having to climb a ladder, which is extremely slow in this game. Missing the off switch.
Do those normally say on-off in the like, European and US versions?
No, they are color-coded in the US and European versions, I believe. Or at least the US version.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's like no meaningful differences for like Japanese version versus international releases. I think it's just like literally text and maybe a couple like localization things such as that on-off switch. Everything else works the exact same. There's no like scrolling text that I know of.
Yeah,
it's all like page text.
Yeah, and then of course the name different, of course. Like I think it's called Shake Dimension in.
Yeah, it's called the Shake Dimension in Europe. I do not remember what it's called in Japanese.
Pretty sure it's also called Shake Dimension, but I could be wrong. I do know that the switches should be the same, at least I think. There is a little fast strat that Yoshishima's doing with the ball here. Normally, if you were to throw it, it would ricochet everywhere, but since they're light throwing it at the engine, it's going to bounce right back into Wario's hands, and he'll re-grab it, and then you can rapid throw before the steam pipe comes up and blocks the way again. But right here is where most of the money is going to come from, because you can jump and get a few gold coins and a few diamonds on the run back of Wrecked Train, so this is where a lot of your money comes from.
Yeah, I guess the Chain of Train around for these ones for sure.
Yeah,
if P2 Bluff does opt to do the level twice, then maybe they can get away with just like doing the run back straight and not turning around for everything, especially not twice.
Yeah. Oh, that was very close. Yoshishima just did. That was a very fast run back. If you get hit, like, of course, if you bonk into anything, your run back is a lot slower. But they decided to jump inside of that narrow area so that way they could turn around on a dime instead of doing the slide animation. Because if you slide, if you just press the opposite direction you're facing when you're running, then Wario will slide. But if you press the opposite direction and jump at the same time, it'll cancel the slide animation to make it much faster.
Peter Bluff has just finished Hot Roderick. I didn't notice if it was a 3-cycle or not. I did notice that for the last phase where he's like raised on like car stilts, Peter Bluff actually opted to angle the shots up instead of jumping and punching.
Yeah. It's up to personal preference there. I believe based on when they entered that they got a 3-cycle, which is still very good.
Yeah, definitely.
They also were a little bit better off when it came to getting stun locked by the car pieces.
Yeah.
So a little bit faster out of Hot Roderick, but going into World 3 now. Meanwhile, Yashishima is here on Stone Tooth Cavern. This is another one of those levels where you're going to want to run back semi-early, right there, for example, just to get this done. So that way it works out. And then you will be witnessing some Wario Land 4 nonsense. We will be setting ourselves ablaze to go ahead and grab yet another diamond and a G money bag. You have just enough room to hold right the entire time while you're on fire to fall over, be extinguished, and then not destroy the money bag. Ordinarily, if you run into a money bag while you're on fire, you set it on fire and you lose all the money.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was surprised it didn't. I was surprised it didn't get destroyed.
Yeah, it's barely too long for the fire to do that. So, oh, here's Pizza Fluff. He's getting some extra small money bag in this level. I don't think even the small money bags will be enough, but you know.
Yeah, you got to make up like 2,400 or 20,000, or 24,000 or something like that.
There are a couple of pipes in the game here, in this level, that lead to some different money. So maybe they will be doing these small money bags plus that to try it out. Unfortunately, missing the throw for the platform there, but is what it is. Yashishima, meanwhile, is on It's All Mine. That's the actual name of the level.
Yeah, I believe there's a hyphen between it's and all.
Yeah, it's all. So this is where a lot of money from World 3 comes into play. It's All Mine, and also Wreck Train. You're gonna be doing a lot of shaking to stun enemies in It's All Mine. So that way you can gain access to higher areas. For example, right there where he hits Twitch manually instead of throwing an enemy at it, ricocheting it off. I
don't know if we've mentioned yet, but the shake move does have a bar at the top that fills up, so you can't just spam it. You have to wait for a couple seconds, and if you're standing still, then it refills faster. Yeah, which is hence why
in World 1-4, Yashishima, when they were at the last part they had to shake, they just stood still because they did have to wait. Here they're going to be doing a little skip. They click 3 times to the right while in the cannon to perfectly land up here instead of having to do the puzzle. So they can just grab the Murphle instead of having to go grab the enemy that would be ordinarily to the right, hit the conveyor belt, which would bring it down. So it saves a bit of time. Pizza Fluff offering to get the extra silver coins as well. Sadly, I don't think it's going to be enough, but maybe depending on what they do.
I mean, if they continue to get backup money, then maybe it will outspeed doing the level twice.
It really depends. They got to go for some big extra cash. Because sadly, there's not that much extra that would be around for Stonetooth Cavern and It's All Mine. Because It's All Mine already gives you, I believe, 45k, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's just gonna be up to how many of these backups they know. They do go forward, so we'll have to see.
Or who knows, maybe they might even just be in the moment right now and just going with the flow, and then they'll deal with it when they have to do it.
Yeah, that's also very fair.
Here's a little bit of lore about the carnival level that Yashishima is in. It has a remix of a song from Wario World as its theme. I now forget the name of the level.
Is it
for some
Wonky
reason.
Circus's music, or is it a different one?
It's not Wonky Circus. The music is from Greenhorn Ruin.
Oh, okay, the second level.
Yeah, the second level. Oh yeah, this level is called Glitter Town or Glitter City in Europe, I believe. Very smart from Yoshishima there to go ahead and get the ball while his shake power was available, dashing it over to the right where you're going to utilize it anyway instead of carrying it over manually. Land here, you have to angle it straight up to hit the switch to open it half.
One thought I've had, this is like not related to anything really, but I just wondered what it would be like if the missions actually gave you money. I think that would make the routing actually very cool. It's cool already, but it feels like a lot more just raw number crunching with time durations, but
Yeah,
if
that
you
would
could factor
be
in missions, that would be really nice.
that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot cooler in my opinion, and it'd be a lot more complex of a run for sure. I think for all missions and like 100% of the game, Wario's room comes made of pure gold, essentially, which is cool in its own. Pitifluff unfortunately missing the bomb hit there for the diamond. He still got it though because of the because you can just throw a bomb into a solid surface and it'll explode, of course. Oh, he's choosing to get an extra G money bag here above Stone Cavern for an extra 5 grand here. That's smart. So there's a little bit of the worries gone away.
You can see in the splits he's definitely losing time to that, but it's
Yeah.
definitely worth that if he can scrounge up enough money to still make the route work.
Right. Glitter Town, I believe. Let me look back. Yeah, Yashishima has exactly $201,000.
Very nice.
So that's enough to buy the World 5 map. This boss here, the Mad Clown, it's a little tight, its windows of when you can hit it. Ideally, what you want to do is you hit it 3 times in quick succession, and then you stop spinning and then ground pound on its weak spot once. You would wait for its spinning balls to go around, hit it twice, wait so you can hit it a 3rd time, ground pound on it twice. This is manipulating a cycle. And then you just hit it over and over again. Once again, ground pounding on it twice.
Yashishima is definitely following the script here.
Yeah. And then it would go to the center because you need to hit it about 5 times, but then here you would hit it 2 more times to end the fight.
That looks
Like I said,
quite clean to me.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. Missed like it was not perfect. There was definitely a jump or two that could have been done better, but it essentially it was textbook.
Wario.
So all these fights from Yashashima have been expertly executed. We expect nothing less. P-Tip Bluff, the 2 fights that they've done, very minor mistakes, but also expertly done. Not much to complain about on either side. The only thing to complain about for either runner would be, unfortunately, P-Tip Bluff's money situation, but that can be made up.
Yeah, that's
So-
definitely like the most costly mistake. Everything else has been just like maybe a few seconds here and there.
Yeah. On that note, this race has been, like, this relay race has been absolutely wild. We've gone back and forth quite a few times.
Yeah, you can see like from these timers, you can see that the runners started within a minute of each other. And the roles were reversed a few games ago.
Yeah. And then even a couple games before that, there was like a 20-minute difference. So it's insane. And technically there is still roughly about a 9-minute 20-second difference in favor of Team Node. But yeah, as you can see here, 7,000 for each G money bag now for Yashashima as they go
Was that jump into the
into...
wall on purpose for P-Tip Bluff? I saw he like jumped into the ball while breaking the metal block to end Dash Raider state, but then he just went back into another Dash Raider. I'm assuming that wasn't on purpose.
Potentially not. I don't think so.
It's good that there was another one though.
Yeah. There's very few backup ones, so you got lucky to unfortunately mess up there. You grab like 2 money bags here at the very end of Yashashima's level, so that way you can get yourself 20-something thousand, I think. Remember? But then there will be, I think, the diamond on the way back. So you're gonna be collecting 30-something thousand for sure. Another little interesting thing about the Japanese version of the game, the Merfolks, when they are screaming in the cages, cartoonish messages come out that say like help me or something like that. In at least the American version, they do not have that.
Yeah, it's just like it's still speech bubbles, but it's just like a red effect or something, right? Like it doesn't say anything.
Yeah. It's like a small effect on screen, yellow
Yeah.
effect. But P-Tip Bluff being very smart here, already grabbed an extra money bag here in Glittertown. There are a couple of extras that we did not see in Yashashima's route, but there are a couple extras here that should get them perfectly up to the amount that they missed in Fiery Cave, the fiery level. I forget its name, sadly. Definitely has the best music in the game.
Is
though.
it Mount Lava Lava?
Mount Lava Lava. Yep. I don't know how I forgot about that. It's also the name of a Mario level, I believe, in the Odyssey? I don't remember.
Sounds about right. I wouldn't be surprised if that's in like Odyssey or one of the galaxies.
I think for the galaxies, I think one of the, I think might be thinking of Freeze Flame. Oh, P-Tip Bluff unfortunately missed another thing there. They're gonna have to reset the room, go back in, because the gold enemy here is gonna drop a lot of the money that they're gonna need for the route just in general, so. Ooh.
Oh, once again.
Yeah. The easy way to do this level is to simply hold the jump button the entire time, much like you would do, like, say, in Wario Land 2. Not Wario Land 2, Wario Land. or the best way, I guess, to describe it. If you hold A while you're jumping on an enemy, you just jump at the best possible height. Yep, and they're going for this backup money back too. They're smart.
Looking for a good spot to shake it so that they don't lose all the coins.
Yep, and that's a wonderful spot because the money cannot go up and it cannot go right, so it goes right back into Wario very fast. Thankfully for Ptipluff, Yashishima is in an auto-scroller once again, known as the hardest auto-scroller in the game. I don't know if there is another one of these water auto-scroller levels in the submarine that is a hidden level. I'm not too sure, but it is definitely the hardest in the base game. The boss at the end has... It's supposed to be the most dangerous, and it also has a midway version of a repeat version of the first boss that was fought. Ptipluff unfortunately turned around there.
I think he was just trying to grab more coins.
Probably. We'll have to see what the money looks like. Truth be told, I have no idea if they have enough.
I think I saw 200,000 on their screen.
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy, so I'm gonna look at the replay here. Yep, they have $160 extra. So
Very
they
nice.
got
They
just enough.
clawed it back. They're
That is
still
very-
probably going to be a little bit behind, though. I mean, Yasushimo's at 201,000, so it's not that much behind, but they might still have to get a couple extra backups later, just so that they have enough for the rest of the maps.
With the money that they went through just then, so long as Ptipluff picks up every dollar in the route that is normal, then they shouldn't need any extra money at all.
That's good.
It should be exactly perfect, I think. Because, as I said, World 5 provides. And then even this water level that Yashashima's in, $43,000 in it. Unfortunately, Ptipluff missed a cycle on the Mad Clown, so they're gonna have to do the extra hard version of the fight now, where they can't quite line up hitting early, and they're also gonna be dealing with fire spewing across the entire level. So, really unfortunate. And they got the slow version there, but thankfully they're able to... Please hit. Oof. Very good. I don't know what that attack while it was dead was. I've never seen that before, but it's amazing. That definitely pulled that back barely. Not too much slower. Yashishima making Wario spasm out on the ice real quick, having a small panic attack. But that's also fine. In this level, you're going to be seeing a Wario Land 4 mechanic, getting snowballed and then rolling down a hill.
Yeah, it's also in Wario Land 3, but not required for the main path.
Right. Here we're going to be seeing a little bit of water tech. When Wario swims, instead of ending the swimming animation, what you do is you jump instead to use the momentum of the swim to continue it a little bit further, and then you can start swimming sooner. So that way it's easier to keep your momentum, and also you have to swim less time.
It's sort of reminiscent of swimming in Virtual Boy Wario Land, where you want to bump against ceilings a lot because that resets your speed cycle when you're swimming, so it keeps you with more faster swimming frames.
In a way, yeah, I suppose, yeah. We want to get the safe point here specifically because there is one jump I believe Yashishima is going to go for that is extremely risky. That if you miss it, you kind of lose out on 20,000. So hitting the safe point, if you just hit retry level, you would actually go to the safe point instead. Yashishima got it. If you turn back on a slope that you're going up, Wario will instead slide down unless you jump perfectly. So, but he got it, thankfully. No worries about that in the end. A lot of these levels here in World 5 are strangely forgiving about how you're supposed to go about them. Sure, the enemies in here are a little bit harder than you'd think, but the money is extremely plentiful, which as a speedrunner, that is your main concern, is the money. There are certain enemies here, the mummies, where the only way that you can hurt them is if you shake, if you do an earth shatter first, and then you can dash into them, ground pound them, whatever you wish. Ideally, you want to avoid it regardless.
Their little purple attacks, if I'm not mistaken, they turn you into Zombie Wario, right? Or something else that's very slow.
I do not believe Zombie Wario is in this game.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought it transformed you.
There's sadly not a lot of the old transformations in this game. There's the Fire Wario. You don't have Fat Wario anymore. No Bat Wario, no Flat Wario. Well, technically there is Flat Wario, but it's not useful in any way. The normal run back, casually would have you ground pound through all those blocks and come across. But if you get small and not ground pound through all those blocks, you can turn and enter this boost pipe to gain all of these gold coins and a diamond. So that way you should end the level, I think, with 40,000 exactly. Yep, nice. There it is.
It's funny to me how small Wario moves at the same speed. So his sprite is shrunken down, but like the speed values are not different, so it just looks like he's moving twice as fast.
Yeah. He also moves at the same exact distance whenever he does like dash stuff. Okay, this boss here, that Yashishima is going into, Large Fry. Its cycle is kind of tight, but there is a way that you can just... The way you're supposed to defeat him, you're supposed to throw an enemy into his mouth, so he eats it. It'll spit out a bomb, and then you're supposed to throw the bomb into his mouth and rinse repeat until eventually he's dead. But here we're gonna gather 4 bombs, which is just enough to kill him. We're gonna stun him.
By shaking the bomb, you just stop the timer, so you just have those in reserve for next time he has his mouth open.
Right. And then, ideally, when they come down, Large Fry, you hit them 6 times, so that way it resets them and tells them to go back up, while also getting rid of just enough health so the bombs themselves can kill. Because if you just throw 4 bombs into him, it's barely not going to kill, but with the 6 dashes, enough. As you can see here, boom, Large Fry is defeated. Flawlessly done. Each boss fight from Yashishima has been wonderful to watch. And Pizza Fluff, I've noticed, is coming back quite a bit, actually. A lot of their levels recently here in World 5 have been relatively clean, and some of the end of World 3 were very clean, especially making the money route. That was a huge W in its own right.
Yeah, for sure.
We just got to make sure they just got to make sure that they get the money necessary in this water level, of course, and then also they got to get the money everything else from here on out, because sadly you can't do a backup in another world after this. You have to get the money here. World 5 is brutal in that way, where if you're not that good at staying consistent at getting the money, there's no backup from you have to get it.
Yeah, you've lost the buffer of the next few levels that you might be doing.
Yeah. It's also a little bit rough here. Ptipluff is currently damaged the submarine, so damage it way too much, you might accidentally die, so it's a bit sad. But from here on out for Yashashima, should not be collecting any more money on purpose. Obviously, there will be money in the way, so not collecting it would just be an inconvenience.
Yeah, there's no, like, disadvantage to collecting money as far as I know. It's just there's no reason to because you don't need to buy any more maps.
Yeah, an unfortunate missed jump Shima there, but it skips a little bit of time there if you bounce off an enemy onto the flower. But yeah, it's not like Wario Land 1 or anything like that, where if you collect an extra coin or two or whatever, you're wasting an extra 2 seconds on the menu or anything. It all loads the same. So I assure you, if it didn't, there would be completely different routes, completely different situations for how to deal with that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The runbacks for World 4, though, are semi-considered some of the hardest, because of all the different navigation you have to do. You have to avoid all of the ropes in your way in this first world that Yashashima's in, and then also know when to just not jump off a cliff. Because when you're approaching a cliff, naturally your instinct would be, I gotta jump here so that way I make it to the next spot. Just like those instances. But here in a bit, there's gonna be a moment where you just fall dead. So that way they miss that rope and can make it straight to the exit. So it's, from here on, it's all about memorization, about how to exit the levels properly without losing any time. Ptipluff handling the cold level very well. Might want to grab some of these extra silvers. Yep, they just did. Just in case.
Seeing more water tech.
Yeah. And water tech indeed. And speaking of water tech, Yashashima is outright avoiding every enemy by just hiding up in the top right corner of the screen. This does not become applicable a little bit later in the level, when of course you're going to have to choose one path or the other. But it is still very funny to note that you can do that.
Yeah, because there's just no reason to interact with the enemies and, like, risk losing a bit of your consistency if it's most consistent to just completely avoid them like that.
Yeah. We'll see how Ptipluff, in the meantime, handles the run back level. Because, like I said, it can be a bit difficult if you try something risky. Also gets the save point, which is very good. Something else I should mention, if you do have to reset, like to a checkpoint or something, all the money that you have saved up to that point and collected up to the halfway point will stay with you if you reset. So you don't have to worry about losing any of that money. You just have to go from there, shake the
Alright, Giblith makes the turnaround jump. Very nice.
Very nice. Very good. Also collects their other diamond. Very fantastic. Ooh, tight window there for the jump, but they made it just fine. And this is another interesting thing as well. Like, if you play a run back good, like, there's a perfect run back, and there's like a not good run back. There's no real in between. So long as both of these runners do it good, then there is no time lost between either of them. It's the actual level before you get to each run back that really saves or loses the time. Because P-Tip Bluff got the same exit time that Yashishima just did on that level, so there won't be any time gain or time loss. But here's the... Coming up soon here is the real test of P-Tip Bluff's character, facing Large Fry. Yashishima made it look easy, but as somebody who trained for this game for months, Large Fry is definitely one of the worst training arcs I've ever had. So we'll see how P-Tip Bluff handles it.
Yashishima getting that treasure there for fun. Definitely doesn't do anything, but I don't believe it loses time either. It just displays on the end screen. You don't like have to advance any text or anything.
Right. It's no time loss or anything like that. It literally is just, hey, I'm here. You get it? Now this boss right here for Yashishima as well is probably the hardest to do because you have to angle yourself specifically at an angle, like at a very specific angle, in order to kill these buttons extremely fast.
All while it's moving up and down.
Yeah, all while it's moving up and down. There is a fast way to do it. I believe Yashishima missed the absolute fastest way to do it, but that was still a very good kill. Still very good kill, like I said. That is the last water level in the game. Do not have to worry about any more of those auto-scrollers from here on. It's all skill. It's all based. See here. Yep, P-Tip Bluff also got the money. Does not have to worry about money anymore.
Very nice. One less thing to worry about.
Yeah, both of these players, despite any difficulties, did very well on the money route. Now we're gonna see a little bit of some advanced tech here from Yashishima. Depending on what way Wario is facing when he gets hit by spikes or other stationary objects, he goes the other way and gets knocked backwards. So if you're facing to the left of those spikes underneath, you'll travel to the right, which allows you to skip the conveyor belt section.
Ooh. Yashishima throws one of the enemies early and just stops to restart.
Yeah, P-Tip Bluff, it is a lot faster to reset. It is a lot faster to reset because you don't have to watch the cutscene a second time. You can just kind of... Oh, that was the first possible frame of that. That's crazy.
Definitely.
Oh, unfortunate. Like I said, it's
I
very
feel like
hard
that might have
to do.
still worked. I'm not sure.
Sadly, the other enemy was becoming unstunned, and it's a little hard to stun with everything going on. You have another bomb, you have another enemy over there, you have to worry about yada yada. He's going crazy with his timing for these. Oop, this might be close.
Oh.
Yep. Had the idea there. I definitely saw the vision. Was doing it very good. There is no shame in resetting this boss a couple times.
Yeah, definitely in a marathon setting, it's good to just get the quick kill so you don't have to worry about, like, improvising.
Yeah, they're
Maybe going a
unfortunately
little bit
just
too crazy.
they're making it a little bit harder on themselves because they're not throwing the bombs to the corner. If you throw the bombs to the corner, they're naturally going to be out of the way, of course. They're
Right.
just standing them between all the enemies, which is sadly not optimal, but I don't think that they're... I think they're pressured right now, which is completely fine. And they also missed an enemy there, so it's unfortunate there. If you do miss an enemy and you try to fight this guy the normal way, some of the enemies that they spawn are all, like, impossible to throw and kill. And also it takes more of him, he needs to swallow more enemies in order to actually become able to throw a bomb back at you because he becomes fatter. So this struggle it's definitely understandable. And also if Large Fry turns around, there's a bit of trouble because you won't be able to throw into his mouth properly. Yashishima, on the other hand, is currently on the run back of the final level of the game. Or the final platforming level.
Yeah, regular level. Then we have either Scumflower or Bloomsday, depending on which region you're in.
Yeah. Are you a resident Scumflower enjoyer?
I think they're both fine names. I don't remember which one is which region.
We have Bloomsday in the US. Scumflower, I believe, is UK.
Right.
Fight for Bloomsday is a little bit tricky because do it fast requires an immense amount of patience. I think they're just gonna go for the long strat now.
Yeah, they almost had the vision, but this one looks closest yet.
But it's fine. They just need one more bomb should do it, which means 2 more enemies. Should do 2 pile drives here.
Looks like he's trying to get the threats out of the way.
Yeah, which makes... And then also, he has another move where he just does a huge room sweeping... if he had legs, a drop kick. 1, and then swallowed, and then 2. Should be a bomb. And then this should be a kill. Maybe? Okay,
Nice.
good. Got an extra
Got there
hit.
in the end. Yeah, I know that for Bloomsday, there's like a strat where you can get above a barrier that comes out like halfway through the fight, but I think that's more like an IL strat. I don't know if people do it in full game runs.
I'm not too sure, but there was a strat that Yashishima just did there where held onto an enemy from a previous cycle going into the last phase fight to hit the Bloomsday, even though it couldn't get hit, with Wario to end its attack a little bit sooner. So now all he'll have to do is jump, hit, and then Bloomsday is down and out. Once again, another wonderful fight. And here is some Wii tech that we're gonna have to When now loading pops up for Yashishima, they are going to reset the game to skip a cutscene that would ordinarily take up, I think, an extra 30 seconds compared to if you didn't. It just shows that the Shake King is superimposing and is ready to fight you now, essentially. But with that, now all Yashishima has is the Shake King to fight. Which the Shake King can throw off a rhythm if done without practice. We'll see. This is a... Because the Shake King has technically 3 phases, I think. The first phase is their introductory phase, which I'll explain as we go along. Here in just a second, of course. I learned a little bit too much about Wario Land Shake It to not mention all the intricacies of this fight. So firstly, the medals make sure that he's able to get hit by Wario in some way or another. The first bit, you're going to want to... He's going to start charging, but before he actually goes into the charge animation, you want to hit him with a ground pound specifically, or a jump. Anytime he does a red attack, you want to shake the ground to interrupt it. Anytime he does an Earth Shatter of his own, or tries to, you Earth Shatter, you Earth Shatter, so that way he gets stunned, and you can hit him again. Going to the second phase, you do a big pile driver, or a big ground pound to stun him again, and then he skipped a little part of the fight where if you're standing in a certain spot, he'll do 3 or 4 pounces on the ground like what Wario would do, but positioned himself against the wall to make sure they didn't. So far, the fight's perfect. We're going to the final phase here, resets all of his health, becomes Zeus. Going to require 3 ground pounds to hit now. Does it require 6 hits on his stunned body to be able to pick him up and throw him into the wall, which does the massive damage. Going up against the sides of the screen, dodge the laser. And then this final one, he's going to stop in the center, massive laser. Try to get as center as possible. Again, a red attack. Stop by Earth Shatter. If you do this fight fast enough, you will start with 4 balls on the screen. If you do it slower, then... Like, if you do it casually, like, do it pretty slow without doing any of these speed strats, you're probably gonna get something akin to, like, 3 balls on screen. But speedrunners get 4, depending on your performance. It makes the final fight harder, depending on how good you are. One more little cycle of this. He's going to get done with his throwing electric balls. He's going to try to do another Earth Shatter. And then a throw into the wall should be timed. So that's a 1:23:01.
Very nice. And
Very
then the
nice.
baton pass. As we work on getting the scene to show Zenon's gameplay, let's say Wario World Gold has a lot of the same kind of gameplay as Touched in terms of you have microgames, and there are some that you can end earlier, depending on if they're twice the length of regular microgames.
So basically, you can start WarioWare Gold whenever with mashed with or touched, but the reason why most of people start with touch is because touch is the worst in terms of how the most RNG heavy it is. So yeah.
Yeah, and obviously touch, twist, and mash are just different control styles. So like touch is all about the touchscreen, mash is about the buttons, and twist is about using the 3DS gyro, which is similar to WarioWare Twisted. Gold also functions kind of like a remix where it has a lot of microgames that are adapted from earlier titles, but it also has some of its own microgames. So you might see some familiar ones from the WarioWare touched run earlier.
It's also cool that you can just skip cutscenes and you don't have to soft reset the whole 3DS. Like in all the titles.
Nice. One of the differences, like just minor visual differences from touch in terms of the double-length microgames, is that in touch, you just don't see the fuse at all for the first half of it, but in Gold, you actually do see the fuse and it just spans the entire bottom of the screen.
I also feel like movement in Gold is just more comfortable than in touch, and that's easier.
Yeah, they definitely had some time to refine the touchscreen input, and also 3DS has a bigger resolution than the DS, so you have a little bit more, like, control.
The only harder thing in Gold I can think about is Cricket's boss, which is bowling.
Yeah, that one you can lose quite a bit of time on. That one is also in touched, and it's pretty much just as bad in this game. You can get a strike, but you have to have a pretty specific lineup, and if you try to like normalize it, then you'll lose some time. So ideally you just get the strike, but if not, you might have to go for 2 shots or even more. Up to 4. On the first boss of Zenon's run, this one is just match the picture on the top screen using the ingredients it gives you on the bottom screen.
This is probably the easiest boss stage because, like, the timer on top is not going to end like when you're like stop moving, but it has like specific times after you stop moving. So
yeah, it's basically a frame rule, like a lot of other things in this game is. There's also like a score threshold that you have to meet, but it's pretty forgiving. Some runners opt to not even bother with like the catch-up, doing a proper squiggle.
Hit the start button!
Going to PT Fluff here from using a somewhat more beginner level strategy with the conveyor belt, not worrying about going under it, getting hit, using the intended method.
Yeah!
Using the rocket ship safely instead of trying to aim for the small area.
Wowee! Increase speed! Unbelievable!
The stage that Zenon is on is 9-volt stage, which is very much like 9-volt stage in Touched, where it's just a bunch of Nintendo-related microgames, most of them relating to like older video games.
I believe all 9-volt stages in every game are Nintendo-based.
Yes.
That's what this character is all about.
Yep, they love
Yeah.
Nintendo.
I believe all of the characters have a theme in their own right when it comes to that sort of thing. Like Krygor is sciencey, mumbo jumbo. Mona is, I believe, just weird stuff.
I feel
Wario is
like
a
it's
little bit
less
of everything.
prominent in some of the later games, but it's still they still play into it sometimes. There's actually 3 different retro characters, all in like the 9-volt family. There's 9-volt, 18-volt, and 5-volt, and they're just the 3 different control styles. Each have a Nintendo one.
Yeah. Wait till they start intro 13 as a thing.
Yeah,
I
like
bel-
all 3 categories, like Mash, Touch, and Twist, have all 4 the same types of microgames, which is Nintendo Classic, Dust Life, Sports, and Fantasy, I think.
You rule! What a hero!
After every 3rd stage in each league, there's an extra cutscene that you have to skip. It's not really that important. You just have to remember that it's there so you know to like spam the touchscreen in that area.
Also, this throwing microgame is way better on Gold instead of Touch.
Yeah, they definitely improved a lot of these. There's a couple where they kind of changed the control style, like some of the ones from Smooth Moves got kind of changed to adapt to Twist or Touch.
Like in Touch, during Krygor's stage, for like half of the time I just make circles like before the microgame starts. Because,
Yeah, doing like
some of
pre-rubbing or
microgames
whatever.
just- Yeah.
Because sometimes it's the best opportunity you have to actually get the fastest cycle. In Gold, it's not as bad. I think like the rubbing microgame where you have to expose a coin, that one is quite a bit easier without having to pre-rub.
Yeah, definitely.
Too bad.
And there's like another difference in that ski microgame that in Touch you don't have to write it, but in Gold you have to.
Cool.
Unfortunately, they still have the one where you have to draw kanji, and it's still not that good. Like, it's fine, but getting it fast is annoying because you have to hope that the like handwriting detection accepts what you wrote.
Kick it. Watch out.
These characters here weren't touched, were they? They're like, was it Cricket?
No, they debuted in Smooth Moves. Ooh, Zenon having to get a 3-shot here.
Unfortunate in there.
Petercliff is now on Bloomsday, second to last boss.
Yeah. I mean, from here, depending on how well Bloomsday goes, not gonna lose that much time. Just need to go with the flow on Bloomsday because you can't lose time really that bad compared to like Large Fry. So just got to see what happens. And then Shake King obviously is fully dependent on the skill, how patient they are. Orbulon's theme, I believe, is all like animal based, right? Or am I?
It's fantasy based.
Oh, fantasy based, right? You mentioned this.
That Spot Ghost one, that was from Smooth Moves. Normally you would point, I think, but that's one you can just touch.
What?
So far on the left, P-Tipluff is doing the fight well. Not doing quite the fastest strat you can do, but this way of doing the fight is very fast compared to the cat. Meanwhile, Orbulon is looking a dog dizzy.
Zenon's doing pretty well on Orbulon. Unfortunately, Orbulon has a lot that you can fail to make faster. That penguin one, technically, if you're good enough and like confident, you can definitely do that one and like win it and still be fast, but it is way easier to just lose it for sure.
Obion also has a lot of long micro games and you don't want them because you can just do them slower.
Yeah.
Such excitement.
We're on the boss stage here. This is going to be pretty risky here. You can do this boss game very fast, or you can do it slow and like be safe about it. If you do it very fast and you actually pick the wrong person, then you lose, and Zenon would have to game over here.
Yeah, it's a huge gamble.
Yeah, they're making sure they're correct, choosing the correct person.
Yeah, exactly.
And they don't. Oh no. Wrong face, I think.
Have reached your limit.
And that's a game over. But hopefully, compared to Touched,
Energy.
you can just continue if you pay, so that's
Yeah,
not
it's
that
definitely a
bad.
nice quality of life thing. It's in the newer games.
Like, in a speedrun way, it's cool to have a continue, but casually, it's worse. I know.
Nice.
Okay, so second track.
I have collected many hams. Time to do this.
We have
And now they're
P-Tipluff.
going to the mash, which is, I think, more skill than RNG, but still like bad.
Excellent.
P-Tipluff is
That
entering
is
shaking
from
right
what I
now.
remember.
Hey.
Both stages are nasty.
A lot of these games from Wario's are,
Sure.
well, I've only seen like 3 so far in this version, but the ones I have seen have been from Mega Micro Game back on Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. There's not that many for Wario. Like, I think each Wario set only has like 8 or 9. And you're going to see almost all of those in the 7 that you do.
Yep. That right there is the Mega Micro games as well. So a lot of Mega Micro games, Wario games.
Yeah,
So-
this boss game even, it's just an expansion of a regular micro game from Mega Micro Games.
Yep.
For Mash League in terms of RNG, I think Dribble and Spits is kind of risky because there's quite a few that you can fail to make faster, if I remember right.
So you
Compared to some of the other ones in the same league.
Definitely noticed that the category for our stream isn't changing, but that's fine.
That's good.
But
I think Wario Land Super Mario Land 3 is actually the most popular Wario Land game because it has Mario in the name.
that is,
Yeah, probably.
as far as sales go, that should be correct, I think.
Real cool.
Although Wario Land 4 is pretty popular, I think.
Yeah.
It is, but Super Mario Land 3 still has more sales, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, that are tied. I looked it up not that long ago,
Mhm.
but either way,
Nice.
with how things are going with P-Tipluff, and then also plus the other deficit that I'm gonna have to calculate here in like after these next 2 runs of where we're gold from Team Nose, and then also Wario World at the end. We're gonna have to see what happens. Because it's a little closer than it looks, but it's not obvious. It's gonna have to
We
be
do
a
have like
comeback.
a 8 or 9 minute buffer, right?
Yeah, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. I might, like I said, I might be off by like a second or two, but I don't know beyond that. Pizza Fluff going for the slow versions of the shaking stuns. And then Jimmy T.
It's on.
A lot of his micro games look short enough where you just do them.
Groovy.
Yeah, hasn't lost any lives yet. This one is a long one, but it's not too hard to just do quickly.
Show me what you got.
I'm pretty sure
Ideally,
that
you can just fail it to just mash A. And still be good.
Right, very quick baton pass.
Tip Fluff got a time of about 1 hour 39, so
Looking good.
still respectable given everything that they had to go through with the money route and
the large
everything.
fry, definitely the two
Yeah.
standouts, but they still did quite well.
Yeah. Now we have another WarioWare Gold player coming up here. Unfortunately, 17 minutes behind, but maybe can make up a little bit of that time if Zenon makes another mistake or two, maybe another game over, give a few more seconds. We'll have to see.
I'm impressed.
So I'd like to say something about Jimmy's boss stage.
Cool.
So basically, it is a remake of Jimmy's boss stage in WarioWare Inc. But in Inc. there was a glitch, I think it was, that you can just like attack your opponent when it's defending, and it will.
Oh, cool! That even takes a death on the Wario touch boss.
Oh yeah. And in Gold it doesn't work.
You did it.
I think I remember that.
Keep up, okay?
It's like a very specific time, I think, that you have to hit the defending enemy and it'll hurt them. Because if you just mash the hit button in WarioWare Inc., then it unfortunately doesn't work. At least not how
Yeah.
I played it.
So close.
Then I'm getting a lot of old micro games.
That was great.
Although I don't really remember if you can just not get them. Like, I was running WarioWare Gold like 3 years ago, and it was an anti-LCFW, which like kinda doesn't matter.
Yeah, both of these runners do have capture cards, so it should be an even field.
Done. Looking good. Cool.
Kodak, I'm getting a second exit on rubbing micro game.
He did get a fast kanji though, so that's nice.
Here we go.
Okay, so then I'm getting another remake of boss stage from Inc.
Yeah, and it works pretty much the same. The hammer does move constantly, but if you repress A fast enough, then it will go down in basically the same spot, and you don't have to wait for it to like go back and forth.
Dribble.
Now we're on dribble and splits, which, as I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure this is like the most risky one in the Mash League.
It definitely has nasty boss stage,
Holy smokes.
although it can be mastered. Because its route pretty much never changes.
Holy smokes. Nice driving. Nice. the gas.
Yeah, a lot of the seeing more and more and more. I think I have to say it's probably about
Oh,
seen
shucks.
60% of these games are from WarioWare Inc.
And done.
Yeah, it is quite a lot.
Yeah, most of the
Hopefully, am I getting the
microgames
same
are just-
scores in, and that's funny.
What a mess.
Most of the microgames are just from earlier releases, like
Yeah, this one's
Touched
also from
with
Inc.
Smooth Moves. I think
The
it's
Watch for My
also
Eyes one
DIY
is from Smooth
Showcase.
Moves.
So Smooth Moves, definitely the one with
Hold on tight.
zipping. Called Eggman had it a while ago.
Yeah, Zen's on 2 health here. Hopefully that doesn't matter.
And there's also a dog tall micro game like on the last split.
So good.
It's Wario Deluxe, I think.
There's also a DIY one, right? The one where you follow the flags.
Nailed it.
I don't remember.
You got this.
I think that's in Cricket. Zen is just doing a full sweep here to hopefully hit all the noses as early as possible. I don't know how much it matters, like how early you get that yellow thing. If you're perfectly centered on the noses in this phase, then you can go through them and not worry about it, but unfortunately Zen was slightly off and couldn't get an extra hit in there and had to clear the noses.
We showed 'em.
Five volt.
Now we're on 5 volt, which is the Mash League's retro section.
Well done.
I'm really not a fan of the balloon trip minigame.
Yeah, it's bad.
Great job. Hurry up. Wow.
Isn't the lore for 5 volt sequel that those pans weigh like 10 tons or something like that?
Yeah, it's like so she can get super fit. She's following the routine by, I don't remember his name, it's like Mr. Glitter or something like that. I wish I did.
Keep it up. Good.
Yeah, 5 volt is 9 volt's mom.
Yeah,
Doing great.
5 volt being 9 volts. 18 volt is 9 volt's
think just a
friend of no
classmate.
relation.
Yeah,
You're a star.
And then there's another member of the electronics family, like I think 13 amp or something like that. That's also just a friend.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like her debut was in gold, so we're gonna see her in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, she is, I think, the 4th one in Twist, right?
Keep it up.
Like 18 volt. She's a character who appears in the 18 volts stage.
After Cry goes, so yeah, fourth, like with counting Wario.
With this baseball minigame, you want to hit the balls far away so that the walls come back up as soon as possible. I'm not sure if it matters for the third one, but it definitely does for the first and second.
Feeling good.
But of course, if you mistime it too far in one direction, then you just won't hit the ball, and then you'll have to get another one thrown.
Ready for this?
Now Zen is on Twist. Thankfully, because we have capture cards, we don't have to worry about the camera going wild.
Not bad. Sure.
Ooh, nice
Alright,
strike
man,
from
getting
Full
a
Egg Man.
strike.
Taking a little bit of time to line up, but it was worth it.
That's sweet.
Good. Next.
Sorry for really talking. I'm being very distracted by Wario right now. The different micro games that he specifically has are so weird.
That's totally fine. It's a very wacky game.
I also believe that this game here is a reference to another micro game I think that was played
Yeah,
before in Ink.
well, I think there is a driving one in Twisted, but I can't remember. Oh, apparently it's in Smooth Moves, according to chat. That micro game that Gold Eggman just intentionally failed on. Sometimes if you swipe really fast, then the fuse actually goes through the wall, because like on one frame you're on one side and the other, you've moved fast enough that it doesn't have hit detection. It's funny when that happens.
Ashley.
Yeah. Currently, Eggman is in the same boat as Zenon was earlier, where they've got the 2 lives remaining. They just need to. Let's see if
and
they
he
actually
fails
game
that
over.
one. You can definitely do that one and like succeed and do it fast, but maybe it was a mistap or maybe he just wasn't confident, I don't know. But now he's
Probably
going to
a
have
mistake.
to... Okay, he gets the fast cycle on the penguin one, but now he's going to have to do the boss fight perfectly or risk getting the game over again, like Zenon.
Bravo. Not bad. Watch out. Pretty good.
Yeah, with this one, basically there's 2 people who will have each trait, but one difference. So like, often the hardest one to spot is the faces, because a lot of them will be turned around, so you have to see if there's another one that matches that you know doesn't have the right face. There is a timer here, but it's definitely worth making sure you get the right one, at least to a point.
Can you keep up?
Okay, and he gets it.
Very good. A little slower than probably would have liked, but still just.
Yeah. Of course, you can do it instantly if you're like a Giga Chad and just like basically pick the first one that matches 2 of the traits, but that's very risky, especially in this setting.
It's not mentioning Super Saiyan Ashley over there.
Yep, now we're on this boss fight, which I think is just a boss fight from Twisted.
But in Twisted it was cool because it was short, and here it is long and boring.
Yeah, I believe this is also a. There is a version of this boss fight in Get It Together.
Yeah, it's kind of same
like a
mechanics where
bridge.
you have like bridges in a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's quite different.
It's not exactly the same, but it's like a similar.
I'm sure they reused the idea though, at least. And there's really no way to speed this up, you just have to not fail, basically. Because you can't make these
Although
guys
it-
move any faster.
Although in Get It Together, that boss stage you're mentioning,
Making progress.
it has like 2 or 3 different routes which have like different speed. And that's not cool.
Dr. Crygor. Looking for a job? I see.
Nice golf from Zenon. There's actually there's 2 full golf, like, bonus minigames in Warrior Gold that you can unlock. Basically, by playing the gacha, it will give you different things. And there's, I think it's like Micro Golf Open and Micro Golf Tour, which are very similar, but one of them just has like random pools of courses that you play, and the other one is linear, I think.
Looking for a job?
Yo, Zenon whacking all 5. Very nice.
Fascinating. Looking for a job? Time to hustle. Quite. Perfect.
I don't remember exactly how many different modes there are in WarioWare Gold. I know there's like the
Looking for a job?
did the touch
like-
one. Now we're doing the tilt one. I don't know if there's another one.
Yeah, there's mash, touch, and twist, and then there are like 2 kind of, I don't really know what to call them. They don't have their own stages, but it's there's like
Optional.
the ultra fast ones, which are 2 seconds long instead of 4, and then there's the mic ones. But those only appear in the remixes at the end of the game. They don't have their own dedicated stages.
Although I
I-
think one of the ultras can be unlocked in Wario Deluxe.
Excellent.
You cannot get it in any of the remix.
We escaped.
But yeah, in terms of like stages, I believe there's 18 stages in the run. There's the like 5 main ones for each control mode, and then at the end there's 3 remixes. Or I guess like Wario Deluxe isn't exactly a remix, but it does contain earlier micro games.
On the Zenon side, there was another remake of Smooth Moves micro game with the Wind Waker.
Yeah, some of these retro ones are actually made specifically for Gold, because the point is that they're different retro games. So they just drew from whatever inspiration. So a lot of these ones tend to be unique. But Cold Eggman is taking quite a few unnecessary damages, but as long as he gets through, it doesn't really matter. But it does definitely add a little bit of pressure.
Gotta relax.
Also, apparently you can just lose that micro game, the Animal Crossing micro game in Gold. In Smooth Moves, you just have to wait.
Yeah, it is faster to lose in Gold.
Couldn't Zell fail that micro game? Like, I don't really remember much from the game. That's Star Fox.
Yeah, it's from Mega Micro Game. I believe Dribble and Spitz had it in theirs.
Oh, yeah, we have one of my favorite bosses in this game. The like Super Mario Bros. Except twisting makes Mario move way faster, and you can press A to jump.
Oh
Getting like the fastest realistic time actually gives you fireworks, so it's a little bit slower. So you wait for one in-game second.
Hey!
I'm not sure what's happening with this stream here.
Yeah. Be the paused or buffering. Cold Eggman almost bent the nail a little bit too much, but it's fine.
Yeah, if you hit it on the edge, it doesn't actually count as like it doesn't make the nail go down anymore. It just tilts the head, and if you like twist it like that twice, then you fail.
So what has happened on Xenon's?
Yeah, I do not believe.
I think that's
Xenon-
the studio view. I think that they're just preparing for the next one. I think it still looks normal on the mainstream. Oh, never mind. Then it says OBS crashed.
Oh, that is really unfortunate.
Probably fine because you can diagnose some things while still playing. You can kind of play the game one-handed.
I guess it kind of makes up for that situation where the one player just had fucked up controls on GBI and had to switch to emulator.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate. I think that happens if you hold a button while GBI is booting, and I think it might persist, so you have to hold the correct button. And if you just use the default control scheme, I don't know what the correct button is. It's definitely happened to me before, so I just started using Swiss instead, and just manually changing settings if I need to. But yeah, Zenins should be on the Potluck Gang if I remember correct. There's two remixes that are Potluck Gang and Dance Team. Basically just half of the cast makes up one remix and the other half makes up the other. But it doesn't actually make the micro games more difficult, unlike in previous installments where you have remixes. It's one of my kind of complaints with this game, is that you just replay the same level 1 games. It doesn't really matter as much for casual, but for speedrunning it is more interesting to have the hard ones.
Nice driving. You got this, kid.
Let's see how Cold Eggman does on the nose boss here.
So they're playing differently than Xenon because Xenon was spinning around and spamming and Cold Eggman
Yeah,
is
definitely
just
more
plain
methodical. I think this, like, picture here, or whatever it is, it spawns on the opposite side of the screen that you were on, so you want to be aware of when it spawns and just be, like, close to the middle of the screen so that you can respond to it. Okay, he gets one of the fruit that's there with the noses in the way.
playing. They can hit.
Getting a lot of bounces, though.
That sucks.
That's Zenon's stream should be back here in just a moment, everyone.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, Zen is now on Dance Team, which is the second remix, I believe.
Were they even allowed to run like outside of that?
Yeah, I think
guess
it's
we
fine.
trust them.
Yeah,
It's fine.
It's fine. It's a relay, and it's also like, what is going on? But fine. Trusted runners and everything like.
Yeah, for sure.
Great job. Hurry up.
Since they did confirm that they're still playing, I will. That they played that entire time, I will not be having their own timer.
Yeah. The game is pretty linear in terms of time, unless you like lose time on a boss or something, so we'll just assume that there weren't any mishaps and that this is just they went through. You can lose quite a bit of time on the two remixes because it can give you a lot of double-length games that you may or may not be able to skip.
Yeah, like compared to different WarioWare games, it sucks to have remix stages like at the end of the run because they vary a lot.
Yeah. And yet by contrast, Wario Deluxe is actually an auto-scroller entirely. You cannot lose or save any time on it, unless you lose to the boss.
For example, in Touched, I think the most stages that matters the most are Krygo and James. I think most
Yeah, that
of
makes sense.
the stages can be just get optimized pretty much easily.
Despite the microgames not being more difficult, the boss actually is more difficult. He just has this like uppercut move that he can charge up, but all you have to do is just remember the timing for it. Also, I did misremember, Dance Team is actually the first remix. Now we have Potluck Gang, which, again, is just the other half of the cast that wasn't in the previous remix.
I think Potluck was because it has many of Dribble and Spits and Orgilan micro games, which are just long.
Here's one of the mic micro games where you use the microphone. I think the 3DS microphones in general are probably better tuned than the DS microphones, like they'll be a little bit more sensitive. You don't have to race too much about blowing like at the exact right angle.
It really is. Never heard of that.
I mentioned during the touch run, but there is some hardware differences depending on which kind of 3DS you have. Like on my new 2DS, I can just rub the microphone and it works, but on my 3DS I cannot.
Yeah, on my new 2DS it actually works as well.
Get ready.
Another nice thing about Gold, compared to Touched at least, is the mic games are way more spread out. You don't have them all in one stage. So you don't like have to worry about getting winded or making sure you're breathing enough.
Yeah.
It's one of the Flonk games, which is just half length. I think you just are guaranteed to get 2 in each of the remixes. Also, this is a unskippable long game. It's unfortunate.
That's the way. What? I approve.
Touch. You did it. Touch. What?
It's quite interesting that actually Zenon tries to lose Penguin microgame like 2 times because you can just complete it and still get a first exit.
Yeah, it is definitely a choice that you would make just based on your preference. It is sometimes difficult. Like, if you're not ready for it, then you might lose time trying to complete the game.
I was just starting to rotate these ice blocks. That's where fairer.
Wario Deluxe.
So if it just falls, then it just falls. Suzanne is going to edit in a while. It's
Yeah,
going to be something around 52 flat, I think.
Bold move.
yeah, I don't know exactly how long Wario Deluxe takes, but as I mentioned, it's just an auto scroller. You can't save or lose time at all,
It's around
unless
like
you
5
fail the boss.
minutes.
Easy now.
Like even the double length ones, there's just like a guaranteed amount of double length ones that you get so that the music gets to the right point at the right time. Like this one, Zenin, if they were playing in the index mode, then they would have gotten a first exit on that one, but because it's Wario Deluxe, it just goes the entire time, even though they already had finished the condition early.
Not bad. Keep up. Easy now. Fine, fine.
Has that crashed again?
No, I
No.
think they're just preparing the crop for the next game in advance.
Yeah, a bit
That's Wario
unfortunate.
World, right?
Correct.
Yeah, which is the last game of the relay. I don't think the stream sees that.
I don't believe so either.
I mentioned how the remixes, they don't have more difficult microgames. That is actually for Wario Deluxe. The ones that come from the like Wario leagues or like the Wario stages, those ones actually are level 2 difficulty. So now we've reached the halfway point, or I guess technically like 3/5 way point.
Good job. Twist. Cool. Keep calm, keep calm. Touch. Great. Touch. Nice. All right. Twist.
Getting close to the final boss for Zenin. This one I think is like inspired by, but not directly like reused from WarioWare Twisted. It's the same kind of idea where you just follow what a band is doing, or like dancers, I guess. But it actually incorporates
Although, like-
different control schemes.
Although that's kind of funny that half of the Wario Deluxe boss stage you don't have to be rhythmic, you just can look when the guy above, like the guy on the above screen just starts animation and then you can just tap or blow. That's how I was doing that.
Yeah, like how long you hold it doesn't really matter. So we're getting through the button controls. After that there's twisting, and then there's touching, and then to top it off there's a blow at the end. This boss does actually get pretty crazy in harder difficulties because it intersperses the twisting with button controls.
Now what?
Zenon did say their timer started late. I don't know how late it was, but this is still a very solid time, especially with the Orbulon boss death. By timing
Yeah,
rules,
yeah.
time starts as soon as the intermission happens, and yeah. Nice showing from Zenon.
That's even sub 52. Better than
Yeah,
I
I don't know how late their timer started, maybe like 10 seconds or something. It's still better than my PB.
Hero? I
Okay.
don't see it.
I thought your PB was like 58, 40 something.
Mine's like 51:46 or something like that. Or it's 50. Or wait, no, I'm thinking. I forgot that the world record is 50, 56 or something. I was off by a minute. Ignore me.
Will do. Anyway.
Yeah, now that we're on Wario World, I think I'm gonna take my leave. Moon can cover us for the rest of Gold Eggman's gameplay, and Dippa's got it covered for the Wario World coming up.
Well, just because it's the beginning of the run, I'll explain a little bit here about basically what's going on for Wario World. It's the only 3D platformer in the game. Your idea is to collect 3 red jewels in World 1 for each level, and progress to the boss door, which would unlock it through these sub-levels. There are a bunch of mini skips here and there on how to do these puzzles fast. But there's your dash, you have your corkscrew conk, which is the dash jump. And there will be a mechanic I will go over here in a little bit later that will allow the category to really shine, called the super jump. But like I said, we'll get to that here in a little bit whenever it's actually utilized. For now, the run is extremely simple with all the basic controls. A few fast strategies here and there on just dashing at every opportunity, clipping through doors. Fast boss kills, just knowing what they need to do. Or to
So
kill the
we
boss.
didn't see Zenon's playthrough of Penny's stage, so I guess Cool Damon will make up for that.
What is Penny's stage based off again? Is it the same as Krygor pretty much?
No, because every category like Twist, Smash, and Touch have for one category, and I think that's life, which is basically based on real life.
Ah, right. Fair enough. This WarioWare game looks fun. I gotta try it. But currently at the moment for Wario World as well, some small things I suppose is when you dash and you jump, you can cancel the corkscrew conk animation, which is your dash and then jump, by pressing the B button at the same time you'd press your A button, so that Wario gets free movement in the air. You can see it right here. Him try to skip and battle ring, which if you ever enter a battle ring in Wario World, you have to sit still for a minute. Essentially, it's like a free minute time loss. But fortunately, Ruffy Line, the one running right now, current world record holder for any percent and any percent no super jump, and a lot of the other miscellaneous categories. So if they're at the top of their game today, shouldn't be missing any arena skips.
So in this boss stage, you basically just want to rotate people based on their color shit, which is a remake of WarioWare's one of WarioWare's moves, both stages.
Indeed. I think you just... How does it control on smooth moves, do you know? Or is it just waving your remote one way or the other?
You just twist your Wii remote from left to right.
Ah.
So here's the first remix.
Awesome. And in Wario World, Ruffialine got a double fast cycle, I think? No, unfortunately they missed the first fast cycle, but they got the backup on the last one, where they ended the cycle early. For the Antlion. That thing is an Antlion, I promise. Pay attention to Dino Mighty and do not blink. I will not be explaining anything about it, so... It's pretty self-explanatory, but this boss can be beaten in like 35 seconds because of just the stun lock mechanism here. Meanwhile, in the remix, I believe Cold Eggman, right, hasn't made any notable mistakes, like no game overs or anything like that. So
Yeah, I think he didn't.
So slightly ahead. Still got to keep in mind the 9 minute second.
No, wait, I think Cold Eggman like died on first boss stage.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was the one where you have to tap tiny Warriors on clouds.
Man, I must have been away. I don't remember, sadly.
I think someone mentioned it. But yeah, even though Cold Eggman's Olbulon's boss stage was long enough that I'm not sure if it really matters compared to Zenon.
Probably not. They're probably going to get a very similar time to each other.
Yeah. Although I'm pretty impressed because I remember doing like a no reset run like half of a year ago and I got like 53 something.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. I'll explain this a little bit here for Wario World as well. When the enemy that Ruffialine just passed, called a Bone Hand Gate, there's an invisible wall at the top of the gate that ordinarily you cannot pass, but if you get knocked flat or smushed flat by the attack of the Bone Hand, while directly up against the wall, you will become... Wario has a get-up animation that will allow him to literally walk through it. And then here's a super jump right there. The way that works, to put it briefly, is it's a form of a double jump. You can press R and then press A right at the moment. And then right the moment that Wario jumps off the ground, his feet leave the ground, you let go of A and then press it again within like a 60th of a second. So it's essentially like you press R, then 7 frames later you tap A, let go of A the next, and then the frame after that press and hold A. And you get a jump that can be triple the height and distance of a normal corkscrew call. It is the trick of this game that is the most infamous and makes a lot of people discouraged, but it is honestly not that hard with practice. Especially since Ruffialine is doing buffered version of it, where you pause right as you do the jump. We're on the potluck again for Cold Eggman.
I think Old Eggman hasn't gotten any long micro games yet. So that's really good. Oh, here it is. Long micro game.
Yeah, it's
2
that's
seconds
fine.
of time loss. So it's not that terrible.
I believe Zenon got that as well, though, so
Yeah, he did.
not the worst.
Okay, so Trace micro game looks much better than in Smooth Moves, because in Smooth Moves you have to point with a weird remote, and here you can just touch.
Right. Meanwhile, Ruffy Line over there is admittedly going very, very fast. The pace that they're on, I believe, is a pace to get a 43, which, by the way, the world record is a 43.59 held by this guy. And the pace they're on, so long as they make minimal mistakes, should get them another 43. Not with that, though, unfortunately. But still very good time. They're making very good time. Anything that is below 11 minutes entering Wonky Circus, which is the name of this level, is fantastic.
Ooh, Cold Eggman getting a long shot. And that's not what you wanna get.
2 short ones right after, so not that bad.
But still, that Puzzle Gang was really good.
It was, yeah.
So it's just 5 more minutes to go, and yeah, the time is going to be around the same as Zenon's, I think. Maybe slightly faster. And if Cold Eggman like beats Zenon, that's kind of funny that both world record holders lost.
That'd be interesting. Ruffy Line doing a brand new strategy, clipping through the Wonky Circus bottom wall to make it past some jumps and tricks and stuff, so that way they can get up here to the spinning gears early. That is new, very risky. Doesn't save a heck of a lot of time, but it's stylish. I'm glad they pulled it off after like the second try. For context of anybody, the reason why he's not skipping this arena is because it is the only one in all of Wario World that you cannot skip in any way. We have tried literally everything that people from multiple generations of Wario World runners have tried, but nothing has been found yet. It is
Was
pretty...
Wario World Test anyway?
Huh?
Was Wario World Test like a task of it?
The only task we have that's complete is admittedly pretty old, and I think the only video of it that exists is the first 2 levels of the game. So we don't have a full game task just, like, readily available to watch. But back then, a full game task was a 4340. which nowadays a theoretical best time would be somewhere akin to a mid 41.
So that's good.
Yeah. But we unfortunately don't even have a TAS for it. Really, not an updated one. A lot of the tech that was found and researched by this game was from people that started running this game in, I think it was the turn of the decade, around 2012, something like that. A lot of the groundwork was pretty self-explanatory back in like 2006 or so when the game was first being ran. But after like the 2010s, in the middle of 2010, pretty much where most of the tech got found.
The Poldegman is starting a boss stage, so the game is going to be completed in a while.
Boss stage. If I'm remembering right, they should get it a better time, I think, than Zenin. Just like barely. I don't know, the
Yeah,
timer
something
was
like
off.
that.
We'll have to see. Because respectively, for all runners, every runner has done great today. Like every run is.
Except me.
What are you talking about? Your run
I'm
was
really
fine.
ashamed of that. I'm really ashamed of that die on Wario, man. That shouldn't happen.
Your run was fine. Everybody, you're in the middle of a relay. It happened. Also, unfortunately, Ruffy Line missing a somewhat new tech. I say somewhat new. It's relative in the past couple of years. You can skip a cycle of globes on the dual dragon, like this cycle here that's happening. You can skip it by attacking at just the right time, so that way it fools the game into making the other ones fire, which would make it roughly about 14 to 15 seconds faster if you do it twice.
Oh wait. Look at Cold Eggman's time. It's 52:11. So it's
Oh man,
Zan got like 51 and
51
56.
with a 51 with a couple seconds of error because they said they started their timer late.
Yeah, so like if we add like 10 seconds, I think Zan still would be like faster by like 3 seconds.
Right.
Okay, so Wario Gold was ended, so that's it from me.
Thanks for joining us.
So-
I really appreciate your assistance.
Have fun commentating Wario World and good luck to the runners.
Thank you again. So anyway, our second runner has appeared, Meow Mix. Meow Mix has been around for quite a while. Meanwhile, Ruffiline has appeared within the last year or so. Both of these runners have tons of accolades. They're both very, very prestigious runners of this game. Unfortunately, the time difference here of when they're both starting won't necessarily do it full justice, per se. Whereas Ruffiline is literally halfway through the game, and Meow Mix is just starting, but that's fine, regardless. But I guess I'll have the time to explain now a lot of the niche things in the game. So the category itself, I haven't necessarily mentioned. It's called any percent. You have, it's unrestricted. you can do the super jumps that I mentioned. You can do the clips that I've mentioned through the boss doors. A second ago, Ruffiline did a glitch simply called 3.8 or Angler Mangler Fast Strat, whatever you want to call it. Essentially, the 3.8 is a way to put a constant hitbox on the Angler Mangler, so that way you don't have to worry about hitting it again. It is slightly faster, but it doesn't really save much time. Meanwhile, Meow Mix is doing Green Fist. A thing I should also mention is, as soon as the boss emblem pops up for any boss in the game, it'll be a purple emblem that just pops up on screen. You can pause, navigate to the Return to Courtyard button, and it'll count that level as done, and it'll open up the next world for you, or open the next level for you. Same thing for world bosses. The moment that they scream and normally would give you a key, you can check your inventory for this before you actually exit out to check to see when you can exit out of the level. But as you can see here as well, the further you go on in the game, for example, where Ruffiline is, the more red crystals you're going to have to get, where Meow Mix is only going to have to get 3 in World 1 here. Unfortunately, misses a jump there. He's going to go for a backup here to just do a wild swing ding. Yes, that's what it's called. Where he spins around an enemy, spins a gear, and goes the straight way. Not necessarily intended, but it works. Meanwhile, Ruffiline is going to have to find 5 in World 3 for each level. Also, the second Angler Mangler that Ruffiline is on requires 5 hits from a Barrel Buster, which is the snowman dude, in order to kill, compared to the other one, which required 3. Or you just need to wait out 5 cycles of the 3.8 glitch, depending on whatever you want. Suppose I'll take this opportunity to properly explain the Antlion fight, now that Meow Mix is there. Essentially what you want to do, these first 2 hits, you just hit it like any other enemy until you do the head bash, or the 3-hit combo as I call it. Because the 3-hit combo does 3 ticks of damage, so to speak. And then once it starts to go to the center, you want to be able to dash and interrupt it becoming invincible just to start punching it again. Unfortunately, Meow Mix, like I said, missed it. Well, he technically got it, but missed it at the same time. The 4th life is static. If you do get the cutoff, you will have to do the interruption over and over again until the boss is dead. Meanwhile, for Ruffiline, you have Winter Winster. You have to grab meteors that Winter Winster throws onto the ground. And then you'll have to throw them into these pockets of magma in order to stun Winter Winster once they go upwards, like unfortunate miss there for Ruffiline, but it is what it is. Should be okay, as long as the camera's fine. Weird. Dino Mighty. To explain it now, all you have to do is jump and ground pound in a rhythm, and the moment that Dino Mighty would get up, if you do the rhythm correctly, instant knockout. Because if you jump on their head and ground pound them normally by them raising you over the tail, it's also an instant knockout. So we're just abusing a hitbox kind of. We have Meow Mix entering World 2 now. Spooktastic World, and Ruffieline's entering Beanstalk Way, World 3-2. This is where a few more interesting tricks come into play of the game. We're going to have Unfortunate miss there of a ledge grab glitch. I wonder if we're gonna see a risky super jump here. He's going to try and skip this waterfall with a punch jump. Missed it, unfortunately, and got a super jump instead. Really good backup there. Going to try and buffer an angle here to try and perfectly super jump all the way up to where the crystal is. It skips this auto scroller of a sub level. A little bit hard to do because your super jump does have to be perfect, but you can still skip a little bit of it, make it go fast, just to make it out of there. Meow Mix doing the same bone hand gate skip that Ruffy Lion just did. Not that bad. I will say that some of the areas around here, we haven't seen it yet, and hopefully we won't. There are crystal entities, which what a crystal entity is, it's essentially just a mini boss that entraps you in another small arena for roughly about 30 to 35 seconds, depending how long you need to fight it. Meowmic's doing pretty decently with super jump stuff thus far. Something I will mention, Meowmix is an unbuffered super jump, which means every super jump attempt they do is roughly twice as fast as what Ruffy Line is going to do. Over the course of a whole run, probably saves a matter of like 30 seconds if you're doing everything optimally, but of course not everyone's going to be perfect in this relay. Meowmix also going for a slightly faster version of the Horror Manor Arena skip. But yeah, essentially what Meowmix is doing when he's doing an unbuffered super jump is pressing the R button and then timing both his hands, I think, to press the A button once, slide off the A button, and then the other hand presses the A button. I think that's what their strategy is. That's my strategy, and I don't know any other way to really do it. Ruffy Line is going against a tree demon, which has the funniest story in one of the Wario mangas. Supposedly, Wario defeats the tree demons in the mangas by urinating, which is hilarious. There would be a third tree demon you have to fight, but Ruffy Line and the rest of the runners are built different. So you're just going to super jump on over to this platform here. And now we're here to fight Brawl Doll for Meowmix and Spider Atticus for Ruffy Line, respectively. Brawl Doll is simple. You grab the pillars from around the area and stun them with it. And then pile drive because it's the fastest mad move that Wario can do. For Spider Atticus, you simply come to the edge of the silk with them in hand once you've stunned them in one way or another. Pile drive in a specific angle so that way you can walk around, time a punch just right to where you stagger them and knock them out, rinse repeat until the fight is over. There used to be a slightly less refined version of this strat, and as you can see, this strat isn't even really perfect either, but it is still relatively fast. See, Ruffy Line is going for try to go for the backup dashes in the middle, which can be a bit risky, but it is what it is. See if they can get the punches. Good punch back up. Meowmix is unfortunately missing the tent skip, which requires some precision to jump upwards on the tent and use physics abuse pretty much to dash perfectly around the tent to where you're skipping a clown gate. Not that big a deal. And then we have an auto-scroller of a boss for Ruffy Line. Probably one of the most infamous enemies in Wario World. You have Red Brief J. I believe this is also the only boss that is shown in the official Wario Player's Handbook that came with the game back when it got released. Because you have the basic enemies, like they're called Magons, the Swirly Bird, Old Red Mugs, stuff like that. And then you have Red Brief J. So that's a little bit of an interesting bit of lore for you. Red Brief J cannot be hit normally by Wario's punches or his throws or anything like that. So you have to lure him to the side when he dashes in order to ground pound on the platform to knock him into the lava, and then they'll take damage. So it's kind of an auto-scroller. There are ways you can manipulate what move they will do faster. So that way you can get to the dashes faster. But beyond that, it's like a 7 to 8 second difference. Ruffyline unfortunately kind of messed up the cycle a little bit. I don't know if Meowmix will be going for it. Meowmix is kind of just messing around in the arena right now because there's nothing really much to do. Tried throwing some pillars for what is known as a 100% strategy, where you can hit far off buttons for treasure from this arena, which is pretty neat, but it's just practice pretty much. But pretty decent fight from Ruffyline. Missed a little bit of timing there with the strategies and whatnot that you're supposed to do for RBJ, but it's fine. Not losing that awful much time. Meowmix did a slightly safer version of the same skip for the Clown Gate that Ruffyline did. Did a walk off of the platform instead of jumping, because that got slightly less momentum but allows you to land on the pillar to do a secondary dash across to skip it, which is fine. Now, do not count Meowmix out just yet, because Ruffyline is entering World 4-1, which is mission. This level is not only long, but it also has some of the most intimidating strategies in the game, in a lot of people's opinion. Firstly, you have to collect 6 red diamonds throughout the entire level out of 8, which makes the routing kind of hard to manipulate. You have to kind of stick to a certain route, or else you can't really replace one with the other. Doing ledge hogs there in order to get around, walking around a little bit easier and a little bit faster. Super jumps over the gate. There's going to be a lot of super jumps in this level. Going to be a lot of puzzle solving in this level. That's pretty much the basic premise of what's going to go on here for Ruffyline. But now we have Meowmix doing the fast strat for the clown around, which, if they come across to the far side, what you can do is you can stun them. You throw them across, and then when you're on the side that you started away from, you can jump off. As they jump off, spawn over next to them to get a hit off early. Now what Ruffyline's doing here, he skipped a terrible portrait fight, and you cannot see Wario anymore because the camera is stuck in that first upper level of terrible portrait. But we've memorized the bottom section here where he fell down to know you have to super jump in certain areas to get past. So you did 2 second try super jump to do what is called blind mirror man. So pretty insane. You reset the camera by entering a sub level, come over here, And you have another arena here. You can skip this one when you're inside of it. You just have to have a decently timed super jump. It's a very specific super jump too. You can't hold A through the entire time. You have to have what is known as like a... I call it like a 3-force super jump, in a way. Having a little bit of trouble with it though, Ruffyline is. So let's see. Yep, perfect. Did good. A lot of tries, so wasted a little bit of time, roughly about 10 seconds, I want to say. Maybe a little longer. Because the timer stops for the arena every time you pause. So probably a little bit more than 10 seconds, maybe 20. But still pretty far ahead. Still a 34 going into the last part of Mirror Mansion. Pretty good. I didn't see if... I don't think Meowmix hit the dual dragon cycle skip. I know currently I think they hold one of the world records for it. Or it's tied for world record of the fastest IL for dual dragon. Regardless, Ruffyline got a crazy crystal grab there. Absolutely insane. I'm going to be skipping another terrible portrait fight. Here in the English version and in the PAL version of this game, you can just jump around the barrier of that terrible portrait, as you see shown, and you can just make it across to the other side. Just be patient with it. In the Japanese version, you cannot do any such thing. I don't know if you can super jump over it. Might be able to, but you cannot jump around it like you did there in the American version. Now here's Mean MC. Mean MC is unique because kind of RNG, but not overwhelming RNG. He has 2 attacks that he can do once you're done. Once you hit him 4 times, you can go into a dash attack, as seen twice there. But if you're lucky, before you get to that 4th hit, he will start to spin his cane around and will end his attack faster if you hit him a 5th. But Ruffyline getting a little bit unlucky. But the general fight is just ball and cup. You gotta follow the cups to see, well, where's the guy? Let me get him. Yeah, and also let's not mention that you can get hit by the cane as well. So, a little bit unfortunate there for Ruffyline. Got hit by the cane attack and also got the dash. And so a little bit sad. Meowmix doing safe version of Shivering Mountain's first arena skip. It's not bad. Ruffyline unfortunately got pretty bad luck on this fight. So it is what it is. The boss medal appears only when Mean MC explodes, unlike all the other bosses where it's pretty much immediate. But Mean MC decides to make it a showcase, so there's that. Over here, where Ruffyline is at now, is the final level of the game. Pecan Sands. Pecan Sands is the only level in the game, instead of doing a traditional left to right, you have a kind of circular area you have to go around, which is around the pyramid. A lot of the sub-levels here, instead of being, light platform challenges, are all, like, puzzle-based challenges that a little bit harder. to execute as a casual player. For example, this one right here is a prime example. I'm pretty sure like 90% of the people on Earth don't know how to do this puzzle correctly and is doing it the same way Ruffyline is doing it now. But yeah, that is the fastest way to do that one. I'm going to be doing a dash cancel here on this wind turbine to send them right into the sub-level over here. Already got 4 of the 6 crystals needed. Going to be doing another major skip here. It's going to be bouncing off of the sand and skipping an arena there. That's a riskier version, but slightly faster version of something that we've been using for years. Currently getting the next crystal. Meowmix is about to go ahead and fight Winter Winster. Pretty decent showing so far from both of these runners. They're both doing very solid, given everything that's going on. Meowmix got a clip in, pretty nice. Meowmix and Ruffyline unfortunately missed the corkscrew conk on this timed level here. The marshmallow block, unfortunately, disappears very, very quickly if you step on it. So, you gotta be careful. Ooh, Ruffyline fell down a little bit, but there's a backup. You can just get right on back up. Do a punch jump to skip a climbing section. Jump over here onto the statue piece. And then we'll be doing our final super jump of the run. Skip another climbing section just then. And going into the final boss of the game, Iron Cider. So we will see. I do not believe. We'll have to see, of course. Meowmix, not Meowmix. Ruffyline can still make mistakes, of course. But we'll have to see if the 9 minutes and 20 seconds or thereabouts be enough to close this gap. I doubt it, but we'll see how close the gap is. Because both teams have performed phenomenally. Having a little bit of trouble with the Iron Cider fight. Getting stunned just a bit. Accidentally hitting some hands. But got really good timing with the jump over the fire to finish it out. Meanwhile, Meowmix is entering Beanstalk Way to do the same strategies. Sadly, not a lot of variation between the two runners and the strategies because the route has been kind of figured out by now. Captain Skull is an easy boss, similar to Dino Mighty with how fast you can fight it. You just stun it normally, you pile drive it close to a barrel, but not too close. You hit it with the barrel, pile drive again, rinse repeat, over and over until it's dead. This boss takes about 50 seconds. Maybe less if you're not counting the loading screens and stuff like that. So, once again, expertly done by Ruffyline there. This is far from a 43, sadly, but, you know, we're not looking for 43, we're looking for good. Meowmix is still on a very decent pace as well, so despite not being, you know, probably not going to win the relay for the team, still admirably done, and still very good performances. Now, the Black Jewel fight, I'll explain it as we go along here. The Black Jewel fight is admittedly a little boring. Black Jewel has 8 lives in comparison to all the other bosses who had like 5. Black Jewel has 8. All you have to do for Black Jewel is to dash into these crystals over and over again in such a way where Ruffian's skipping a fire laser to make sure they don't get hurt in the first cycle. Very good. It's very important for what they're doing. Once you've hit all 5 crystals in that cycle, the Black Jewel will be stunned, and then you can go up to it. The fastest way to hurt the Black Jewel, instead of doing a pile driver like we have for every other boss, you do the start of a wild swing ding, and it'll hurt them. And now what Ruffian will do for the rest of this is they will line up with where a crystal is about to land, dash directly into it as soon as it lands, dash straight to the right, hitting every crystal along the way, and getting hit once through the fire laser, save a little bit of time, because each fire laser does half a heart, so that's 8 hits until you're at a game over, and they went one cycle without getting hit, so they'll be left on half a heart if they just continue this way. But yeah, the fight takes about 3 minutes to doing this strategy, so it's, like I said, it's a bit slow, it's a bit boring, but you still gotta hold on there. Hold on here and there, or else... Because there are also times where you can be doing a wild swing ding and try to predict it. You can press the B button, completely ruin a cycle, waste yourself about 40 seconds. So there are times where you can screw up Black Jewel if you're not careful. Meowmix opting to go for an older version of the same strat that Ruffian was doing for Spider-Atticus. This time you would pile drive Spider-Atticus away, and then lure them to attack Wario and move Wario behind just in time, so that way you can lure them to hit. So you can start punching him with a little bit more time on your hands. Ruffian's about to have the final hit here. I'm going to, of course, see what the final time specifically for Team Mustache is going to be. And then, depending on whatever Meowmix gets, whatever Team Nose gets, we're going to, of course, minus the time and see exactly how long the relay took for each team. Continue from there. So 1917-23 was that. So let me run that down. Let's see. There you go. And now we just gotta wait for Meowmix to get all done here, and then we will calculate. I wonder if, speaking of which, I wonder if Meowmix will be doing the strategy that I mentioned earlier. But I think without a shadow of a doubt, unless Meowmix pulls out the forbidden tech of somehow skipping half of the game, it's almost pretty cut and dry here. But we don't want to count out how... We don't want to unfairly judge the time. So we'll see how they go. We'll cheer them on. Everybody make sure you're cheering on Meowmix right now. They're finishing out the run proudly. All of these runners have done fantastic. So make sure, casually if you're here, make sure you're giving everybody, you know, a good job, a GG's. Casually if you're here as we're waiting, then we'll give a proper send-off when Meowmix is done. When Team Nose is done, I should say. But admittedly, as far as like the timing goes, for entering World 4, this is not bad at all. World 4, entering it anything like before 32 minutes or at 32 minutes is very good, very admirable, especially considering Ruffy Line's time just then, I believe, was like a high 46. Meow Mix's current PB is like a 47, like a low 47. So it was a high wall to climb for sure. I will guess I mentioned some of the more intricate parts of Mirror Mansion that we are here. Yamek's also doing the ledge grab tech really good. A first try unbuffered super jump over the gate, really impressive. And now on Ruffy Line's screen we have Tent. Very in Yamek's screen we have the spinning platforms that can throw you off. Ideally what you want to do is just continue jumping no matter what, and then you will be able to go across the levels without problems. Let's see if... I'm curious if he's going for it. Meowmix is going for Blind Mirror Mansion. We'll have to see if they continue to, though. They're gonna try it. Oh, sadly, a little bit bad of a super jump, but they got the second one pretty good. Really good first try over the first wall. Now let's see. Couple tries over the... Good. Maybe they're hitting the barrier by accident or something, because there is a little walkway that blocks it, facing it wrong. There you go. Still very good. Still very good attempt of Blind Mirror Mansion. It is not easy. You have to memorize it, and then also be very good with timing your super jumps by feel. You have to be very comfortable with it. Oop. Yamix almost got to the secondary buffered super jump, because if you pause early before the dash begins, you can of course pause again later. A slightly faster super jump than Meowmix there. Good. Having a little bit of trouble on the ladder, that's fine. And then for this level, I wonder if they'll do it. Almost attempted it successfully. There is a trick you can do to just stand there at the bottom without hitting any of the other levels. Just super jump to hit the last one that you would need. Just like that. In order to skip a decent bit of time. But unfortunately didn't really save anything there. Maybe lost about a second based on what happened. Super jumped over the gate. Pretty good. Didn't lose, didn't save anything. Breaking even on a lot of these strategies. So, can't really complain too awful much, especially considering the unbuffered super jumps. Playing it slightly less safe. Still buffering here and there, but definitely still impressive. We'll see if they do the... They're trying the... Oh, I thought they were going to try the traditional way of skipping. Oh, no. Entered the Unithorn lair. I believe this is the first Unithorn lair. Oh no, Ruffy Lion saw the Unithorn lair too. But this is a rough Unithorn lair. Thankfully got some pretty decent RNG, not the best. That block can be literally anywhere. That spring can in the left. He's gonna try and super jump over this. It's a hard ask. It has to be a very good super jump. Got it just then with a buffer. Really safe. Final level here. There is a way. I understand why they didn't go for it. From the bottom, if you just angle yourself to the left, you can do an instant super jump straight up into the crystal, and it should be able to get it. Like I said, it's not worth it if you're just trying to finish things out. Oh, Meowmix unfortunately got hit with the tail end of the dash. A little bit unfortunate. Started this fight off with some pretty bad RNG. Getting dashed. Still got another dash despite trying to wait it out a little bit. Really unfortunate. Both players unfortunately not getting good RNG on the RNG segments. But what can you do? It's RNG for a reason. 3 in a row spins for Meowmix. That is what you want to see. You want to see them spin their cane right as you're about to finish them, and then it'll save roughly about 3 seconds per. Because they don't have to go through the whole spinning cycle again. So it saves quite a bit of time. It adds up really well. There's no manipulation for it, as I said before. I wish there was. Had to make do with what we have. Another little bit of tidbit of information. Once a boss is dead, like they don't have any more life, Wario can jump off the edge of a level and they won't take damage. They'll just kind of stay down there. So it's kind of funny. An instance of this that I'll do is I will, in Green Fist, which is the first boss of the game, once they take that final tick of damage, they will be down in the pit and I'm waiting for them to come back. I will test my super jump and then super jump myself into the pit. And I won't take damage, won't respawn anything, just kind of pause and get out whenever I can. Meowmix going for a somewhat older version of this strategy. Nowadays, what we do is we use a flying shovel or a flying spade. I don't remember which one of the two they're called, but we use it in order to pile drive directly into that into the gate without having to worry about bonking. Meowmix going for the super jump route of this skip instead of the ordinary route. Sometimes the movement up ladders is a little bit confusing and a little bit wonky whenever you have the camera faced towards you, because Wario does move weird depending on where the camera is. Going to the other strategy now of using the elevator trick. Not bad. Try to be flashy, try to be fast. It is worth it to get that super jump. It's like very worth it. And also that wind gust was incredible. Too bad they didn't get the ledge grab. But this older version of the trick, I believe that Meowmix is going to do. He's going to stand on this ledge and just corkscrew conk straight to the left. Lands perfectly next to the arena without going into it. So Ruffy Lines is a little bit faster, a little bit less safe, a little more risky, but you know, we've had a way to do it for a while. Meowmix unfortunately getting hit by the Scorpion. It's not that great. Doing the fast version of this little skip here, you grab the side of the block in order to not have to wait for the spike balls to be out of the way when the platforms rise and fall. Another thing I guess I should mention is similar to Wario Land 4 in a way, there is momentum hopping, where in Wario Land 4, if you R dashed and then let go of dash and then jumped, kept all of your momentum. Wario has something similar here, where if you corkscrew conk and then land, and then jump immediately on the frame you land, you can still keep the momentum of that. So you have the momentum of a corkscrew conk in the air with a basic jump. And it is a glitchless trick that you can do. So you can use that little bit of tech. You can also use punch jumps to skip the same things. Let's see if Meowmix has any better luck on Iron Cider. Looks like they're going for a more safe and routine strategy, which they pile drive right next to the hand. They also... looks like there's a bit of discourse here. They're going to... Unfortunate luck. He sadly didn't quite get the hits in time. Also missed. Really sad. Should be a jump, and a hit. Finished it out. Fine enough. 4640 was Referee Line's last time. My mistake. Let's see Meowmix finish up the Captain Skull fight. Again, there's not that much variance. Just how safe do you want to pile drive? Other than maybe doing that. That's a little bit faster, but not so much to the point where it actually matters. Probably saved himself a second there. No, pretty nice. Definitely an IL trick. Ooh, barely got the hit there. I think Meowmix was ready to start going for backup barrels. There are backup barrels on the other ship where you spawn on. But thankfully didn't need it. Got a lingering hitbox. Very lucky on that. Now the Black Jewel fight, if Meowmix does this like I've seen them do it before, they are going to attempt to do a mixture of an old/new trick for Black Jewel. They're gonna do the continuous run to the right, but instead of jumping around or going through the fire, they are going to attempt to super jump over them. If they're gonna try to be risky. I don't remember what they prefer, but I know in their IL and I think their current PB, they tried it. And I think they're successful a decent number of times. So who knows if they'll go for it. But either way, let's cheer them on as we face the end. Okay, they're doing a relatively old version of the strategy where you dash, you break the first crystal, you dash to the left to the edge of the fire, and you wait for a split second and then dash to the right. This causes the Black Jewel to constantly shoot just behind you, so that way you don't have to worry about getting cut off. Sadly, a little bit far to the right there, but since he got hit, ooh, try to buffalo a super jump there. Sadly missed it, but whenever Wario gets hit by fire, it resets a timer for the Black Jewel. Well, not really a timer, but like a move queue, because after a certain amount of fire lasers, they will shoot fireballs out. You're going to see that here in a second. Oh no, they got very lucky again. They will shoot fireballs if you're faced far enough away or between fire lasers. So it can be a little bit unfortunate. But if you get hit, it stops. Here's an example. It's also a little risky to grab the black jewel while the fireballs are coming because they home in on Wario. So if you grab the black jewel, get hit by a fireball, it'll reset course. So you have to do the entire cycle over again, which is why the now dashing through fire laser strategy is a little more optimal, because you sacrifice going around for the course of being secure that you will do the damage needed. Another thing, if Wario is in the middle of doing a mad move on the black jewel, and a fire laser hits, or a fireball, any sort of move from the hits Wario, it will trade instead of Wario outright letting go. So, say if Meowmix were to grab Black Jewel and a fireball hits him on the same exact frame that they press Pile Driver, then the Black Jewel will also still take damage, even though the move has not gone through yet. But so will Wario. Ideally, you don't want to do that because it's far too risky to do and it doesn't save any time at all. But, you know, you do what you gotta do, I guess. Either way, Meowmix playing it safe here should be able to close it out. Has a lot of fireballs to worry about. Don't know if they'll be able to get it. Okay, cool. Pretty good. Got a 49, low 49, very good. 49.03, very good time. We got a 9:36.54 for the overall. Let me do just a smidgen of math, see what the real time would be based on how issues were. Let's see. So the actual time for Team Nose finishing the relay, not counting tech issue, was 9 hours, 27 minutes, and 33 seconds. That has a margin or two of error. I will go ahead and give that a disclaimer. It has a margin or two of error, but it's like a second at best. So, Team Mustache wins. Team Nose, valiant effort, of course. Both teams put forth their best foot. So thank you to all of them for participating. Thank you all for coming around and watching. I do want to give a few special shout outs and thank yous here and there as well, other than to just the runner. Thank you to the commentators that came in to assist us, me and Soap. Thank you to Speed Gaming, very specifically Jam, who is been helping us behind the scenes quite a lot. Jam Evil, full name. Thank you, Soap Agent, specifically for helping make this happen. You are a lot of the communication that assisted with setting this whole thing up. Thank you to everybody that cooperated in every way, all the runners. Thank you to everybody who tried to show up that couldn't. There are a few runners that had unfortunately had to drop out. But yeah, and I guess thank myself for commentating 80% of the games along with so. But yeah, there. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to gush and compliment and spew praise about the Wario community all day for this stream, it's time we take our leave. So again, thank you Speed Gaming for having me. And thank you everybody else for everything you've done. Thank you for cheering us on. We'll see y'all around.